And we're live.
Hello, everybody.
Gotta make sure that you can hear us. Hold on. Can we talk? Are we talking? I don't know.
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello.
I think I can
Can
hear
you hear me?
I can hear me.
I can hear you.
I think it might be like this where we have to hold.
Okay. Works for me.
Yeah. Hey everyone, welcome to another time of us doing paint judging for Dwarven Axe. Yeah. So we're live here at the Con of the North in Plymouth, Minnesota, and we're just wrapped up Q1. So exciting stuff.
Yeah, a lot of good entries this year. We made it up to 58.
58, man. Yeah. Last year we had 66, but this year has been we have our own space, we have our own area, and I have to say I think that the quality of entries has improved a lot from last year.
I would agree. A lot of different models too. It's not all the same stuff, which is also really great.
Fun. It's really fun for that. So, but yeah, I'm really happy. By the way, just first and foremost, thank you to the Con of the North staff for setting up the space, making sure that we had room in the vendor hall.
They've been fantastic to work with.
They've been incredibly gracious and really cool to work with. Then as well, working with Daedalus Studios for printing the trophies and coins for all of our work. So if you can check out Daedalus Studios, they're awesome for 3D prints.
And also our starter, the Forge.
Yep, the Forge and Source Comics Games for sponsoring us. So two game stores that are monumental in the city's area. So we're always happy to work with them and for sponsoring us. So thank you very much. First and foremost, have to get that out of the way. So. But yeah, any comments so far? Any thoughts on everything so far?
No, I think it's going good so far.
Yeah. Turn us up a bit. Hopefully we're not. I think last time we were super quiet.
We do apologize for any background noise that's coming. We are, like I said, live at the con, so there's gonna be people buying and selling wares and everything else. So
yeah, we're in the vendor hall. We don't get our private space yet. We okay. Hey, if I put my lapel on right here, I'm good. We're still learning, folks. That's how it goes.
One of these days we'll figure it out.
Yeah, one of these days we'll be good at this. But yeah, it's been a tremendous time. Like you said, it was 58 entries.
Yep.
And yeah, we had one of which will be too big to be shown on an actual video. We're gonna have we have Cthulhu.
That was kind of the fun part of this con, is that we had the largest model that has ever been submitted, as well as the smallest model that has ever been submitted.
And I have to say that the smallest model is really annoying. Thank you, Brandon Snyder, for submitting a tiny model that is really hard to take a picture of.
I think the big thing that you'll actually get to see that tiny model first.
Yes.
But what's cool is the other thing that we're doing a little bit different than our previous streams is we're actually going to be going in numerical order as they came in. So Brandon was the first person to submit some models, so you will be able to see said tiny model first off.
Yeah, because of course. Thank you for that.
We mean it with all our heart.
I don't. But it's a tremendously
Hi, Brandon.
It's a tremendously well painted model. Thank you, Brandon, for that. So anyway, we'll without further ado, we'll get this show on the road again. We're having to transition all this stuff on our own, so it'll be fun. Let's get into it. So first and foremost, we have
Scoot.
Got ourselves some Scoot. If it's a little small, it's because it is. It's tiny. And Scoot was and is a really okay. So my thoughts first and foremost. The model is really well painted.
It's a very, very well painted little tiny thing.
Oh my god! The little wheel is non-metallic metal copper. It has a
tuft.
A tuft. And tufts win competitions. We all know this.
I actually have pointed out that the eyes were very well painted, for as small as they are. You could see like almost individual strands of hair.
Yeah. The ears were painted on the inside, like it had whiskers. It was not a small undertaking to get that model painted the way it is, and the base is all custom. I'm assuming foam core, from what I could see. It's a fantastic little model. Thank you. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I thought the fur was really well painted.
Yeah, I love the color palette.
Yeah, same.
The white with the albinism mouse with the or rat with the squeaky wheel, the copper wheel.
Yep. Even the wood on the inside of the wheel was painted.
Yep.
Like. Anyway.
Nice flex there, Brandon.
Yeah, very. I mean, what a flex! What a flex! I need like 100 of them stacked on each other to start to get to like a 30 mil or 32 mil base. So,
yep, it's foam core.
It's foam core base. That's what it felt like. It's so goofy.
It's so light.
It is. And did you mention that we had the smallest and the largest model?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I can't remember. I'm running on 1 cup of coffee, folks. So it's how it is. But yeah, like people were comparing because they're sitting on the same shelf across from each other.
In the same category.
Same category. And so yeah, that was just insane. So what? Peter from Daedalus is harassing us. What is it, Peter? We're streaming. We're important. Yeah. You want to come back here and show your face? This is the man, the myth, the legend,
Peter.
That printed all of the amazing models that everyone enjoys.
It's always strange to find that I'm on camera in the middle of it.
Yeah, it is.
That's all right.
You had to come all the way back here to do it, but
yeah. But this way I get to give you grief.
As if it changes from any other time.
It definitely doesn't.
So, but yeah, we were talking about Scoot, the smallest model.
Scoot is amazing.
Scoot is amazing.
Scoot was fantastic. I missed Scoot twice coming by him. And somebody pointed out, I'm like, yes, that is phenomenal.
Scoot didn't miss you.
No.
But yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Scoot wins that because
Yeah, I think it does.
I had to mess with you a bit, Alex.
Thank you for that, Brandon. I appreciate it. But yeah. How's the con going for you guys?
It's been fun. Con of the North is always a fun con.
Yeah.
So it's great. It's great to be back.
Yeah, always is.
This
Always
is 4
is.
years in a row, so
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, this is our second year for this one. So it's good.
11 years at the Crown Plaza with Con of the North just being here.
Oh
so
God, has it been that long?
It's been 11 years.
Goodness. Woof.
Oh, falling with style.
Falling. Yep. Yeah.
But on that note, I'll head out of here.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
thanks for stopping
Thank you
by.
for your input on Scoot
Yeah.
Scoot.
Scoot time.
Scoot Scoot.
But yeah, Scoot's what a amazing, interesting, unique,
Very unique.
very unique.
All right.
But anyway, moving on to the next one, we have another Brandon special.
That we do.
That we do. I'll show you the naughty list. This is for Sci-Fi Single, fantastic model. Gotta say, this has been an interesting find. There's a lot going on this model. Non-metallic metals, really vivid colors.
Right.
It really pops.
It's like a Christmas ornament.
It
It's
is like a
supposed to be
Christmas
nice and
ornament,
bright and vivid and fun.
Yeah, it is.
It's very fun.
It is very fun. For me, one piece of feedback that I wanted to give for it was I felt like the snow on his foot felt a little off. And I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what that is about. But it felt weird to me. I don't know if that was something that you caught as well. I'm gonna pull. We're playing with a little bit of a different. We don't have the models in front of us right now because they're on a shelf over there.
The lights.
The lights, yeah. We do have a new case this year as well. For those that are coming into the Dwarven Axe, year over year, you'll get to see it next time around. But like, I'll be playing around with a little bit of rotation stuff here. But I don't know. There's a lot going on with the model itself that I really like. The non-metallic metals everywhere is a really good touch. There's little filigrees of gold that are all over. The white has some texture to it, but I think that's more the model than anything. But yeah,
I think he made his own depth with different layers of white too.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
It's not quite as like deep, but it's definitely.
You want to come over here, Tom?
Yeah, you want to talk?
Yeah, come on in. Yeah, we're talking about Brandon's model.
I'll show you naughty list.
Yeah. We got Tom Nelson here.
That's a great figure. A great composition that he did on that. I really love the reds on the coat and the hat. The snowman is amazing, and that candy cane.
Yeah.
Yeah. That the brush control to be able to get the stripes on that is fantastic.
Yeah.
And even the basing. I mean, that's a lot of snow work, and to make it look good and not just glopped on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just a really great composition piece.
Oh, the light from the Christmas lights on the
Christmas
snow,
lights, yeah.
reflecting out is really good touch too. So.
An ornament for a grenade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. The thing that I was bringing up was like the snow on his foot feels a little off. It's a little chunky, a little more like it doesn't feel like natural snow. It feels like just like a granular, if that makes sense.
I do know that he tried to put some of the granular snow on the base as well, so it looked a little bit more natural.
It does match the base. Don't get me wrong. I personally would like to see it with more of a natural snow look, but that's me. Oh, I just realized it's a bomb.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a whole
Yeah,
bomb.
it's a whole
Got it.
I like it. It's a great piece. I don't really have too many critiques on it. You just it's a nice smooth paint job.
It is.
Brandon says I think it might be the size of the grains. Actually, it's one piece on the mini that I'm not 100% happy with.
Yeah.
I mean, we live in Minnesota. We can either get super nice, fluffy snow, or we get super wet, crappy snow. And I think he's got to me, it looks like it's a good mix of the wet, junky snow.
Right.
Yeah.
Just sticking to that boot, making it hard to move through. good luck with the throw there, Mr. Gobo.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
He's got it going on.
Yeah.
He's ready for it.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the highlighting's fantastic. I think it's a really good example of a good model, good solid model.
Yep.
So cool stuff. Well, thank you, Tom, for stopping by.
Yeah, absolutely. I
We
gotta
got
go back to my booth.
we got more things for you to judge. How are you enjoying the con so far?
The con's been great so far. I'm always happy when I just make my vendor feedback, and that happened like Friday, morning.
Yep.
So,
There you go.
No, it's been really good. Really enjoyed I've been here. This is my 13th year at Con of the North, and I'm looking forward to the new location to see how big that's going to be, and how many more awesome vendors we can fit in here.
Right.
New events.
And new events, and trying to talk to the Megatrons, kind of put a little earworm in there about maybe doing like an artist alley so we can get folks like Larry
Agreed.
Elmore, Jeff
Yeah.
Beasley, Brenton Chumley, Charles Urbach, Errol Oldest, Casey Holt, stuff like that where we can, and there's a lot of Minnesota artists here too.
Yeah, there are.
There
are a lot.
Because, you look at them, they show up to the Source, they show up to the comic book events and stuff like that. But to get them at Con of the North and having them sell their prints and stuff like that here would be huge.
Yeah.
For them as well. And kind of do that kind of cross promotion of, hey, we got some awesome artists here that maybe instead of having a mini painted, maybe you want a character illustration.
Yeah. There's a lot of that
stuff
around
like
too.
that.
Yeah.
So that's one thing that I would be looking forward to in growing the convention. This convention's been around for 35 years?
It's
or
been
going on
forever,
40
yeah.
years now or something like that.
11 of those years have been here.
Yep.
at
Yeah.
Crown
Yep.
Plaza.
Yeah, and I started when it was still off of 94 McKnight, and then moved to here. So when it moves to the DoubleTree in Bloomington, I think it's definitely obviously a much bigger venue.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that because of that, and where a lot of people live, we're going to get more folks coming.
Agreed.
So
Agreed.
that's
It'll be
what
fun.
I'm hoping for. And yeah.
You heard it here
Otherwise-
first, folks. We'll be trying to grow this artistic area.
Right. Yeah.
I know there's been talk about opening up a 1-hour speed paint event
Yep.
here too.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We've been putting worms in people's ears
Yep.
too.
Yep.
So.
Absolutely.
So it'll be fun.
And even bringing back like the, I know you guys do the Dwarven Axe here, but it's cool to get the kids involved. And the speed paint event will definitely help out with that. But if you could get somebody like, well, even with 3D printing now, you can just print off, a bunch of figures.
Yep.
But if you got like Reaper to sponsor your speed paint, and they just supply a bunch of Bones figures, same Bones figure for whoever wants to come and do the speed painting event. That's a huge deal too, and they do that.
Yeah.
They love to sponsor stuff like that.
Well,
So,
if you got an ear of Reaper, I'm all for talking to someone. I know he's always been at Reaper too for Daedalus.
yeah.
So.
There's a couple folks that I could talk to down there for sure.
We'll make something work.
Yeah,
We'll talk
absolutely.
it out.
Yeah.
We'll talk and iron it out.
All right. Thanks much, Tom.
Thanks,
You
Tom.
bet.
Get back to it.
All right.
Take it easy.
All right.
We'll also see some of Tom's stuff later on too. So, but I'm switching up the.
Well done, Brandon,
Yeah,
on
well
the
done,
naughty
Brandon.
list.
Thank you very much.
So our next entry is the Water Serpent by Stephanie.
Okay, hold on.
I guess hold the phone.
Whoa,
How many phones do we have to hold?
all of them. I have to switch everything myself. I'm so sorry.
You're fine.
All right, there we go. And then we do this thing.
Hey,
There we go.
Water Serpent.
Water Serpent. I'll get the next one set up. But so this one, thoughts on the Water Serpent.
I actually really like the color choice with
Mm-hmm.
with this Water Serpent. And the texturing on it is really nice too.
The waves really get me.
Yeah.
I really like the waves on it. It feels like a whole piece.
Yeah.
It's telling a story of it coming out of the water. So it really feels like a good D&D moment too. Something coming out of the water, especially if you're on a boat for some adventure. And
This just pops up and it's like,
Yeah.
oh no.
it has that whole. I always call it like D&D energy, where if your DM puts that on the table, you're gonna be scared no matter what. Whether it's well painted or not. If it's a D&D model, it's gonna be sick. But I really like this model overall. I think the color choices are really solid on it too.
Yeah. And there's like nice clean lines from the actual creature itself and the waves.
Yeah.
I know that I did talk with them. They said that they tried to do they went glossy on the water and then matte on the creature, and they didn't think it looked right. So that's why they went complete gloss on it, which makes sense. It's
it does
a water
make sense.
serpent.
It should be. It's coming out of the water.
Yeah.
Moist.
A very
Wet.
moist boy.
Yeah.
Or girl, who knows?
Yeah.
Or them.
Actually, the eyes are really well executed for it too. It has good coloration. There's not a lot that I come back from this model saying like, oh yeah, it's a poor execution in what you're trying to go for. And Stephanie came over and was mentioning that she was just entering it in, excitedly, like, hey, I have this model with me. I really want to show it off, and I think that's fantastic. But she wanted some critiques, and I really think that some of the items that she could do is like improve some of the highlights versus lowlights, picking out individual scales that are reflecting light from like a light source itself. So where the sun is coming in from, maybe having a little more of the eyes pointing forward a bit. You can get a little bit towards like almost cross-eyed without it looking poor on this scale of miniature. Maybe some additional layers on the teeth to indicate like having some plaque or something along those lines where it's not just a single white. But
if you really wanted to experiment with some new stuff, Dirty Down has a snot. Dirty Down thing. It kind of acts like Uhu glue. I don't know if you ever heard of Uhu glue, but it makes it's like a stringy, clear liquid that makes it look like saliva.
Yeah.
Or snot in some ways.
Yep.
But it gives you that connection from top to bottom of the mouth as well.
Yeah.
And you also could use it as water droplets as well if you really wanted to.
Oh yeah, for sure. So you'll see an example of that actually later on in well, it's not Uhu glue, I suppose. David
the Dirty Down.
Yeah, the Dirty Down. So I think all those kind of it depends on what you're going for as well. Like this is a great tabletop piece for D&D adventure, but if you're wanting to bring it to that next level, that's when you start really, understanding where your lighting sources goes, your effects, everything that kind of goes into the model.
Right.
So, but yeah, fantastic.
Awesome job, Stephanie.
Loved it. Okay. Next up, thank you, Stephanie. Next up, we have another Stephanie special.
Yeah, it's gargoyle.
Gargoyles. All right. So this one as well. Again, another great entry for what would be considered like, hey, I want to put this down for D&D, scare my players, and have something representative on the table. And that's never, I don't think it's a bad thing.
No.
Especially to see these in this competition. It's never a bad thing to see that kind of entry. So I always enjoy them.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry about that. The dry brushing on it is really nice.
Yeah.
The wash kind of brings out those accentuated cracks, so it looks more like a stone gargoyle than
it actually
anything.
looks like stone.
Hello.
Hey, no, you don't apologize. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Oh,
Doing
pretty
good.
good. You getting your stuff out?
Yeah. Got a game at 4 and then doing it 4 and then
You had a box or something, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
We're talking to Paul.
Oh,
We're
yeah,
going to be
yeah.
seeing some of
Thanks.
his models here in a little bit.
Yeah. Dig through what you need. So yeah, I really do feel that the wash helped in this too. It really makes it feel like stone. To bring it to kind of the next level, that's when you start adding like greens and purples and blues onto it as like light washes, very, very watered down.
Or make it look
washes.
like something's starting to grow on the creature.
Yeah, having some mosses and things. You can start getting into more natural stonework stuff where it'll start to pop out and feel more like real stone rather than just kind of almost concrete-ish.
Right.
Or just straight granite. So, but yeah, I love it. I think it's great.
I think
super
it's
fun.
A very fun model. Another model that if it popped up on the table, it'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, we're fighting this now. I think Stephanie's at that point for these models, especially for the previous model and this one, where it's like a mid-tier. You're jumping up to that next level. She's got good control on the essentials, and now to bring it up to that next tier, it's just doing small things, small increments or learning processes in like weathering or additions of more natural processes that you would see in nature.
Right.
So.
Yep, I would agree.
Lighting too, but yeah, overall.
Wonderful
awesome.
model.
There's like an alarm going off. It's an interesting sound. But yeah, thank you, Stephanie, for your entry. Next up,
we have some Tom Nelsons.
Nelsons.
We have a unit, the SSONNH.
Really worked on that one.
Oh no, not again.
Oh no, not again. Yeah, sorry folks, I'm getting this. Switching it over. Nope, not that one. Going to that one. There we go. And hit the button.
Brandon mentioned on the gargoyle definitely would not want to fight, or was it the snake? It might have been the sea serpent. Would definitely not want to fight that, and
yes.
then it looks good.
Yes, right. So these oh no, not agains. Oh no's.
Oh no.
Oh no, it's not again. So Tom Nelson, as he was just over here chatting, he entered these in as a unit. I thought these were fun.
Yeah.
I love the hair. I love the different skin tones. Like, they're fun.
Yeah, they're a very fun model. And each one of them kind of has their own little personalities with them.
Yeah. That's one thing that I really enjoy about it, is that they have a good personality to each model. They feel like their own person, which can kind of get lost in a lot of times of like units overall, where they just kind of become the same model. I'm getting the next one ready. I'm being good, and then I'm bringing up the video. Hold on.
They're all good. I'm in no rush. I'm looking at it over here.
Nope, not that one. That one's next. This one.
I do think that he, for critique, I would say he could have probably did a little bit more with the basing. Yeah,
that's where my mind would go to. Is the characters have quite a bit going on with them for coloration or for their uniforms for highlighting, but I think the basing needs some additional colors or like things going on with it. You know, they're on a flight deck. If
right.
you want to go that route. Have some oil spills or some rust or some
hazard stripes could be something.
Hazard stripes, yeah. Maybe just splattering some paint. Someone dropped a paint canister, stuff like that. I think would go a long way on these models overall. So I think they're a little small to drill out the barrels.
Right.
But just even, I'm going to say it once. I'll probably say it again. Drill your barrels. It always looks better. But he could have even used like a hobby knife and just like spun a little bit, the tip of it and kind of shaved off the inside of the barrel just to give it that definition. But they're really small guns.
They are very tiny guns.
Tiny guns.
Tiny guns.
But it's your typical Tom Nelson style. It's very
colorful,
comic booky style of paint, and he does a great job. So
for sure, we're
only going to get to see that more and more as we look at Tom's work.
Yeah, as we go through Tom's work.
Yeah. So thank you, Tom, for entering that in. This series of girls in. It's super fun. So
we continue the Tom Nelson train and see Lawman.
Oh man. I love these.
Yeah, they're great.
I'm a sucker for a good Western, so that might be the reason why. For me, I thought he did a tremendously good job at capturing the color palette.
Yes.
For like a Western. Where it's not brown, only brown.
No, they're very colorful. They each again have their own personality. They stick out. Basing's really well done to sell them into a Western theme area.
Yeah.
It makes me think of a lot of Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yep. Yeah, Red Dead. It's got that's not the right model. It really popped me for I want to say Deadwood or Tombstone. You know, those classic Western movies that you might see from the 90s.
Right.
A little less John Wayne, but a little more than that. So, but I love them. They don't have to be anything special. A little bit of dust.
Yeah,
be
that
great on the
would
feet.
sell the feet a lot
Yep.
too,
Yep.
and even on the back of the cloaks.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of it, especially like on the one with the brown trench coat. You
Yeah.
could kind of tell a little bit, and then the black one.
But there's not enough.
Right.
And there's a clump of grass on the back of the gray guy's
Yeah.
jacket. But other than that, like I think that it's for this. I don't know if this is a commission or not, but it really does feel like it could be more. It's just the paint job is great, but then it just becomes like an effects kind of situation where I want more of the effects.
Yeah, I would agree.
The red bowler hat, you know, it just. I love it.
They're just fun.
They're just fun. I just love a good Western. I really want a good Western like miniature game, like a well-known.
Well, you know
miniature
about the Boyle one that he's wanting to do, right? The post-apocalyptic kind of Western that he was wanting to do.
Yeah. Or I know the Wild Imaginary West is coming out soon too. So I'm excited for these things.
So
But
Good job, Tom, on that one.
Thank you, Tom. Starting up the train for the continuing the train.
of the Mr. Nelson,
Of the Mr.
Tom.
Nelsons. Oh yeah, Red Dead was what I thought too. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll get it back up here.
Brandon was yapping.
He was yapping.
He was yapping.
Red Dead was what he thought too,
Yeah,
and very cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for entering.
thanks,
You got
Paul.
everything you needed?
Yeah.
All right. You got your
Cool.
coins and everything? Awesome. You did it.
Spend
You
them
did it.
wisely.
Entered. Spend them wisely. Yeah. We have a store.
I've got all those role-playing coins. That jar and it'll look cool.
Nice.
Well, congratulations. Thank you for entering.
Congratulations, Paul.
We'll have our critiques and reviews online as well, so you can check it out.
I'm interested. So the little turf with the sad turkey.
It was very good.
She had a soft spot.
I had a soft spot for it. It was very
It's
cool.
classic.
So, question about like next year. I have a whole unit of those. Could I re-empty them?
If he's with a unit, he's
Yeah, he's with the
technically.
unit,
Yeah.
Yeah. Feel free.
Just wrapping them up. So.
No,
You know what?
all good.
And actually, this is good. We're streaming right now, but this is good for anyone to know. If you don't win a trophy, like a Nax, enter it in again because you might be able to see progress from your previous times.
Take it back.
You take it back, touch it up.
Yeah.
Add for your sad termy, add some basing. Add some basing. Paint the back of the shield. Give it some extra flair to it. And yeah. So
Try again.
Try again.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This
This is the competition. Yeah.
Feel free to take a look.
Take a look, take pictures. All right, next up, we have another Tom Nelson special. This one is a big old Dragonborn wizard.
Yeah.
We're currently streaming, so if you want, you can check it out online whenever we get done. But
And if you have questions, feel free to
ask
pester
questions.
us. We'll answer your questions on stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks for stopping in. Ooh. Oh.
That one's not mine. It might have been
Not mine.
Paul's.
It might have been Paul's. If you put it on that table right there,
You might be back for it.
swing back. All right, so
Do we
Tom-
want to announce the winners as we're live streaming too?
Probably should, yeah. Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Just wanted to double check that.
Yeah, so this one,
This one technically won in the vehicle monster category.
technically,
Technically. Has trophy and everything.
it's the best kind of technical.
I love the vibrancy of this Dragonborn wizard. The oranges really stand out against the purples.
Yeah, against the teals, it's a really good showing of what makes color theory really important to do.
Yes.
So, like, all the little details really make this model come together into a whole, I would say. The skin, I don't know if you can really see it on the video as well, but the skin is really well done.
Right.
It has like a back shading of teal, and against an orangish brown that is the skin normally, it really stands out. It stands out really well. Like, there's a lot of little details on this.
Well, and it also just shows the contrast between the cloaks and the and what the wizard is wearing versus its own skin.
Yep. Yeah. So it doesn't feel
as too much the same.
No. This is a really good example of like a good D&D model, I would say.
Brandon says the colors are awesome.
They are. They pop really nicely, and everything feels like it has a good amount of thought put into why it exists there for that reason. The book having a bunch of runic symbols on it that are all freehand. The egg. There a little bit of object source lighting would have been fine here, but I don't think it was necessarily needed.
Right. I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I like the textures.
Well, and then the freehand on the basing too.
Yeah, the freehand on the basing really sells it too. I think one aspect that I would like to see better is probably like and this gets into like nitpicky kind of stuff, but like the jars, having some additional like, hey, this is glass, with like some extra lines to indicate that it's glass, or to give it some depth,
right,
where it has a layer between it and the liquid that's behind it, or liquid levels. That I think that would really step it up.
It would. There's a couple of tutorials that I watched when I did the Dragonborn bus that Peter actually has at his stand right now, to kind of give that effect. And it's not a hard thing to do, but it's something different. It's a different aspect, and you have to really understand how light hits glass and how it's going to affect what it looks like for the liquid inside and everything else. So it's definitely look up tutorials on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could probably link some at some point.
Yeah, toss them in the Discord.
Yeah, we'll toss them in the Discord so people can see what I watch to do those kind of effects.
Yeah. I think that kind of next level stuff is what really takes this model to the next level. It's the small details, because you can see that Tom has a really good handle on color theory and what works well together, picking out small detail work, that kind of stuff. Like all the things that make a model in that like upper 10% of a display piece, and it's always those, that extra 10% to get to 100 is the hardest stretch,
right,
to find and refine something, to the nth degree. And so I think that like the bottles are an easy win.
Oh yeah.
For something like that. So.
But very well done, Tom.
Very well done, thank you, Tom. And again, it did win. It took the victory.
In Vehicle Monster
for its entry. So next up,
another Tom. Selwyn versus the Spider. It was in the open category.
He just loves to toss them in at random intervals, and it was really fun. This one is just. It's a unique setting, and I remember he posted this on a couple of the Discords, asking some questions on how what he was missing and what he should do, and so I thought it was useful to see him asking for some good feedback on what might be missing from people's eyes,
right,
for a display piece. So that was fun. Let me pull it up here. Oh, there we go.
I know seeing some of these dioramas makes me really want to work on some of the diorama ideas I have. Because I have many ideas for dioramas, but I have not yet executed on any. But now that I'm getting, I have some plaques at home that I need to get varnished up, and then I'll actually get started on some of those projects.
Dioramas are always a fun thing. Oh my goodness, my computer. It's good fun. All right, there we go. I think that I had it too fast. There's so much going on this model. The hero with the spider. I kind of wish the spider was bigger.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bigger, like a big nasty spider. The water dripping on the other side of the rock doesn't feel like it should be there.
Right.
So some cleanup on the edges would have been nice on this model specifically.
They could, Tom could have added some like water. You could tell that he tried with some splash effects, accentuating that with even like Valhalla and Blizzard, or a mix of the baking soda, glue tactic.
Yep. So, something to add some body to a splash.
Right. Or even if a jumping fish.
Yep. Yeah, something to give life to it. I do like the simplicity of just a, like person versus
A
nature.
lone character in the wilderness versus
Yep.
a monster that they haven't quite seen yet.
Yep. Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with that. I kind of just wanted the spider to be bigger. It's a little scarier, But
Yeah. But very well done, though.
I mean, yeah, very well done. The paint job is excellent.
Brandon says sick diorama.
Yeah, it is. It's really cool in person. Maybe picking out some runes on the basing would have been really cool. Like the individual models themselves are really well painted. They're really well done, and they're in Tom's style of nice, that comic book painterly style. But and its lighting is all over, which is great. But I mean, like some extra little lights from glowing runes, or having it where as the spider's stepping across some of the runes, it's lighting them up a bit, something like that. Something
Make it a magical spider.
Yeah. Give it some extra bits to the overall scene. It's all about the small little details. So.
Right. Well, very well done, Tom.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom, for another excellent entry. All right. Next up, we've got Sean Ford.
Yep, with the antelope from Kingdom Death.
All right. There you go. Look at that. Look at that thing. It is spooky. Spoopy and creepy. I am uncomfortable looking at it. Just get the next one spun up. So, thoughts on this one?
I think the fur texture was really well painted. The little addition of the dripping saliva was also really cool.
I think the dripping saliva is what really did it for me on this model. That and the eyes, because the eyes feel crazed.
Well, they look like a goat, like what they're supposed to be like. So that's also a very big positive.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that it's a Kingdom Death model, so it should feel uncomfortable.
Right.
I don't think that's a problem. Oh, nope, that's the Kraken. That's next up. That's
next one.
That's the future. That's the future.
I think it would have been kind of cool to see some of the dust effects on the hooves.
Yeah.
To add more to this model.
Oh yeah. Yeah, agreed.
I wouldn't say that they should go all. I actually like the saliva intake rather than the blood gory intake on this.
Yes, I do too. I think that that's a much better take on it, to not overwhelm it with being just gross. You could really easily make this just into a disgusting gore fest.
Right.
But I think that's more unsettling when it's not gory.
Right. I would think the only big thing I would say is maybe just add some water droplet effects below where its stomach is all opened up, to sell like it's just getting ready to leap out at you.
Yep.
And it's been sitting there for who knows how long. Maybe just a surprise attack.
Yep. Yeah, I like that. In addition to the mouth, the fur is really nice. Some additional highlighting or some additional colors to it would be really good too. So something more than just the kind of dry brush. I want to say it's like a black or a gray with a dry brushing of either a gray or a brown on top of it. I know that Sean already picked up the model, but I would like to see some additional colors in there, and then having those as like pop outs. Same with the horns. The horns kind of need some additional, I would say, some additional coloring with them so that they pop a little more, and they're a little bit different in the highs and lows on the horn itself.
Right.
But that's all really small nitpicky stuff. So I think that the horns, some of the fur for me, the basing's really good.
The basing's really good. I like that they went matte on the outside of the antelope, and then you can look inside the mouth of the stomach of the creature, and you can see that it's glossy in there.
Yep.
So you can tell that there is a difference between the attention to detail on the moistness of the inside of the antelope versus the outside.
Moistness.
Even like the eyes were glossy too. So
Yeah, the eyes
there
were
was
glossy
attention to
too.
detail with the varnishing was very well done.
Yeah, very unsettling model. So, so yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Sean.
Sean, for that one. And next we have another Sean. It's a Kraken.
The Quacken.
And I just think that this is a fun colored Kraken.
It is. It's just candy, candy rolling on. It really reminds me of Sea of Thieves now.
Oh, right.
Ugh.
One thing I
wanna
loved
play a
about this
shanty.
model actually is that you could tell it was sculpted in mind for playing for D&D or some sort of RPG because each tentacle has a number on it.
Yes.
So people can differentiate which tentacle is which and which ones they're attacking and announce it. That's
Yep.
from a D&D player standpoint, I loved that.
Yeah, it's such a good a good effect that not a lot of people would give it thought, or not a lot of people would have it happen enough where you would be like, yeah, I myself am guilty of this too. My players just fought a Kraken, and I did not label the arms to being like what number they're going to attack and make it matter. I think that's great.
Yeah.
I think that's fantastic. I feel like it's glossy in a way that it's just gloss paint on top of it. I want it to be like a water effect. So I want it to be kind of dripping off its head, off to the sides. You know, has that sheen. Like a water effect doesn't always have a super sheen to it.
Do you think that would be a simple situation of just putting the snot dirty down or the uhu glue to just make water droplets?
Maybe.
Or
Otherwise,
adding the white to a water speckle?
maybe. Otherwise, it's more of like using still water because still water acts differently whenever it rolls off a surface. In addition to having something like the uhu glue or the dirty down, some effect to add to the overall like glossiness of the model itself, because it is coming out of the ocean.
Right.
But
I know that I would love to. Like the speckling that they did on the back of the head of the Kraken.
yeah,
I would love to see some more pattern or more deepness
Yep.
or deep colors into that.
yeah, I would too. I think that the one thing that sticks out to me is the eyes. Mm-hmm. The eyes are really well done.
The nice glow effect on that.
Yep, the nice glow effect. Even adding in some yellow dots into there as like a subtle undertone would be really good, I think. Mm-hmm. I think it would make it pop. This model is on the edge of like super impressive to see on the table. Like there's care and love put into this so that players can utilize it.
Right.
But then bringing it to that next level over, it could be simple, it could be complicated. There's a lot of different ways that you could go with it.
Also, this is a great example of using the Valhalla Blizzard or the baking soda trick because they added that to to add that texture, that foamy texture to the water.
Yep. So it actually feels like it is bursting from the surf and create, kicking up that foam, which I love. I think it's a really good effect. So, but yeah,
very cool.
I have, man, all the entries so far, fantastic.
Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Gorgeous. All right, I'm not sure how this is going to work for the video for the next one, but we're bringing up the big man himself,
Mr. Cthulhu.
Mr. Cthulhu.
The largest model ever submitted currently to Dwarven Axe.
Goodness, this thing, I can't even.
Oh my gosh.
I need to resize it. It's so big.
It is
Hold on.
very.
Hold on.
It
people.
is a big boy.
Hold on. What am I looking at?
So just as a context for people, as Alex works on this model,
All right. I apologize.
Brandon, my thoughts exactly.
Yeah. I think we're back.
Hello?
We
Can
might
you
be
hear
back.
us? It still says we're offline, but I might have to refresh the page.
We're back.
No hear, no see.
No. Can you hear? Can you see us now? All right. Well, it looks like everything's good.
Can you feel me now?
Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Cthulhu, he
can
did
hear
not
us.
he did not appease
so
that.
Cthulhu took out OBS, so that's always fun.
He does that.
He does that.
So
Nope, sorry. It broke everything.
sorry about this. It wouldn't. Wouldn't be a thing.
It wouldn't be an event for us if it didn't break everything.
Right.
So anyway, Cthulhu. You want to talk about Cthulhu?
So Cthulhu, Sean ended up backing a Kickstarter that had this model in it. And he is very excited because he is going to be backing a new Kickstarter made by the same company that is going to be making Godzilla, the original Godzilla.
It's huge. I mean, the number of people that came by to talk about just how awesome this model is was impressive. I can't even show everyone.
We can't
what this
even
is.
fit him on the.
Yeah. People came by to see this thing and missed it. It is huge. I can't even.
So I did, for a point of reference, if people want to see a size comparison between Scoot Scoot, Brandon Scoot Scoot, versus the Cthulhu, there is a photo up on our Discord if you are interested in joining and taking a look at it. Let's see if I can link that into the stream here. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, there it is. More.
Yeah, if you have it. It was really interesting to see this model against the other, like the smallish model of Scoot Scoot, because it was a massive difference in the different models that could exist. It is huge. It might be easier, honestly, when I post the video, because this is like half of it, and I'm afraid if I try and like resize this thing, I'm gonna have to.
Hopefully that
flip
link
it
will
again.
work for you guys.
I'm gonna resize it. You guys are gonna get to see the sausage making over here, but like this thing is gargantuan. Okay, so things to talk about for this model, because we had a lot of comments from a lot of folks that were looking at this thing just seriously impressed by it. Thoughts? Dummy thick.
It is big. It's bigger than my Tarrasque, and that's saying something.
Damn. It was the small size of a small toddler.
A small toddler, almost an infant just learning how to walk.
Yep.
Like it was impressive. The amount of time, I can only imagine the amount of time it took to really paint that.
Right.
The eyes were fantastic on it, like that nice red into an orangish glow was amazing.
The color choices were phenomenal. They had several greens in layers upon layers on it. It was a fun model.
Yeah. And then having the effect of like the pillar that he was touching is glowing.
Yeah.
Like that's how mythic it is.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even catch that initially, because he's not touching the other
He's not touching the other pillar.
No, he's not touching the other pillar, so that's really cool.
And then the wave effects were really nice. I wish there would have been a little bit more with the wave effects, like just make it even, like some of the bottom parts of the waves to be even deeper color, or even almost like a dark green.
Yes, yeah, something to add that extra layer of depth on top of it would have been really fun. Stop trying to summon things here, Brandon. We don't need that here.
We're already having problems. We don't need
We
more.
already killed the stream. It's fragile, okay? No, but this was such a fun model. We had discussions. It was a fan favorite for sure. Like everybody came out to talk about it. I want to see additional details, things to make it pop. It was very green, as Cthulhu normally is, and it had a lot to it. But you could add like some yellows and some purples to shade, so that you have additional shading in the background. Or where his tentacles kind of meet up with his face, things of that area, little creases in skin. This is an example of like getting some additional highlighting in there to really bring up those highs and then deepen those lows, so that you have a much more contrasty and vivid model. Now, that being said, it's an absolute gargantuan model to paint.
And that would be like a lot more time.
Huge undertaking. Yeah, I'm gonna move around. I got to try and fix this camera because, of course, Cthulhu took down the stream, so therefore.
or even just getting an extra model for scale to show like how big that model is. Like if you had some like maybe a cultist at the bottom of Cthulhu's feet.
Yeah, running away.
Running away, or just like welcoming the demise of the human race.
Yeah, that's fair.
You have a big enough base. It would be great to tell the story of how Cthulhu is now walking from the depths into the mortal realm.
I mean, he does that. He does that good. Oh, hey, we're back. I found a camo. Yes. I mean, if he could roll out and do all those things to destroy everyone and everything, I think he would. I think he would. And this is a good example of that.
Right.
So, it's one of those, it's such a fan favorite model that it was just impressive to see how many people would come down just to look at Cthulhu.
Right.
So regardless of the kind of, it's a good example of, regardless of paint quality, while we're looking at like the technical detail and like the intricacies of things and how paint was applied and from a technical level, it absolutely shows that people will come down for a fan favorite, and they came down to look at Cthulhu.
Yep.
And then looked at everything else and were just blown away. So Cthulhu was the door.
Right. He opened the door so others can be seen.
He walked so others could run.
Yeah. He left big enough holes to be able to have people run through those holes.
Thank you, Cthulhu.
Thank you, Cthulhu.
Thank you, Cthulhu. So, thank you, Sean, for that.
For all your entries.
For all your entries. I don't know. I'm gonna, because Cthulhu broke everything. I apologize. This is gonna be a little bit scuffed for a second. I need to go to 12.
Which would Jim Spur.
Jim Spur.
With Azumi. A nice, it's a different model than I'm used to seeing from him.
Yeah, it really is, and I really like that from Jim. I think that there's a nice amount of color balance on this model, for the pinks to the greens, that make it pop. It brings your eye around the model instead of being just centralized all the time. There is some, I know for me, some of the blending on the robe, dress, there's a name for it.
The kimono.
Was a little bit splotchy in places, and I wanted to see that more smooth. Same with her skin. But I think the components for the model are there, but it's more of just a technical exercise at that point.
Right.
Would you say? Thoughts, ideas? I gotta fix something. So.
Oh, you're okay. I felt like the kimono was a little overwashed personally.
Okay.
Just trying to get those blends would really accentuate the model even more. But that green on that bamboo is so vibrant. It's a nice contrast between the actual geisha and its backgrounds. But I think it would have been cool to, even it's not part of the model, try to add a little bit more bamboo. Bamboo spreads like crazy.
Yeah, it does.
So it would be cool to see some bamboo shoots, even smaller bamboo shoots coming from behind her, to just add her more into the diorama effect.
Yeah, and even adding in some, like you said, some bamboo shoots or some extra greenery on the ground would be nice. Even a nice moss or lichen.
Or even adding a water feature, like she's out on a little zen pond.
Yeah, this could be a nice
koi pond.
Yeah, this could be a nice addition for like. I know Jim does love his creativity in creatures. So adding a koi fish, it would be a fun thing to see, like resin pour as a practice on would be really fun on this model. So there's some elements that he could go for. Ultimately, going back to like just technical level, I think this is a good example of him reaching out or branching out to something new and trying something, and I think it worked. But just exercising practicing the fundamentals of like smooth painting quality, or knowing what texture you're going for, You know, and practicing on skin. It's always a good.
Exactly.
So
I would agree.
fundamentals.
The fundamentals.
Those fundamentals. All right. I'm gonna see if everything breaks. Cthulhu.
Best in show.
Cthulhu. Please. Please, Cthulhu. Let me have this.
Just let us have this one
Just
thing.
let me have this one thing, Cthulhu.
Cthulhu Fataga.
I'm really glad that I'm in a more landlocked state. All right. All right. We'll see if this breaks everything. Bat.
We got the bat. Bat.
What a fun model.
Another gym.
Another gym.
Another gym spur.
Honestly, a fun model.
Very fun model.
It's cute. It's fun. It's interesting.
Early on, a lot of people were talking about this one for sure too. They're just like, I love the title of it. And I'm like, yeah, it's great. It's just a bat.
It's just a bat. It's just a bat doing bad things. I'm gonna resize this video.
It kind of reminds me of the Noibat from Pokemon with the colored palette.
Yeah, that kind of has. Yeah, I was gonna say Zubat. It's got that.
Zubat's more blue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nope. I'm no Pokemon professor.
Crobat, for sure. We'll go with
So,
Crobat.
But yeah,
Actually, I know my Pokemon better.
Oh man. Oop.
Bat. It's a bat.
It's a bat. It's a bat doing bad things. But yeah, I really do. I like it. I think it's a fine example. It feels like a dry brush, like you dry brushed a lot on it and then washed it.
Yeah. We have a dry brush fanatic next door.
Yeah, Jacob's chomping at the bit over here.
I would have loved to see. I would love to see more with the base.
Yes.
Just giving that creature an environment, even though it's flying, it just needs an environment.
Yep. Yeah. Something that I don't know why I'm getting a filter on this. Something that is. I was trying to think about what I would like to see on this model overall, and I think the color choices are really good, but I think you're right. I think it's environment. Having something more to the base that makes it interesting beyond just a stonework floor. Do you have any thoughts on what you would want to see on that though?
I always would if it's a bat, it's probably going to be in a cave. Like,
True.
You could do a cave flooring,
True.
add some stalagmites
Yep.
on the ground. I know you had to think about it.
I had to think about it.
Cause the way I always remember is tight. They're hanging
Yep,
tight.
they're
to the
hanging
ceiling.
tight to the ceiling. Yep.
Lights are on the floor.
Yep.
C versus G ceiling ground.
Yeah, it's tight. Otherwise, like if they wanted to keep it a flat earth base, you could do a water base where it's flying over some water.
Oh, that could be fun. Yep, I like that.
Yeah. Add some rock texture and then make it look like it's flying over like a stream. There's some
Yeah,
options.
so, I mean, there's plenty of options there. From a technical level, having some additional texture on like the skin, so it feels more like skin, would be really good.
Right. Adding depth to it.
Adding depth to it would be really good as well. So.
Well, and especially if you did a water base, you could do a reflection.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That would be fun too, because then he could actually add some extra little flair to it, so that he could practice his water.
Yep. You could
for it,
practice his
too.
water. You could practice his freehand.
Yep.
And
Yep. There's all sorts of little things that he could do with
or
it.
that what they could have even did if they really wanted to is just gotten a little tiny mirror, put it
Okay.
on the bottom, and then get some water ripples over top of the mirror, and then you get that reflection naturally.
There you go. There you go. Thinking about it. I like that. That's very Jim to execute on. So.
I can't type fast enough.
Bat doing bad things. I don't know how to fix our faces, so we're stuck right now like this. So I hope everyone's enjoying that.
Poker face.
Poker face. Yeah, I don't know how to break. It broke. I personally blame Cthulhu.
Cthulhu Fatagan.
Praise be. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Jim, for the
entering
bat.
that, for the bats.
And then we have Goth Pegasus by Jim.
Goth Pegasus. Okay. Goth Pegasus sounds metal as hell. Let me get that ready. Again, I blame Cthulhu. We can just blame Cthulhu for every ill.
Well done, Cthulhu. He did the thing.
He did his job.
The image of Cthulhu is also known to carry the power of Cthulhu.
Obviously overloaded my computer. That is 100% true. All right. Whee! There we go.
Goth Pegasus.
Goth Pegasus. It is fantastic.
I love
Glorious.
I love the color choices. Black and purple always goes really well together.
See, I was gonna say it was gray and pink.
You could go with gray.
Either way, I don't think it's a bad call either.
Buffering.
It is. It's very like.
It's buffering.
Friendship is
Friendship
magic.
is magic. Yep. Yeah. What's the character in? She's like a princess, isn't she?
Shira?
I don't know. Whatever in My Little Pony.
I don't know My Little Pony
okay.
as well. I know Shira.
Okay. I mean, that's fair. But anyway.
Shira at Silverwing. Celestia's sisted.
See, you can tell that Brandon has a daughter.
Oh yeah.
Or a kid. I should be more general. A kid. Because both my kids watch it. Anyway, this is a fun model.
Oh yeah.
Really good on the dry brushing. I would like to see some additional color choices between the dry brushing between the purple and the gray or black. I think it would have helped.
Princess Luna.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
So what are your thoughts? I'm trying to, I think that it's a good example of a fun creature model. It feels like a D&D model.
Right. Well, I think it's because it really is one.
It really is. That's fair.
I love My Little Pony before My Kiddos. That was Brandon.
Hey man, own it.
Yeah,
it's really good writing. I'll be honest.
Honestly, going back and forth with either a wet blend or early on, if you do a wet blend between your pink and your gray or black to get that nice transition works. Otherwise, you could dry brush.
Yeah.
Up to a certain point, and then just kind of dry brush back with the other color, and kind of go back and forth until you get where you get your line.
Yeah, I think some additional blending between the color palettes would have been really nice, so it's not just a stark cut. Or even having them being like alternating feathers between the top row and one of the middle rows, have that as the transitional layer where you have them kind of intermixed.
Right. I know working with feathers is not always an ideal thing to work on, just because they can be very finicky, and they're very, in nature, they're very delicate. And trying to show that delicacy in painting is not an easy task. Even just trying to get that middle line, I did at one point know the terminology of it, but even giving that little stem in the middle of feather a little bit of highlight to show the glossiness is huge.
Yeah, adding some extra little, more than just matte, because it is several, it's satin and it's matte and it's gloss that kind of all blend together into a natural state.
Right.
So trying to capture that is really difficult, especially on this size of miniature too.
Right.
So the eyes really pop.
With a nice blue.
Yeah. So they pop out and they really shine. I think this goes back to the previous gym models that we looked at is basing.
Yeah.
I think the basing needs more. It needs more to it.
More rocks if it's in a rocky terrain, or if there could be some frozen tufts, or anything added, or even like maybe this is just where he likes to prance around. Maybe there's like hoof prints from previous times he's been hanging around here.
Yep, something to help that scenario. I mean, from Jim too, if he loves creatures, having a bunny, having a rat, having something, some other creature in the scene is not necessarily a bad thing, and I don't think it would take away from the model. I think it would add to it.
Right.
So
have the model tell a story.
Have the model tell a story. So, all right.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate your entry. It's a fun one.
All right, we got Mac with Mongrelia.
Oh yeah, this one. This one had some really cool additional coloring on it that I liked. Yeah. So this one right away, I felt like the rest of the model felt really good. It was the face that needed some additional work.
Right.
Some more it's not even necessarily additional work, it was more definition. Because it felt like it just loses all of this additional coloring. So you don't get any feature sets on the face, but the rest of the model has like, highlights and lowlights, and it has a bunch of
the texturing.
Cool, texture and such.
Yeah, I would agree. I know skin tones can be very intimidating for some people, especially newer painters.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm not saying that Mac is a new painter or anything like that, but it's very intimidating. It's not an easy thing to grasp if you're not ready for it. So, but yeah, just even putting a nice little sepia wash on there would help define your crevices and stuff like that. And then just a light highlight on like the bridge of the nose, just the top of the eyebrows would be huge for this model.
It doesn't have to be a lot. It just has to be enough to show that it's a face and give some definition.
Right.
Brandon, I was just about to mention the hair. the hair here is really cool. I like the combination between like blonde hair, brown boots, and like blue tunic, silver armor. It pops. It does a great job popping. I think that the blonde hair really stands out in this case. Blonde is such a difficult color to paint.
Blonde sucks.
Chris is off camera and he's like, blonde sucks, because I know that
Spicy tan.
it's just
spicy tan.
Let me upset most of the internet.
Blonde is just spicy tan. That's all it is. Don't be wrong.
Jake is saying that it's spicy tan.
Spicy tan. Oh man. You just gotta make spicy tan. Just take some sriracha, throw it on the tan. Make it, mix it in your paint instantly. Blonde.
We do not
condone
that.
That's the one that brings the competitors to the not competitors. Spicy tan.
Spicy tan. Basing's really cool. It feels almost volcanic. If that makes sense. That's where my mind goes to it.
Maybe she was helping the fight in Mount Doom.
Yeah. Maybe she
with
could
the
have done
last alliance with elves and men.
Yeah. In that edition, I would like to see some what you can add to like the scene beyond just like a sand with some dry brushing to it would be really nice. So some additional bits of rock that are a different size, or some additional ballast. You could do a finer black sand to add kind of more texture to it.
You could add a bigger rock.
Bigger rock, yeah.
Just to show a little bit more scale with it.
Or even a dead plant.
Yeah.
A dead plant would go a long way too, just like a stick, to kind of just brighten everything up. Pull more of a story into the base than just having it just be rocks. So
for sure.
But I like the coloring.
Yeah,
really
coloring
like
is great.
So, but yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice
cool
job,
model.
Mac.
Yeah, thank you, Mac.
Right, we are on to Shane Kellner with his Zoanthropes.
Heck yeah. Shane is a long-time listener.
Long-time participant.
Long-time participant. He is not a first-time listener. Or first-time caller. Shane enters a lot. And we love him for it. Okay. Badoop.
There they are.
Hey, there they
The
are.
Zoanthropes.
They're spooky.
So spooky. I love
the man, the myth. Hey, come over
here,
here,
Mr. Shane.
Yeah, Shane, come here. Come here.
Come here.
Come here. You want to be on camera? Nah. All right. All right. Well, we do have some questions.
Oh boy.
We got some questions.
We're talking about your Zoanthropes.
Yeah, we're talking about your Zoanthropes.
Did it just come at a good time?
Yeah, you actually did. It's
Stealing
opportune.
the mic from you.
So, what are
Hello,
your
world.
what are your thoughts on your Zoanthropes? Like, what really stood out to you whenever you were painting them to bring them that color palette?
I just really am happy with how they came out. I've been painting that scheme for years, and I finally got the weathering done right. The yellow in the events came out a lot better than the old green and white I used to do.
Okay. What do you use for the yellow?
I just put down a layer of white and then one of my 2 yellows. I keep forgetting which one.
Spicy tan.
Your Citadel, or what kind of paint schemes?
I'm using more game color nowadays.
Oh, okay. So
So-
some Vallejo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even the blue I got on the carapace, that was originally Citadel, but now I'm just using the game color blue, something
Okay.
very similar.
Okay.
And then I just go over them with the Citadel red wash, or very descriptive, to try to get a little red in there, and I got a little squid pink. that I
Okay.
just add a little white to try to get the veins looking about right.
Okay.
So.
Nice. I mean, I would say that it's a really good color scheme, as well as your effects on like just edge highlighting. They pop off the table. So,
Thanks.
yeah, and with the basing in addition, do you ever find that you're trying to tell any sort of story with your models, especially for when it's going onto a Warhammer table?
Not really. I kind of just started off with that desert base because it's very simple. I mean, it was right around the time GW came out with their texture
Okay.
paints.
Yeah.
But nowadays I've moved to using sand and glue and found some fork rocks and started playing around with flock nowadays. So
Okay.
Nice.
it's starting to look a lot better than what they used to.
That's fair. That's fair. They're a fun set of models, and they definitely have more detail to them than.
There were a couple people that were pointing those out
Yeah.
as people were looking at them throughout the convention as well. So
Yeah, it's always fun to see people go, oh yeah, look at that. I like how that looks in the
I
back.
believe I had one person. There was one person that came up and was like, "Oh, those Zoanthropes look so cool. I hate playing against them though."
That's why I got 6,
You're a bad man.
says the night player.
Yep, exactly.
He doesn't play, he doesn't get to count anymore.
That's true. I've hung up my mantle.
So there's no way I can take out your knights with my Zoanthropes anymore?
No. You had your chance. You had your chance. Yeah, it's still Wafest, so.
Well, I think the table's going to take you out more than me.
Yeah, that's true. All right. Well, next up, we have another Shane Kellner. And so, Shane,
German squad.
Yeah, your German squad. Shamans, yeah. So are these bolt action?
Yes, they are a bolt action squad.
Okay. So what do you did you go for a certain time of the war that you were going for? Or?
I was just trying to go more late war, or right around the time they actually used camo and not just their German grays.
Gotcha.
Try to get some semblance of detail in there.
That makes sense. I did notice that this is a difficult thing with bolt action models in general. The faces are just like squished in weird ways. Do you find that you put definition on the faces, or do you just put definition elsewhere?
I just mainly focused on the camo.
Okay.
At this point, I was still working on figuring out how to paint skin, so I was just a simple skin tone wash and then a little bit of highlights. Just
Okay. I mean, the camo definitely stands out. It definitely pops more. So I would say that you really captured that for its essence. The one thing that I would say for feedback is the skin tone for sure, but then refining that camo so that it's a little more well-defined. But I think that for a first swing, that's great. It looks awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, it looks really good. So.
Yeah, I have learned how to paint skin now, so the next time I have an entry, it'll look a lot better.
Okay. All right. I'm looking forward to that.
Well, we also know that bolt action is not an easy model to work
No.
with skin tones and faces. So.
No.
Or assembly.
No, or assembly. Ugh.
So we understand that as well. It's
Yeah,
impressive how much detail you got onto them with what you did. So
Thank you.
Yeah. So, well, moving on. We got another one from
the
Shane.
last Shane.
The last Shane.
Yes, there's more.
There's more. So this one had several people coming by and really commenting that they loved the BattleTech, and people kept pointing out there were a couple BattleTech models in there, and yours kept getting picked on. So it was really cool to see people going, oh, I really like how that looks. I really like the scheme and how it stands out. So for this, I know nothing about BattleTech, nothing about the lore or anything like that. Is there a reason why you went for this kind of camo pattern on it?
Well, initially it's my Solaris mech, so I wasn't trying to do something like military grade camo. You're a gladiator. You want to be seen.
Oh, okay. All right.
So it's actually kind of a bit of a happy accident. I was trying to do like this urban camo at first, but then I used the olive green I had for bolt action, and it came out more brownish.
Okay.
But then I realized it's like if I just highlight the red a little bit, it pops out a lot, and then had a little bit of light blue from my Tyranids and put that on there, and it just made it stand out. And
So it's one of those models that you just kind of fell into. Creative process took hold.
yeah, it's a happy accident.
It's a happy accident. Yeah, it's a Bob Ross moment. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, so I thought it was really good. The only thing that I can really find on it that I'm really wanting to see more of is just tightening up those colors, having some more definition on some of the metallic parts. I have to pull up the video here so I can see it in full. We're gonna run the video back. Nope, wrong one.
It's the next
Wrong video.
The video is saving me now.
Taking me. Save me.
It was so with BattleTech. I feel like you can do really well on definition, on like line work, on the in between the plates, the armor panels and such, or you can just go painting the whole thing. And I think you just went painting the whole thing, but some additional definition on like the engine bits, some of the metallic bits, I think would work really well. It's such a small scale to work at.
Yeah, it's also kind of tricky because some of the bits you think should be metallic are also painted a lot of times in the artwork and such.
Okay.
Right.
So
your references are kind of give you off.
yeah, I would say if I were to figure out how to do a bit more in weathering and all that, that's where I put a lot more of the weathering, is where the bits start moving around and
Oh, okay.
so
Makes sense. Grinding the gears and all that stuff.
yeah,
Nice.
maybe even do some battle damage. Kind of have that down with a couple dreadnoughts, but they got legends, so I haven't been touching them in a while.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I think that BattleTech is one of those interesting areas where you can do battle damage, but it's at such a small scale. It's really easy to lose control on like the size of battle damage.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I would almost say you should just use more like pins to try to figure out where your lines are supposed to go with that.
okay.
You could get hit by larger ordnance and all that, but you're right, you could get really, really carried away with that.
Yeah. It's really easy to kind of lose that out. So cool. Well, thank you for sitting with us.
Thanks for having me out.
Yeah, absolutely. So I appreciate you entering in your stuff. Do you want to grab it now, or are you gonna
I
wait?
was gonna swing by in a little bit.
Okay. All right. Well, take your time. Don't worry about it. It'll be here.
Yeah, so I got nothing better to do.
Thanks for stopping by, Shane.
Yeah. We got Logan in the chat. And
Yo, Logan.
We got a Bob Ross.
Got a Bob
emoji.
Ross.
So,
All right.
Take care, Shane. Yeah, you too. Thanks for letting us interview interrogating. We need a single light here next time, swinging. We need a light, yeah, just like, hey, what do you know
What do the
about
numbers mean, Shane?
Straps on the chair.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's how you do it. No, don't worry about it.
our next entry is by Amber, and it's the Snowy Owlbear.
Oh no, David's here. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
All right. Well, hold on.
Do we want to hop over?
Yeah, I'm hopping over. So we got.
We'll be back to yours, Amber.
Yeah,
we
we'll
promise.
be back. I'm sorry, Amber. She's probably freaking out. I'm sorry. David, what number is your Tarrasque?
I could find it.
You got that number?
42.
42. The answer to life, the universe, and everything.
So David.
Do you want to be on camera?
Would you
do you want
like to be on camera, A? You don't have to be.
I can be off camera.
All right.
If you guys want to chat.
Would you like to chat?
Sure.
All right.
All right. I'm bringing up David. So David entered in a absolutely gorgeous Tarrasque. It's okay.
It's all right.
It's
Solid
okay.
7.
It's a solid 7. Yeah. It is. It is.
Solid 7.
I think it's okay for like 5 minutes of work.
Yeah. The 5 minutes work that you slapped on there. I'm pulling up the video now so we can chat because I'm like, hey, you know what? You're here. Might as well yap your ear off about it.
Absolutely.
There we go.
This wonderful, wonderful Tarrasque.
Yeah. So the. Ooh. Hold
I hold.
that.
I hold.
I'm doing the technical things.
I hold.
Bring up the video. There we go. So this thing's huge, first off.
Yeah, it's
This
not
was-
little by any means.
This was probably the second or third largest model entered in
Yeah.
for this con of the North.
I thought it was going to be the largest, but then I came in and saw the Cthulhu and was like, no.
You almost were.
You almost were, yeah.
Yeah.
First and foremost, so David, I can announce you did win Best in Show on this model. It was a
Seriously?
tight
It was a
competition.
very,
Yep.
very tight race.
Tight
Wow.
race.
I'm honored. With the quality, like I came in and I thought I was going to do well, but I was not, like with the quality of models that were here, I was not expecting that. So that's awesome.
Well, congratulations.
Well, congratulations.
First and foremost, with that out of the way. We really looked hard at like lighting, the control over the environment. There were some areas like that caught our eye. One thing that I noted was that the guy in front, the little guy on the floor, like hit the inside of his like chest and face is all black.
It's probably from the oil wash.
Ah, okay. Because I was like, this feels like it'd be front and center for it not to have paint on it, but yeah, very little here that I was really picking on like, man, if you had only done XYZ thing. I think that you thought about your scene and you built your scene well, and then let the story kind of take place with the lighting and how you wanted to portray everything around it. So I think that composition-wise, it was a really tight choice.
It was also a very popular one.
Yeah.
When people would come and see it, it was usually like the big model Cthulhu, and then they come around the corner and then they see the Tarrasque and they're like, "Oh my, we have a Tarrasque."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like
Who
I said, like, you know, I build these models so that like we have a D&D group that meets every week, and just so that our DM can throw things at us. But I really wanted, like on these larger models, to like storytelling was really important to me. So I wanted the whole scene to like really show just how powerful this monster is, and that an entire army is like rushing at it and just breaking against it. You know, really wanted to show that, and I was happy with that aspect of it for sure. Like just telling that story the best way I could, and trying to like create little focus points all over the model where the light's hitting it to like give it motion and to draw your eye all the way across it.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that you can turn the model around and get a sense of different aspects of it where you can go, oh, I like that. Oh, I like that. Like I'm watching the video on my screen right now, and my eye keeps drawing to, this is gonna sound weird, but the back of the wall, there's lighting on it from the sun, and I love that because it pops to me. But it's those small details that I've been looking at it for the last couple days, and now I'm like, oh, the back. I really love the way that the light actually hits the back of the wall. Small details like that always catch you off guard, where you can be like, oh, I really like that about the model. Oh, I really like that about the model. And I think you did that well, where you're able to pick out small bits of detail without it being overwhelming.
Well, and Joe seeing the shadow of the creature on the base too is amazing as well.
Yeah.
So you could just tell that where you have, like, this is a big creature. It's going to cast a big shadow. And you represented, like, showed that, yeah, it's a nice, really bright, sunny day, but this thing is just that big, and it's casting that big of a shadow.
Has its own atmosphere, really.
Yeah, exactly. So here's a question, an odd question. What do you think that you would want to do to make it better?
Well, the one thing that I was worried about that I would get dinged for in the judging was, like, really the mouth and the added effect of, like, you know, I used a different product this time around, and when I applied it, I'm really bad about just throwing caution to the wind and just, like, not practicing on something else before. And so, like, I was used to using Uhu glue, and I used, like, goblin snot or some other product on this, and I just went to, like, directly into it, and I think I would have done it differently, like, this time. Like, if I had it, you know, I would have done the mouth a little bit differently, I think.
Okay.
You know, and then I probably would have maybe done a little bit more with, like, I thought about doing more with the terrain, even though I did a lot. Like, I wanted to put, like, a little pond of water underneath the Trask just to add even more elements to the environment.
Okay, I like that. Yeah.
And overall, like, I don't know, like, adding, I feel like I threw the kitchen sink at it, so I don't know what else more I would do, except maybe I spent so much time dealing with the terrain that I would have liked to have done more with the paint.
That makes sense, yeah.
Because I was really focusing on doing things I had never done before with, you know, building things with foam to, like, bring the castle in the back up, and then also like dealing with, I don't think I would ever use loose grass ever again the way I used it this time around. That was another new thing I tried, and I kind of after the fact had, like I was telling you guys yesterday, how I had to tweeze like 150 individual pieces of grass that got stuck to the model off of the Trask with tweezers, and that wasn't a fun experience. But overall, I don't think there's a whole lot different that I would do except like take time, a little more time away from doing the terrain and putting more details into the paint job.
I mean, that makes sense. But I don't necessarily see it as a bad thing that you spent enough time on the terrain, because I think that that's part of the model. It's part of the overall kind of sense of place and situation that you get to see.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like a snapshot in time. And if you don't have that, if that's lacking, then it just feels like, well, it's a nicely painted Trask, but where's all the basing? Like, what's it doing?
And I look at it more like a point of frustration. Like, that was the part that frustrated me the most, and putting it together was working with like certain aspects of doing the terrain, like the grass, and like, knowing the time limits of how much you want to let things set before you do certain other things to the model. Like, I probably wouldn't have had the issues of having to tweeze all the individual pieces of grass off the model if I had been patient and waited and let things dry. That kind of thing.
As we were discussing yesterday too, letting an oil wash sit.
Yeah.
It's like, how long? Well, if you never dealt with it before, you don't know how long to expect it to sit there.
Yeah, and I think the entire process, it wasn't only the oil wash, but it was like, I did the oil wash and I didn't allow that to dry enough in time and then I did a varnish over top of it.
Yep.
And then started doing the grass like all in the same week. And I probably should have allowed like a week between each of those steps, and I would have avoided a lot of like just annoyance, and the part that I hated about doing the model, like I could have avoided that entirely if I was just patient.
Yeah, and that would have removed that frustration that you were having with tweezers on.
Yeah, I don't ever want to break out the tweezers on the model again. That's for sure.
Do you got any questions, Kelsey? I know you.
I got to work or watch David work on this piece multiple times between competitions. So
I was gonna say, yeah.
I've been around when David's been asking questions about certain things, and he's always asking, what else can I do more, and just that's kind of one thing that I love about our Discord community as well, is that you can post these pictures up and get feedback from other painters and get thoughts from other people to help improve your painting style.
Yeah.
And I think that's just huge.
And that's the great part. Like, we have the Tuesday night paint nights at the Forge, and that's part of the, a lot of us are competing against each other in this, so it is competitive, but we're also like a good community where like it doesn't matter if you're competing with somebody, you're giving advice to painters while they're painting around you, whether they're competition or not. Like, that's the best aspect to this whole competition, really, in my opinion, is the community aspect and people really wanting to, through competition, push each other to get better, like comparing yourself to them, but also like the helpful comments you get from your competitors while you're painting with them at the Forge or on Discord too.
Brandon would like to mention Tuesday night is best paint night. Alex.
I don't want to fight. All right, this is a family show. I do think that having a friendly competition running for community builds up the community, because it's never a like, well, this is mine and I'm going to hold on to it. Because while sure you're competing, you're also cheering each other on, because you know that they really deserve this. They worked hard on this. I watched them grow as a painter, as an artist, as a doing something new or medium. Sometimes that's enough to be like, hey, I really want to see this person win. Sure, we're competing, but I want to see them win as much as they want to see me win. And at the end of the day, you're raising each other up on trying to get a trophy.
Yeah, and it's just like, even just like besides the competition aspect of it too, like sitting around a table with a whole bunch of other painters and talking about what you're doing, or somebody will they'll see me like doing a whole bunch of wet blending and they haven't tried that technique before, so you sit there for like 15 minutes and talk to them about what you're doing. It's just like, that's the fun aspect of it for me, is just being able to like explain what I'm doing or hear what somebody else explaining, because I've only been doing the miniature painting thing for about a year and a half now, 2 years, and kind of consider myself a little bit of a fledgling compared to a lot of other people participating in this. So it's fun to sit and listen to people talk about dry brushing or any other technique while you're working on your own model.
Yeah,
think about how you can add that to your repertoire or techniques that you're implementing on whatever you're painting. It's just a good aspect to paint nights in general.
I was going to say, any expert in something never feels like they're done learning. There's always something to learn, and sometimes the best thing that you can learn from too, that I found, is the like a new person coming in and going, why are you doing it that way? Can we do it a different way?
Yeah.
And sometimes just snapping you out of that, this is how we always do it, is the best way to excel in your own skill set too.
Yeah.
Trying something new, So
For sure.
Absolutely.
Well, congratulations, David.
Yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Any other comments, thoughts for Dwarven Axe Quarter 1?
Anybody that you want to say out for your adoring fans out there?
Well, now I'm just looking at the models, and I think everybody did a great job. Some of the best models I've seen so far in entering in the limited time I've been doing it. So I think it just keeps getting better and better, and I hope that people continue to enter, and if you're considering it, do it. It's just a fun experience.
Yeah, plus you get to talk to a bunch of other painters about painting stuff.
Exactly.
Who doesn't want to do that all the time?
Exactly. So.
Brandon says congrats.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brandon.
He's required by law to say that.
Yeah, I think everybody got a kick out of his tiniest miniature
Oh
ever.
my God. He was on here earlier harassing us about it.
Scoot, scoot.
Scoot,
Yeah,
scoot.
Scoot Scoot's awesome.
I would like to point out that you technically were the #1 entry on the docket.
Yeah, Brandon Scoot Scoot was #1 in our hearts.
In our hearts and minds too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just funny, like I was working on a big old Tarrasque and Brandon's sitting across the table with his like crazy bionic night vision goggles that he uses to paint. It was just
It's gonna be great.
But it's a fun contrast, and that's the great thing about looking at this cabinet with all these miniatures in it, is you have something as large as a Tarrasque, and it's just like varied models and different.
Yeah.
Everybody's done something different and cool, so fun to see it all.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Love it. Well, thank you so much, David, for
Thank you,
coming
guys.
in.
Yeah, you're
and
welcome.
Thanks for all you guys do and
Absolutely.
preparing and hosting this event. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Well, awesome. Well, do you want to collect your trash now or later?
I think now.
All right. Now's good. Now's good. All right.
Yeah, we gotta head off and do some worship.
Oh yeah.
Well, I hope you guys
The
have
eternal,
a wonderful
the
rest of your
eternal
afternoon.
struggle. Yeah. Thank you for coming in. So, you can probably get it out yourself, I think.
Otherwise,
your winnings
you
and
could
go.
also pull the curtain back on the side and
Oh
grab
yeah,
it from
that's
that
true.
way.
You can do it that way.
Is there a dot on your tent, by the way? On your name tent, in the back. You get to go see Mr. Peter across the way.
Man. Oop. Nope. Nope.
Oh,
I don't need that.
just keep an eye out for him.
I was gonna say you can pull it from the side there, too. It's always one of those things as when you're the painter of something, you can be like, ooh. You can, you know how it
Bright
goes.
lights.
Yeah, you know where to grab it.
All right.
Firmly grasp it.
Firmly grasp it.
All right. Well, thanks,
All right.
sir. Have a good time. Make your grocery shopping go well in this cold weather, but yeah, you need to stop by Daedalus. Your dealer.
Sounds like a good.
Take it easy.
Good time. See ya.
See ya. All right.
All right. Now
Amber.
back to Amber.
Back to Amber.
All right, Amber.
Snowy owl.
We got the snowy owl.
Snowy owl.
A wonderful owl bear.
It's an owl bear.
A wonderful little owl bear. I love the actual like sticks and foliage that were added onto the space.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's such life to this one. It this feels inspired by one of Jim's entries a while back.
Right.
And I don't know if that's true or not, but I really like that if that's the case because I think that that's really fun. But it's such a cute model.
It's so cute. I actually think. I wonder if it's the same. I haven't had time to ask her yet if it was a print or if it's a WizKids one because it looks like it's the same
yeah.
position. Like technically, my user profile for my Twitch is also an owl bear that I painted.
Okay, that's
but
fair.
different paint scheme.
I gotcha.
So.
I'm gonna pop it up here on the old.
But I like that
video.
there's twigs, there's a bit of water to show that it's like right next to a river or whatever.
Yep. And it's frozen.
It's frozen. It's cold.
Yep. Yeah. I think that
I think it's a print.
No liability for kids running into
could be. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's a print. Anyway.
In my thoughts for like feedback on it, white is such a difficult color to paint.
It is.
And it does feel like it was dry brushed heavily or just painted on. I think that building it up from like a gray would be really fun or a tan would be really fun to give that extra bit of texture below the model so it doesn't feel like, because right now it feels kind of gritty, it feels kind of grainy. So building up the colors below white would be really beneficial.
I can kind of see it looks like they might have started with a gray in behind that back leg, but I think it just might be a little bit, like you said, too much white. Maybe going from gray to an off cream,
Yeah.
and then building like your last final highlight being a white.
Yeah, building up to that point where you can get to that white. And then less is more with white too, I found. So having that extreme highlight of white makes it pop almost more than if you were to cover the entire thing in white.
Right.
So, but that,
And adding maybe a little mouse like behind the rock would have been kind of fun.
oh, that would have been fun, yeah. I think
But I think you got the base pretty much good.
yeah, she's got a good handle on like what she wants from the base, and I like that it does tell a story. It does tell where you are, what's going on. You know, it has a sense of purpose and place, which I think is great. But yeah, it's just the small little things that additional level for paint that brings it to the next level, I think.
I would agree.
So, because overall it's a good model. It's well painted. It's a nice solid like middle area that you want to jump from to get up to the next level. So, which is an improvement from where Amber was last year, She entered in a couple things last year, and these are, you can definitely tell that she's practiced between then and now.
For sure.
So,
Awesome.
yeah.
I know that Amber has another model eventually, but it's
Eventually,
a little bit later.
yeah. Next up,
We're back to Tom.
This guy, I tell you, this guy.
We got our elf archer.
Elvenery archery person. So, it's very comic booky. It's very bright. It's not quite pinup.
It's almost there though.
It's getting there. It's getting there. So, thoughts on this one? I got a decent look at it, but I know that weren't you looking at it pretty well?
I was looking at it fairly well.
Giving some thoughts.
The accentuating of the abs was really, really big.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just a stunning model in general. The position of the elf, the motion of the cape that she has, just there's a lot of movement with this piece. I just think it's nice.
It is a nice piece. I think that he captured the colors really well. The green as opposed to like the skin tone being more brown, the warmer brown of the bow. There's a differentiation to the leather. He did a good job of capturing different elements with similar color palettes, but not overwhelming it. The skin is also really well done where the blending is really solid. He is doing a lot of back and forth. I think
there could be a little bit better blending in some places, but it's not, like, overall it's not bad. It's just certain places, like on that part right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, or the right hand thigh,
right,
like up near the hip. It feels a little. That feels like what should be more lit from lighting is almost in shadow, and I guess the directional lighting is from her left top,
right,
which would make sense. But I feel like it's too stark for the transition. It feels like it kind of just drops off,
right,
when it should be gradual. So.
Well, and even if you really wanted to go further, you could do a smaller lines on the hair to accentuate the hair a little bit more, add more texture there.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I like her face.
Her face is really well done.
Yeah, the
horns
eyes.
the horns are nice.
The horns are nice. Just everything about it. I believe this earned a gold.
I believe so.
Coin. So I mean, it's top notch. It was in the top 10% of models kind of idea. Every element on this is really well picked out. The base is really thought out. So it's not like it's a bad model in the least. But picking up a model, make sure you get yourself. You should have a coin up there too.
A coin?
Yeah.
Coin. You didn't see a coin? Should have been one next to it. No?
Do silver?
Yeah. Yeah, that one.
We'll
That one did earn a silver coin. Yeah.
I got something.
Yeah. So yeah. Not only will we be reviewing your model on stream and talking about the critiques and such, but you earn a coin. The coins go for those that are watching right now too. The coins are, if you get a bronze, it's like hey, you entered in and you're progressing on your path to bettering your model or bettering your quality. Silver is like hey, you're on your way to a gold. You're above bronze. You're doing really well, but you're just not quite to that top like 10%. And then gold is like you were in the running for a trophy. And so yeah, so you got yourself a coin.
To be honest with you, I just entered because I've never entered one.
Well, I'm glad you did.
I didn't. This is kind of just a speed paint with, I have my own kind of slap chop way of doing stuff.
Yeah.
It's the new favorite word. I do a Zenithal airbrush with black and white, and then I hit it with a coat of speed paint.
Hey, whatever works.
And then if I feel like, going the extra mile, then I come back and do some highlights. And like I was telling him, I got so many minis and so much paint and bulk that I just never really sit down and spend hours on one mini. It's gonna just, I'm gonna batch paint 10 bad guys at once.
You know, though, it's funny because since speed paints and like contrast paints came out, they do a good job of getting you most of the way there, and then having a good base to either continue on to further things or just leaving it alone and be like, hey, it looks good from 3 feet. Yeah, good tabletop. It's good quality. So. Anyway, thank you very much for entering in.
Next year I'll try and bring something with a little more effort into it.
Love to see it. Love to see it. We'll be there. So this is our Q1 event. So if you have any other interest, we'll be in. There's more information on our website, but otherwise it'll be around. Yeah, the big Trask. Yeah. Huge thing.
It was a 3D print from Peter.
Yeah, from Daedalus over there. So it's a fun one.
So the gold coins are just like really well done models. The ones that have the gold axes next to them are the ones that won in that category.
Yep. Yeah, they're all the winners that it was a tough competition this year. So we were just actually talking about that one. Yep. Well, Tom someone here wants you to know that it was cheating. It's Tom. Tom's over there.
Tom
actually,
Nelson's on the other side of the booth from Dallas.
It's cheating for it being bigger. Yeah. Yeah. Right. It got a silver coin, but it didn't win any. It didn't place in anything.
40 hours of painting.
It definitely would have been the fan choice, I think, for sure. So.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
So, you guys, what's your website again?
It's over there. It's Dwarven
It's on
Axe
our
Painting.
banner
It's on the
back
banner
there.
over there.
We also have a Discord if you want to follow the QR code. That's fair.
That's fair. But yeah. Old school. I love it.
We are currently
we're actually-
working on it
yeah,
right
we're
now.
Currently streaming actually to Twitch.
No, you're all
you're
good.
fine. You're fine.
We
That's
don't
why
mind.
we're doing it live. But
I'm interrupting the entire time, so you were just.
you're fine.
I have the worst peanut gallery.
We'll be posting all videos of like the turntable ones. Yeah, we did them all. So we'll be posting the video up for stream as well for all the reviews, and then each
The
individual.
turntables.
Yeah, and then all of the turntables will be on YouTube. So
Except for the one that we had to take a photo of, which was the
Yeah.
Cthulhu.
The Cthulhu one was rough.
No, that
couldn't
would
get
not
it
fit in
done.
our light box.
No, could not do it. Yeah. Child. It's a child. Broke our stream even. So
Yeah.
yeah, thanks much.
Sounds good.
All right, well thank you Tom for entering in your
Thanks, Luke.
Your
And thank you, Tom.
yeah, thank you Tom for
All right, our next one is the Warlord Titan from David Jankowski.
Look at those little tiny ones. They're so
Little tiny.
cute. They're so cute. I do have to say, love the freehand.
Yes.
From one person to another that does freehand on shoulders of knights. I love it. It speaks to my soul. Thank you for Bob Rossing it.
I wasn't sure with this model
Uh-oh.
if it was a situation where I just really I love the paint. The paint is well done. The decal work was really well done too. I don't know if it was just because it was a Warlord Titan that I really liked it, or is it because it's Space Wolves?
A little column A, a little column B.
Probably both.
Could be a little both.
Also, just seeing the little guys.
Oh, the little guys. Yeah, I love the Legion. Nope, that's not the right one. Legion Imperialis stuff all over the place is really fun on it because it gives it a nice sense of scale that you don't get normally on like at a you don't get normally on if you don't have it on that base.
Right.
So I think that it's impressive in and of itself for the Titan being painted and being painted really well, but also all the little miniatures on the base that just tell a story.
Just noticed there's a guy on the back of the Warlord Titan.
Yeah.
I didn't see that the first time.
Yeah, it's super cool. Like,
I'm still finding something really cool on the model every single time I look at it.
Yep, I think David, you captured the essence of scale for this. I think that's my big takeaway is scale. In some feedback, I would say adding more details, giving more color to like the armor or the weapons. I think you did a fine job with the plating, like the armor plating, and having like the trim. It's all really well. It's nice and clean, and it has good. Good distinction between the items, but I think just adding like the cables need some additional color or different color from the armor. You have some reds around. Toss that on some little bits or what are they called for gribblies? Little gribblies. Tossing those on some places, adding in some engine grease or some heat burn or whatever too. So I think there's places you can go with it, but if you want to keep it just clean, go for it.
It looks great.
This is awesome tabletop quality. Just slapping this down on the table, beautiful.
For sure.
So,
well done, David.
But yeah, I agree with the decal work though. Top
really
notch.
good.
Yeah. Mad respect. So, thank you very much.
Another David.
Another David.
We have Killaboss.
Oop. That's the wrong video. That's not a Killaboss.
That's not a Killaboss. That's the next one.
Oh boy. What number am I looking at? 22?
You are looking at number 22.
22. Look at this. You should fire me. I'm not good at this job. 22. Go. There we go.
We'll be back with those rattlings at some point, though.
There we go.
Here we go.
Killaboss. Big man.
Killaboss.
As opposed to his other work, I felt like this one was a little washed out. Maybe I was missing that.
I could see that.
They're doing live streaming for Paint Judgment.
I could also see it being more going into like the grimdark, more grimdark than your Warlord Titan was.
Yeah. And the highlighting on the flag is really top notch. I really like it because it doesn't feel like it's just white. It doesn't feel like it's gray. It actually has tone to it. It has a nice brown. I really like how the overall model feels. I'm a little lost on his face.
Yeah, I think the skin tone could be highlighted a little bit more, especially like his foot on his left foot. His arms could be highlighted a little bit more, especially like this one. His right foot is really nicely highlighted, but his left one on the other side
really
is not.
dim. Yeah, it feels like it was missed.
Yeah.
Same with the back, like underneath the cloak, it feels like it was kind of just missed, which is a bummer. But like the mount skin tone is really fun.
Oh, it's so fun.
Like I love the transitions that it has. It's got a nice subtle shift between them that doesn't feel like it's at all lost on. Like there's a stark contrast between it. It feels like it blends pretty nicely,
So Brandon mentioned that this is pretty cool looking too. Love the flag and the shield.
Oh yeah. I think the shield pops it nicely. That nice like burst of red. It draws your eye in, so that you're looking front and center at the guy. So I do. There's a lot going on this model. So trying to get everything working cohesively while you trying to have everything work cohesively while trying to pick out certain details is really difficult. So I think that it's a good exercise in like practice on that, because
Right.
specifically these models from the Age of Sigmar line are really, really busy.
Right.
Really, really busy. So I don't know. I'm trying to think of other things that I wanted to come back to on this model beyond like the foot. But did you have anything else that you were thinking about?
It was yesterday around 12, 15-ish.
It's just the foot and the skin tones. I also feel like I like the white on the flag. I don't know having the head being white too is kind of detracting from it.
Yeah.
But that's also not my choice, it's the artist's choice. So
That's
it's
true.
one of those things where it's hard to say that this is wrong, because it's not. It's
No, but I think that it's a good thing to point out that if you had that being a different color, or even tying it back to the color of the mount, like
Right.
some of the colors that the mount has, it would help tie the model together, but not feel like it's just a continuation of the flag.
right. And I just think that it definitely is a attractor. It make your eyes do naturally go to it, but it feels like it almost distracts from the rest of the model, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because you see the nice skin tones on the Gnash tooth, and then you see like the shield. It looks great, but then it kind of gets up to that head on the white top of the flag, and it's like it's really bright.
Yeah. That I especially agree with that.
So that's the only thing that I've noticed. But otherwise, I think it's really well done.
Sweet. I agree.
Cool.
Fun. Thank you very much, David, for entering it in. It was a fun ride. Next up, hey, we just saw this. Accidentally, maybe.
The rattling sniper.
Rattling snipers. Look at them. They're so cute.
I really like this sculpt a lot.
the sculpt is fun.
I've been meaning to actually get this sculpt at some point and paint it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Chris. I will find it at some point.
The thing. So, I'm a big sucker for tartan or like or plaid, and the little rattling having a plaid cloak. Love it. It's just so good. This model also has a crap ton of detail.
Oh, it has a lot of detail.
So
It has a
much
lot
going
of
on.
character, story, what have you. It has everything.
This is a
Put the Shire soundtrack on there and you're golden. with some bullets flying in the background.
how fast could we have gotten the ring to Mordor if only. I really enjoy this model overall. David did a good job in picking out small details, accentuating everything so it didn't just become kind of a mess of. You can easily, if you have a lot of details, you can easily get lost in that mess of like, oh man, it's just another thing. No one's going to pay attention to it. But like all the bottles are picked out, and you can feel that they're all labeled with something. They the chickens are cooked. The sausages are there, so it has a lot of life to it, and I think that David bringing those details forward really make it shine.
Right. Well, and all the edge highlighting and every little bit just seems like it's supposed to be there.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's having to be. It doesn't feel like he skipped anything.
No.
This is definitely a much more. This is a much more of a passion project to me. To me, it feels like that. So it's exciting to see.
I agree.
But
Well done, David.
yeah, some things to note. If I let's bring up the footage.
Roll that beautiful bean
Yeah,
footage.
roll that beautiful bean footage. Come on, computer box.
Did it crash again?
I believe no. I hope not. Yeah, right. Things that I would change is maybe do some additional highlights on some of the details around. So you have a really good amount of details, and like the skin tones are really good, but you could add some additional highlights on the weapon. You could add some additional highlights on the tartan. You could add additional highlights on some of the clothing, the items in the bins. Like you can bring it to the next level by just adding some sharper highlights.
You also could add texture to the sandbags too.
Yeah, texture to the sandbags so that they look more like burlap would be really good instead of just being a little bit flat. I think that would actually pop it really nicely. Same with the stone, adding a little bit more texture to the stone. But I want to come back with some useful feedback that you can improve upon it. Yeah, excellent.
Very good.
Yeah, thank you so much for entering that. That was super fun to look at.
We have another David after this one.
Another one?
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
And another.
And this is the Birch Sylvaneth.
So this caught the eye of so many people going by and noticing that it had birch.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, the white is not an easy thing to work with. That is for sure.
Yeah, white is not an easy thing to work with. Birch is not an easy thing to work with because it has so many like subtle browns and tans and grays that are all built into it. And then you also have it on a white background. It's like,
the color palette was just very well done on this.
Yeah. Someone actually came by and mentioned that it looked like Arcane.
Okay.
Something from Arcane. So that was fun to see. Oh, this is I need to go to 25.
Number 24.
So, I think it's a really good, like an entire army of this on the table would be gorgeous.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The color pickouts I think are excellent for it, without it being overwhelming. The big feedback that I had for it was tightening the brush control on the birch, like the birch lines.
Right.
It felt really big, really thick, and they kind of overwhelmed each other. That was a big one for me.
Well, not to mention some of the lines on a birch tree actually are from healing from having other branches sawn off or taken off, and so you're gonna have white spots in some of those birch lines. So you could definitely add some that look like they have knot in them, and add some differentiating lines just to bring more character to it.
Yeah. But do you think that it would take away from like the brown, or could he add something to the brown as well to indicate that? Because I'm trying to think of a birch tree. Don't they have more of a gray?
A gray white.
Yeah, gray white.
I would just add more brighter highlight.
Yeah.
Even if you really wanted to just do subtle lines of the white like interior of the bark, that would look really nice.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like that. Yeah.
You wouldn't have to do much. You could almost glaze it in.
Yeah. It wouldn't be difficult to do for that. So, the basing tells a story. It really does. This feels fall.
It's
very
fall.
like fall. So I love it.
It's very cool.
I love it. Well, thank you.
Thank you, David, on that
David.
One more.
Oh my God.
My favorite.
Ugh.
My favorite.
I'm so tired.
Space Bear Bust.
Space Bear Bust.
Seeing this makes me want to finish working on mine. I've been probably halfway done with finishing mine for ages.
Did we see this one somewhere? I swear we saw David post this somewhere.
You might have.
Maybe. I have the term that I use to Kelsey to like as a large. Well, you know what? No, I'm going to start with the good. The skin tone, phenomenal. Skin tone's great. I like the color palette and choices that you made on it. I really, really do feel that you did a good job with picking out what colors you wanted to put where. My biggest detriment for me is that it feels overwashed. It Feels like that the wash overtook everything and just kind of made
Hi,
it
Jimmy.
a little bit additionally glossy.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. We have a winner here coming in. We're streaming right now, so yeah.
Of course
Yeah,
you can.
absolutely. Yeah. Come on back.
Everyone,
you get to
this
see the
is
sausage
Jimmy.
making. Yeah,
Jimmy
there
says
you are.
hi.
You
I
are
think-
in shot. You are in shot. It's really small. It's over there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Welcome.
you're welcome.
I would love to have a shot.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
If you want to sit down and talk
Yeah,
shop
we
right now,
can talk
actually,
about
you know
it right
what?
now if you want.
You know what? Well, hold on. We'll finish
we'll
this
finish
one. yeah.
David's here, and then we'll
Yeah,
finish
yeah.
David's, and then we'll hop to you.
But David, I would say I swear that we've seen this one. I swear that he posted this somewhere because I remember the cloth underneath being kind of pink and he adding additional texture. And I know that he did. He posted this in the Discord. So he actually came in asking for some feedback. And I think that he really did a good job in taking some of the feedback that we gave him, adding some additional texture on
I agree.
the cloth. Doing some additional work on the shield so that it pops a little more.
Right.
I like that the shield has some damage around the edges, but I think if he were to take that and do more of it, it would do more for me. And also like the pattern inside the shield would be really nice if it had additional coloring.
Yeah, I can see that.
Maybe just hit it with a matte varnish. It's always difficult to be like, oh yeah, you should cut down on that washed feel, but how do you do that in an effective way
Right.
other than just adding more color,
Right. Pardon me.
So much fun. I haven't
No.
tried the expansion, but it's definitely
Ooh, there it is. Bless you.
Thank
Bless
you.
you.
Thank you.
I don't know. That's mainly what I take away from it is like the washed feel is prevalent here, and that's where I'm like, how do we pull him back from that?
Right. I think a lot of it has to do with just the varnishing, in all honesty. So even if you wanted to keep some things shiny, you could mask off the stuff that you want to stay matte or shiny and just varnish with those specific things.
Yeah.
Because I could imagine like the power armor being shiny, and the shield and the chains, but maybe the big woolly bear cloak and his hair and his skin could be more matte.
Yep.
And if you wanted to go something with more satin with like the cloak that's around his waist, you could do satin on that.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's about picking out where your sheens are, where your there's a term for it. I'm losing it. It's not varnish. Finishers or whatever. Anyway, your finishing is you're looking for what what the effect is going to be, and if you want it to be shiny, like by all means, do shiny.
Right.
Some people enjoy having that gloss look, but for myself at least, I want the texture of whatever I'm looking at to match the whatever the item is. So it could be personal preference. It could be artistic choice. I like that David came in asking for feedback, getting feedback, and then making active changes on it.
Right.
And I think that he's got some distance to go on it yet, but
It looks great.
It's making improvements. Yeah, it turned heads.
Yeah.
It did. It really did. So.
For sure. All right. So
Well, thank you, David, for
Thank you,
entering
David,
that.
for
Really
entering.
appreciate that.
So Logan mentioned that they'll be on their way, so we'll be able to talk to Logan about their piece. But in the meantime,
Logan, I have so much to say. So
do we
much to
want to hop to 46, which would be
46.
Jimmy's
All right.
winning piece?
His winning piece. All right, 46 it is. Let me pull it up here.
We'll keep a mark on where we were off of the numbers.
25. It'll be on the
26.
other side. Yeah, we'll be heading over to 26. What are we looking at? 46, you
We're
said?
looking Korea 46.
46. All right.
All right, Jimmy.
All right, Jimmy.
Would you like to come over
Come
and
sit
talk
down.
about your open category here? Then maybe we
Awesome.
can talk about your other two as well.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, you're okay.
How could you?
There you go. Everybody welcome
you can hold it, whatever.
Hello.
So Jimmy, tell us about this piece. So we're showing it off.
Open category rebirth.
Okay.
Yep. Here, I'll pop it up on screen. Folks are watching it online, so this is what they're seeing. So, so tell us about the piece because obviously it has a lot of emotion to it. It has a lot of feeling to it. So what made you pick out and want to go with this?
Well, honestly, this is one of those pieces that I started with the miniature. I just saw it being sold at a convention. I was like, oh, this is gorgeous, and I wanted to pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a big challenge for me because normally I'm doing I paint a lot of Warhammer, so therefore I'm doing a lot of like humanoid figures.
Yep.
So doing a creature was a totally different challenge for me.
Of course.
And it was a breathtaking it was a great breath of fresh air for me because it's a miniature that doesn't have any game behind it. It was an opportunity for art's sake for me.
Yep.
So I really wanted to try and do something bigger than I'd ever done before, which is why I built this whole diorama around it. I was heavily inspired, as many of you probably saw, by Princess Mononoke. The tree kami coming through the woods, and every step that it takes, there's like this pop of wildlife underneath it. The big thing that I wanted to do was just try and tell a story through the art without any text, without any words, being able to really show off like, hey, what can you see from a single frame, as if this was a big like a Renaissance-esque type of painting. Yeah. So I tried to do a lot of I played a lot with like the hues and the shadows to really bring the focus onto the elk, as well as like doing a little bit of like playing around with like fluorescent paint in like the foliage and like all the leaves just to make them really pop a little bit more. I referenced at least like a dozen different species of deer and elk and moose in order to try and get like references to all of them. This is obviously a big magical deer, so I wanted to reference as many species as I could so that it wouldn't feel like, oh yes, this is the American white-tailed doe or anything like that.
You don't want to stick with just one. You need it has to be kind of everything. Yeah.
One of the bigger challenges for me was just trying to nail the feeling of texture in the fur, and that took, I want to say, several hours of just slowly glazing on and adding in, like building up layers of different fur so that you could have the different textures going on, especially in the like left rear hind quarter. The story that I really wanted to sell was that obviously you're sitting here in a burnt out woods. I used a lot of different natural materials as I possibly could. I was gonna say the actual piece of wood looks like it was burned. Like
a piece of charcoal that you pulled from fire.
Yep,
so.
that came out of my wife's fire pit, actually. And I've been really big on reusing as many materials as I possibly could. Like all these branches came out of, and the trees coming out of the ground came out of my backyard.
Okay,
actually.
yeah.
I made sure to like bake it in the oven a little bit just to make sure that it would be like completely dead and not rot anymore.
You're much more careful than I was when I grabbed some of mine. Mine were just dried sticks. I was like, this should be good enough, and I pulled them inside. So.
It was such a fun piece, and you saw me when I brought it out, and I was so excited to see it, and I instantly knew what you were going for, and I was just ecstatic.
So I have never seen Princess Mononoke. I've never seen any Studio Ghibli stuff. So I've been shamed online. Don't worry about it. I've been shamed. Yes, I understand. But I was able to, coming from this, from having no concept of what it was, I was like, oh, I understand. And actually, I didn't get quite the same like understanding until I put it down and I stepped back. And when I stepped back and I looked down on the model, I was like, oh, I get it. I understand. You know, the walking through the forest and rebirth. And I was like, oh, it's all making sense. He said the word. I finally understood what the piece meant, and that was really cool to be able to step back and really understand what you were going for. And I loved it. It was great. I love your reuse of materials and natural things. Like the wood. My biggest critique, so if I can shift into a critique on this one.
Hit me with it.
Is I would have wanted the forest darker.
Okay.
I would have wanted the contrast between the forest being burned, and I know the ash isn't always like straight black, but having it being a little bit darker so that the greens could pop a little more would be really nice. Same with like some soot on the trees going up, so that you have more of that, you have more black so that it becomes kind of a darker feeling. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. No.
Okay.
A little bit more contrast would be awesome on this. The one thing that I will say is on your backs and your sides down here, if you're going for black, you could go for like black 4, which is a very, very dark color. It's a very, like it's the blackest black you can get. And when I say it's black, it's like flat matte and it sucks in color. It sucks in light. It's crazy. But you can paint with it, and then you get rid of this glossy kind of thing going on around the backs.
But I think that was just literally Vallejo airbrush color or something like that I had on hand.
I get that. I see that. But I think you did a fantastic job in presentation of the model itself, getting your colors right, having a story being told, using. I think that natural elements pulling into a piece sells it more than if you were to try and build this using green stuff and like try and make something work. It's like, no. Grab what nature has to offer. It feels more real, and I think you did it super well on this one. So, yeah, I know, right? It's weird. It feels super real being that it's natural. Hey, man, I'm working on my repertoire. Get out of here.
Natural looking stone dry brush.
Yeah, this is the first diorama that I built on that I've built from scratch at all. I've used plenty of like scenic sculpted bases before, but doing it from hand was a humbling experience to
it is.
What you see a lot of the masters doing. So if I was to do this again, I would have a totally different approach, especially how I'm handling the clay and the plaster and everything like that.
If you want some inspiration too, you can go to like Boyle Hobby Time. He's a YouTuber. Does a bunch of cool stuff. Luke Towan as well does a fantastic job. He's a railroad miniature railroad hobbyist, and he does a ton with like environments. So 2 people that you could probably potentially go to and see what, watch some videos and
inspiration and ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. What is one thing that you would want to change for the model? If you were to go back and make a change, like what's one thing?
One thing that I would really like to try and change is to really push the idea of where the directional light is really coming from.
Okay.
In the theater of my mind, the way that I had seen this was that I wanted a really bright sun effect coming from the right-hand side and then shining down and then really casting casting like a more dramatic shadow, as if the deer was coming out of the forest along with the sun, and the 2 of them together are bringing like life back into
that's good. Gave me
the forest.
Gave me goosebumps just then. Love it.
But light is hard.
Yes, light is hard.
I did a little bit of it on the elk itself. Like the right-hand side of it is brighter, and then the left-hand side is more shadowed in. but I really needed to do a better job of selling that on the base and the diorama itself, because that just feels very monolit, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like it. Well, thank you so much.
Of course.
For entering in. And for walking us through. I really appreciate the interview.
Yeah.
And that we could sit you down. So thank you so much. Hopefully you'll be back.
I will.
For another one.
Honestly, my I told you guys this yesterday, but I've been painting miniatures for since I was 15 years old, so it's been 19 years now, and I feel old now. And in the past year, I've just been trying a whole bunch of new stuff and really just trying to push my limits. And I've just been watching as many videos as I possibly can and just trying to do different styles and see what I like, what resonates with me. And this was one of those big experimentations for me where I wanted to push myself. So
it shows. So thank you very much. It's awesome. So,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's great, man. So yeah, you're doing good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And if you have any dots on your tent, you can go visit next door over here to Dallas.
Yep.
So
Yep.
just
Feel free to-
check your tents, and if you have a dot, then you can go visit over there. Thank you.
All right, let's.
You want to hop back up to 26?
26.
And I hope you have a great rest of your con.
I will. Honestly, I think I'm just going to walk around and
Hey.
Good choice.
Do it up. That's the good one.
Let the good vibes roll.
What you got, Tom? All right, flipping back.
All right.
We got Bellicor.
Bellicor by David Flinger.
Yeah, we're talking about you, man.
Would you like to come sit over here, David,
Want to sit down
interview?
and talk shop?
You don't have to if you don't want to, but...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
We'll get it figured out.
We're losing it. It's all coming down around us.
Just fixing up the curtain on our case here. But yeah, Bellicor. Would you like to be interviewed, David?
Cool.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
Would you like to take a seat?
Excuse me. Sorry, Jimmy.
Bellicor.
Oh.
David does want to have a chat. So.
Oh, he does? Okay,
Yeah.
well, awesome. Can kind of start off with it. So Bellicor, tell us a little bit about Bellicor.
Bellicor is actually kind of a stretch for me. I'm usually more of a sci-fi painter, so I decided to go into something different, try more of the fantasy, and it just kind of spoke to me as a cool-looking model. And I knew it'd be a challenge getting the blacks to look right with the highlights and so forth. And then kind of got through all the blacks, got it looking good. Then the real next challenge became how do you add some splashes of color to it?
Yeah.
In order to bring some things out. So that's where I got into the face and the tongue. Spent a lot of time trying to get the blending correct on the tongue and getting that scar across it to glow and bring some up. But actually, one of the things I spent most of the time on this model was on the base.
The base for Bellicor, I've painted one, and it's intense.
It is.
It's a lot more intense than you think.
Getting down into that lava and getting the highlighting right on it, and then all the touch-ups.
Yep.
Because you're constantly trying to reach for something and hit something wrong.
Yep. And then you got to go back and redo it and all that. Yeah.
And then you start looking, oh, there's more lava.
Yep.
And there's more lava.
There's always more.
And then all the skulls.
How often do you need to highlight it? Do I want to really highlight it all everywhere, or do I want it splashy?
Yeah.
And you do. You really have to make some choices at some places because some things aren't real obvious. Where is the lava exactly coming from, and trying to think back through that. So it was a process of really kind of examining the model and bringing it. And then I think one of the things that I'm proud of is the base is really good on that, but it doesn't fill the whole base.
Yep.
So I've seen where people don't take that extra effort, and I think just finishing out, putting in the extra basing material, adding some tufts and stuff, really finished out the base on that model.
Yeah, the biggest, I had some takeaways with it, but the basing was never one. It felt like it was cohesive, and it really built up to Be'lakor. It didn't feel like it took away. It didn't feel like it was distracted. It was a perfect pairing to the model itself.
Thank you. There was a very nice balance between the two.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I love it, and you can, like, we've all seen Be'lakors where it's just he's just stuck to his base, and it's like, but it's just, there's so much more that could be done with it. It screams for more. I see that you left off, if I remember correctly, he should have like a Marine or a Sigmarite laying at his feet. Did you?
I left that off intentionally.
Okay.
I felt like it started to distract.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
And in order to add that in, it just felt like there's so much already put into the base, and then to add that model would cover up a lot of that work. And
okay.
I didn't think it was really needed for him. So yeah, that was a conscious decision to leave that out. Plus, it gives the flexibility with Be'lakor, as you can actually play him in Age of Sigmar or 40K.
Yeah. Anything that you're coming back to this now, looking at this model, is there anything that you would change?
I've thought, once I got down, there's so much black to him. And I thought about, at one point, maybe the wings shouldn't be black. Maybe either the skeletal bones of it should be a different color, or the wings, the actual wing material, could stand to be a different color.
Yeah.
In order to break up that black a little bit.
If you were to have picked a different color, which color would you have chosen?
Probably more of like a purplish, fleshy tone to it, in order to complement with the sword and the blue hues, the cool hues there. But yeah, kind of a fleshy with hints of purple to it.
Yeah, and I think that would be where my brain goes, is like an off teal or an off purple, to kind of accentuate those colors. I've also seen Be'lakor with like playing with light on one side versus another, so that you get like a play on light.
Which you could complement that with the lava from the base. You know, if you had the kind of the source lighting coming up from the bottom on the inside of the wings, that could produce some really cool effects.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is something that I think is, while this is one of those, this is after the fact. It's a beautifully painted model. So it's one of those, like, what do you do when you get done with it, and you're because enough has to be enough at some point. You could work on a model forever, but you got to know when that cutoff point is. So having kind of that reflection, I find is really useful to go, hey, what would you change? Because I know that I could look at any one of my models and be, I'd love to change this or that or this, but I just don't have time, or I ran out of time, or I ran through my clock, or I got sick of it, eventually.
Actually, one of the biggest challenges I had was with painting him is age holding on to him. And it's the classic, you paint something, you touch it, and you mess up the paint. So I got to a point, especially with the nails at the end of the wings, where I messed them up enough times I finally got smart and clear coated them.
Oh, there you go.
So that and let it set. So I was like, okay, now that's at least locked in at that point. I can always add to it if I want to, but it locked in because I kept knocking the paint off.
Using varnish, especially when it's like a high touch model, using varnish to be kind of like a save point is useful.
Invaluable.
It's invaluable for that. So, cool. Yeah. We really enjoyed looking at it. I was going to say, you hit a lot of the things where you're like, I wish I could go back and do this. You hit a lot of the critiques that I had, which was like, it's a lot of black. It looks good, but it's a lot of black. What do you do to break up that monotony? But yeah.
So you got the eye, and you know what to look for.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah.
And it's only going to ever help you with the models that you paint. So that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So
actually, my biggest challenge is with my age, is losing my eye.
Gotta get those Brandon's on here, and he's got those like big goggle glasses, and
I got the big magnifiers.
Yeah.
But that's actually been the most frustrating thing for me paint wise in the last 5-6 years. it's starting to get losing that close focus there.
Yeah, I can understand
This
that.
is awesome, though.
Yeah,
Well done.
yeah,
Appreciate it.
yeah. I love it. So thank you so much
Yeah.
for entering in, and I hope to see you back for more.
Oh, I will be definitely.
Awesome.
Awesome. I love these competitions. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope you have a rest of the con.
Yeah. You got. That's a
Yeah.
gold coin. You earned yourself a gold coin. Yeah, think of it as like bronze is like you're moving up through the ranks. You still got a lot to do, but you got something, right? You did something good. Silver is you're refining well, and you're moving up towards that gold. And then gold is
You were up for contention.
up for contention, discussion for that ultimate prize. Yeah.
Awesome.
Excited, yeah. Awesome. Do you have a dot on the back of yours? I don't know.
A 10.
On the back of the tent, if you got a dot.
Nope.
No, it was. All right. And Daedalus came through and like grabbed. We got thrown out of the way of the case, and they started putting dots everywhere. I don't know. It's just, yeah, right.
Peter's like, I
They were
heard
really
my
mean
name.
about that. They were really mean.
He's like, I heard my name.
Peter from Daedalus was being abusive.
Oh, and then we get.
You threw us out of the way of the case, and we're just putting dots everywhere, and we didn't know what you were doing. It was just so mean.
Hey, okay, we're
I know,
good.
right?
Right.
Yeah, just dots on dots.
All right, this one's the fun one.
This one's the fun one? Oh, boy.
Dandy Claws by Nairi.
Dandy Claws. All right. I got to bring it up.
So this model won our Jim Spur Award, which is current. So to note, the Jim Spur Award is awarded to the one of the most creative models that it was submitted for this competition, and I believe you will see here momentarily why it was definitely selected.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Jim Spur Award is for the judge's choice on the most creative item, as Kelsey pointed out. And it bounced around a bit.
It did.
It did. It bounced around a bit.
This award definitely went between a lot of different people, but it ultimately landed on this one. It was another fan favorite throughout the convention.
It was. It's goofy. It's cute. As soon as it came in, people started noticing it and really talking about it. So it was exciting to be able to hand off the award, her husband's award, to her, which was super fun, super funny to be able to do that. And then, it's a fun model. It's goofy. It's fun. Yeah, I got like
lighthearted.
Everything about it is just. It feels like Christmas.
Sure.
I don't know. I'm trying to think of with this model specifically. The critiques that I have for it are like additional highlighting, additional layers, adding some depth. But it's just a fun model.
Yeah.
It's just fun.
Well, and it's not what you would expect for a Christmas model either.
No,
just
it's
like
not.
all of a sudden a beholder is
A
here with
beholder.
the Santa hat, with all the iStocks having Santa hats too.
Like this is something that I would want to throw on the table with my players
For a Christmas one-shot.
Christmas one shot and just make them laugh. That's all I
Right.
want. I just want goofy BS for it. So
For sure.
I mean, my feedback really is just additional layers and shading and highlighting and that kind of stuff. Anything from you that you're thinking?
Oh yeah, it's just a dry brush would help a lot too.
There's a lot of texture on this.
Yes.
To get easily picked up.
But yeah, it's just cute. It's so cute.
It's so cute. As always, Nairi, thank you for entering in and doing all the hard work that you do at the con.
Yes.
I appreciate all that you do for it. So,
Awesome.
Jacob, if you want to be a part of this, you get over here.
You chose the wrong place to sit.
That's true, I did.
Just saying.
I did.
I hope they can hear me clearly.
They absolutely can.
Fantastic.
Jacob, our longtime judge,
Hey, co-founder. Of
co-founder, I'm sorry.
All right, we have
Sorry.
number 28, the Black Legion Dreadnought by Eric.
I'm sorry, we're trying to work here, okay? Trying to work here?
Yeah, see, I'm the fun guy that has like an idea, kind of.
Oh, okay, all right.
We know what's going on.
Okay. Who are we looking at now?
We're looking at Eric Reagan, Black Legion Dreadnought.
Okay.
Number 28.
Black Legion. Let's go.
Yeah.
There we go. Man, what a fantastic model with texture and skin tone. This is
well done.
Well, just super well done. All the colors are in place. It feels like it has a heavy metal style, to me at least. I really like the black. Thank you.
Congratulations.
I love the black on the Black Legion because it doesn't feel black. It feels dusty and gray.
Right.
It doesn't. It's not like he just took black and just painted black and then did trim and he was like, it's good to go. There's a lot of thought and purpose behind what he was doing.
I'm sorry, it's Game Mother.
And the skin tones are so good.
Yeah, they are.
The skin tones, just the texturing on the armor plating, the metallics, just the washing on the metallics is just so well done. There's not really any pooling that we saw while looking at this model,
if any at all.
Go ahead.
No, the big like items for feedback that I was coming to were like gap filling. It's less about the paint and it's more about the like additional things that could be done. This is really high level work, but it's additional like weathering would be helpful. Bringing it to the next level on adding some additional tones to the skin so it feels more real rather than, right now it feels like you could definitely see it being in a comic booky kind of style.
Right.
But it leans towards wanting that realism, so pushing it towards, hey, I want to add some blood, or I want to add some like additional darker purple for like irritation, things of that nature. Would be fun.
And then we also talked about you could tell that your rocks look a little quirky still. Yeah. So just trying to add even some texture paste to kind of meld those cork stands together. You did some of it on the front of the base and it looks really nice.
Yeah.
But just adding a little bit more inclusively around the rest of the base would really tie it in.
Yes. This was a gold coin winner, so it definitely has it's a level up from everything else, and it was in the top contention. Oh, the decal work.
Yes.
There's a single decal on the model, and it's excellently done.
Yes.
But to your point, the basing needs something more than just the cork, because it just feels like cork.
Yeah.
So making it feel like rock is difficult, but you can do it with like some sand and some glue and some filler, so it doesn't have that porous effect that cork typically has, which is a bummer, because cork is such a good basing material.
Exactly.
So,
congratulations.
Thank you for entering, sir.
Worse than I normally do, but I'm disappointed in myself in that.
Oh no, but it was fun. There were a lot of good. You had a lot of good entries on what you were doing for it, and we did comment on the because you had the Warlord Titan.
Yep.
All the little guys.
Yep.
The little guys, they're so cute.
I really liked that a lot.
Just fantastic. Yeah, she was up there on that one. She loved it.
This is 11 Space Marines on there. The 10 on the bottom of the
Woof.
and then one
on the back.
In the back. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. I loved it.
Also, the Bob Ross on the shoulder, from one night player to another that does a lot of, I paint all my shoulder pads with like a Bob Ross style environment. It's much more difficult than people give it credit for, and it's so much fun.
I did that on my previous night that I had heard.
Yep.
Then I have a Titanic scale night that I also did.
I love it.
Nice.
Well, thank you, sir, for entering in.
Thank you for doing all this.
Absolutely.
Of course.
I like doing it.
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll see you back another time. And
Yep. I'll be doing that short.
Awesome.
Sounds good. We'll be at the
Yeah,
forge.
We'll be there.
Sounds good.
Thank you much for entering. So,
Yeah.
Something else that I would say is like it all comes back to effects, but that's much more of a for this model, and it's much more of a decision on the artist. Myself personally, I would love to see more wear and tear on the metallics. So
Okay.
a little less shiny, but a little more like effects. A little bit of rust here and there, some soot, engine grease, oil, things like that. Something that makes it pop more than just straight silver with a little bit of pin washing, which the pin washing is fantastic.
Right.
Listen.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
We have another Eric submission.
Another Eric? Okay.
It's Black Legion Sorcerer.
I'm working on it.
I know you are.
All right, let's see here. 29.
Yep. Well, thank you, Eric, for that submission.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Super fun. All of these, you folks are going to be really impressed by these. These are really cool models. I want to see if he has an entire army of these.
Right.
Because if it's sitting on like.
If he ever brought in his whole unit
Oh
of that.
man, I would feel things.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the Black Legion Sorcerer.
Hello.
Speak of the devil. We're just going over your models right now. Do you have a moment? Do you want to sit down and have an interview? You don't have to if you don't want to, but we'd love to ask you some questions. Because we just talked about your dreadnought.
Yeah.
Now we're talking about your sorcerer. Let's see here, number 29. Yeah, there it is. So, love this guy.
Okay.
A ton. So first off, do you have an entire army of this stuff?
It's for commissioning. So,
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic, because he did a fantastic job
Thank you.
on this. But first and foremost, on this guy specifically, the cloak with the non-metallic just popped to me. It was amazing work. Do you have like a recipe or some way that you approach like a model like this?
I just take browns and yellows and ivories and kind of go back and forth. And, a lot
okay.
of like strokes horizontally.
Okay.
And then I'll go back and glaze on top of them. And, for the very final highlights, just kind of do vertical, very thin lines.
Really? Okay. So it's more of like a back and forth, so horizontal,
Yeah,
and
I
then
paint
the.
very back and forth. I don't
Okay.
just go step one, step two,
Oh,
step
oh,
three.
interesting.
So-
Okay, that's cool. I would have never considered something like that. That's awesome. Awesome. For texture, do you do a lot of stippling then for that?
With makeup brushes.
Okay.
And,
Oh, okay. Cool.
Like very thin oil washes over the top.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah. But
Interesting.
not like just slathering them all over and doing the Q-tip thing where you take them
Yeah.
off. It's very, very, very thin filters,
Okay.
basically. So,
because I've experienced it before, and I've heard others using the technique of like putting down an oil and then you like press it into the surface using like you almost crush it into the surface of the model. Do you have any experience doing that at all? Is that
no, it's like I said, it's very, very, very thin washes. Like
Okay.
Very, almost imperceptible because oils are very strong compared to acrylics. So
Got it.
You
Because-
don't need very much to tint the color.
Got it. Okay. Because that was going to be my next question was like, do you have a preference between like oils and acrylics for that kind of work?
Mostly acrylics. The oils are just basically like accent colors, and I use them. I use acrylic glazing too, but oil glazing has a specific look to it, and something that you don't really get from acrylics.
Yeah, that's true. Just kind of a different vibe.
Yeah.
So.
It looks great. I love
Yeah.
the non-metal and the glow. Overall, like the non-metal one is just fantastic.
Yeah, I usually don't like to mix metallics and NMM, but it just didn't look right. Like putting metallics on the little trim, it didn't. So I decided to do non-metallics.
Yeah.
instead,
I think it pops well because you did find a nice balance between metallics versus non-metallics, and you can mix them, but you have to be very.
Yeah. If you, I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't look right because the tones aren't quite the same. So.
What's the word I'm looking for? You have to be non-intensive. Wow, words fail me today.
Yeah, I know the feelings.
Yeah, you have to be intentional. You have to be intentional about what colors you're using where and how. If you mix them, we talked about your the Dreadnought before this, and honestly, it's a fantastic piece. Did you have any sort of inspiration beyond just like, I was mentioning the color of the black was really unique. It didn't feel like you just took black and slapped it on.
Black is boring.
Yeah, you built it up from like grays and purples and something else that just kind of meld together into this really nice looking armor.
Yeah.
Do you have any inspiration that you take from anywhere for it?
A lot of like Gerald Brom and Giger. I really like old body horror.
Okay,
art.
all right.
So Goya. Who else? I don't know, just artists that I like. And
pull up references.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. It really shows, and the critique that I had from that I came away with was for the Dreadnought, like in the little areas of the skin that would be rubbing up against metal, like having some additional irritation.
Yeah.
And having it pop
that's
up in
just kind of a time issue.
Yeah,
like I said,
it
it's
is,
for
isn't
commission
it? Yeah.
And I don't know. I can't spend a billion hours.
Yeah.
Because it would never be done.
No, it would never be done.
If it was something that I painted specifically for a competition, those are things that I would, add.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And knowing that it's I come from doing commission work in my background as well, so having it like where you said it's commission piece. Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a level here where it's like, oh, I could do more, but
if
I
it was
can't.
a personal piece, of course.
Yeah. But yeah. Is there anything that like on this or some of the other stuff that given more time?
The basing, so it didn't look so much like cork or whatever. But, I mean, I mean, but it's an army, so you can only do so much in the time that you're given to be able to finish and move on to other things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, on the tabletop, it'll look like rock and it's fine.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I mentioned that if this was an entire army, like throwing it on the table is going to look fantastic the entire time. So it's not like it's a bad choice.
Completed.
Oh, okay.
It's a 2,500 point army.
Nice.
And it's all up to this standard.
Oh, dude, that's wild. Do you have anywhere that you post this? Because I'd love to see more.
Ghost in the Brush.
Ghost in the Brush.
Yeah.
Ghost in the Brush. Okay. Because I really want to see more because that's awesome. Let me make note of that so I can go check it out later. Yeah, I'd love to link it down if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Awesome. Sweet. Well, anything else that you've been? Is there anything that you want to say about your pieces or works?
No, just I love the paint. So.
Yeah, it shows. It definitely shows.
Well done, Stu. Honestly, they were all amazing.
Thank you.
I also really enjoyed your Dark Commune, which will be the next one. You actually won in fantasy with that. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Congratulations on winning on that. Awesome piece. So thank you much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for giving us an interview and chatting a little bit. Yeah.
For sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, feel free to put it right over there.
All right, well.
All right. Yeah, for sure. Enjoy the rest of
you.
the con.
Well, thank you all for going through that with us. That was awesome.
That was a treat.
Eric is
Actually, it wasn't Dark Commune. It was Sylvaneth Arc Revenant.
Wow. Okay. His
The Dark Commune is the unit.
Oh, okay. I just went to his Instagram and he's got some incredible works over there. So Ghost in the Brush.
We will be sure to link that.
Yes. Oh, we're going to the Dark Commune next.
Yeah, that's the unit.
Yep. All right. So yeah, check his stuff out on Ghost in the Brush on Instagram. And let me flip over to his next work.
For sure. I'll see if I can get. There he is.
There we go. Look at that thing. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. So this has a lot of the same, well, now that we know that he's using oils, you can definitely tell on the like the robes how those oils are used, because they are awesome.
Right.
They pop really nicely. There's that that stark difference for smoothness that I really enjoy. Yeah, it's just overall it's fantastic. I think that this is great as a unit, and I think the only reason that he didn't win in unit for this, or being able to have anything that was similar, was he had won in different categories.
Right.
So because this was one of my top unit choices as well. It was gorgeous work. So
for sure.
I mean, to Eric's point, he did a fantastic job in capturing what the client really wanted, I feel.
Yeah, the grim darkness is just outpouring with his models on these.
Yeah. I love the style. I love the look. So, yeah, I don't have much more that I can say about it. I just think it's worth just looking at. The tones are fantastic. His fire doesn't drop off and become green.
No.
It's awesome. It's so good.
Just the whole unit is just really well done, and up to a really high standard. So it's hard to find any really critiques on it. Like we mentioned, it was one of those things where it's like if he was able to win in different categories, he probably would have won this as well.
Yep, for sure.
With our rules, we have
to
follow our rules.
Yep.
Which is
Always
fine.
do.
We're totally fine with that.
Yeah.
So again, congratulations, Eric, on that one. But his winning model is his Sylvaneth Arc Revenant.
Yep. It's coming up. Let's see here.
In a moment.
31.
Right, it'd be that one. You're correct. It's yeah, for sure. If you have any dots on the back of your tents, then you can go visit Dallas next door. So keep an eye out for that. I don't know.
All right.
Honestly, we were trying to get the stream set up, and they came over and we're just putting dots on things, and we were like, okay.
All right.
So we don't know who has dots and who doesn't.
All right. There we go. So, Sylvaneth.
All right.
Oh, man.
This Sylvaneth.
Let me tell you what. This con.
This con.
Like any other con. I'm just tired. I'm just tired, man. This model is awesome.
I love the dark to light on the shield. Mm-hmm. The wings look fantastic.
They do.
The spear looks amazing. Just overall, it gives you a grim dark vibe in a fantasy setting.
Yep. Knowing that he's got those filters and oils on the cloak really make it pop that much more for me. Mm-hmm. This model was beyond impressive in person. When you get closer to it, it gets better, and that's what really stands out for me. In my feedback, I would say I would love to see more from like the eyes and the leaves on the model itself. I think the basing's really nice. It's a little.
I like the contrast between the bright vividness and then the grim darkness of the model.
Yeah.
And then you get that bright vividness back with the spearhead.
Yep. So you get your eyes drawn to the right places, and I think Eric's capturing that well, where I don't feel like I'm losing I know where I'm looking. He also controls the light on the faceplate because I need to look and see where when it comes around again. If it's well, I guess it's pretty well lit on the faceplate too. It looks like he does a really good job with true metallics on there. So, but it's a fantastic piece. There's just little things that I would like to see more of on the leaves and such.
So good.
Yeah, it's really good. So thank you, Eric, again for entering in all of your entries. Brandon, right on top of it, man. This is awesome looking. It's incredible work. Incredible work.
Incredible work.
So Logan's here.
We do have Logan. We'll hop a couple of spaces up to talk with Logan.
Logan, would you like to be interviewed?
Scoot your chair up.
You want to be on camera or off camera? All right. Well, we'll have to figure out what's going on with the camera, but we're just goofy. Oh no. Oh no. No, hold on. It like bends sideways. That's scary. What number is Logan? 34. We're not jumping that far.
You guys are actually kind of cruising through the hooks.
58.
These are all candidates. So the other thing I'm thinking about.
All right.
Am I on the end or am I stuck in it? I'm stuck in the middle.
Squeeze in the middle. All right.
After all these decades of
All right. So we got ourselves 34. Then we got to jump back to 32.
Should I hold it? I'm in the middle.
Yeah, you're in the middle.
Yeah.
Squeeze to the middle. All right. So Logan, Temple.
Welcome to One Bag Convention, and welcome to your entry.
I came out here. I was chilling in bed watching you on TV.
On the TV.
I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know. Yeah. It's kind of one of those shocking, the fact that we're on someone's TV. That's a little weird.
I wanted you to know just so that it would hit you like that. Like, that's why I'm specifying it.
I appreciate you
this
doing
is the
that.
intended effect.
I appreciate that. Help me. All right. So we've got ourselves this historical Templar. We don't have the model over here, but we have the model here. Tell us about the piece. What made you approach it this way?
So mainly my the goal with this was it's actually more of a study piece for me.
Okay.
So it wasn't really originally painted to be a competition piece at all. It was every so often I like to branch out and try and do a piece that focuses on a specific aspect. For this one, it was really diving deep into textured, particularly textured leather, and human skin instead of alien skin. Because I paint a lot of sci-fi, I have a Tau army, so I like to make sure I'm not just painting robots and flat panels.
Yep.
So I can have a wider range of ability. Plus, it's just nice because right before I painted this, I spent like 6 months on one riptide.
Yeah. So a little bit organic would probably be a bit of a better jump.
Yeah. So this for me was a break and a study piece.
Okay.
But it turned out quite well, and I'm pretty happy with how it went out. I did run into some issues in terms of just cleaning it up, because I didn't do that much cleaning up in the beginning because it wasn't supposed to, I didn't approach it as a competition. So I approached it as something fun to do and a way to study a certain aspect of painting I haven't done before.
Got it. More of a, I'm just working on this thing, slap some paint on it, palette cleanse until I work on my next big project kind of idea.
Well, I paint a lot of things that aren't competition pieces, but with most things I paint, I do try and learn something. but this one was mostly an academic piece.
And then here it is.
Yeah.
I think like from it, first and foremost, this is one of my favorite pieces in the case. This is one of my favorite pieces from you, period. I love this thing. It's a great exercise in color, in texture. I think that from the start you had a good handle on where you were wanting to go. And it really showed throughout, because this feels like it's a refinement on when you initially posted the first pictures in Discord. This is just a continuation of that, rather than it being like a completely overhauled, like, oh, I didn't even see that coming kind of event. So I know you've been working on this for a number of weeks, months at this point.
Honestly, not that long.
Okay.
I put one night into it and then dropped it for a few months and then put like 3 more nights into it.
Hey, it's like me painting a bust or two.
I know.
It's weird how that works. But like, incredible piece. I like that you have some areas that feel almost non-metallic while they're not, and then areas that are like the halo that she has is purely metallic, and that actually surprised me. I thought it was non-metallic when I looked at the pictures initially. The big critiques that I had was like on the inside of her cowl is missing texture, and there are areas where it's like it like in corners and little crevices where it's like you didn't go in and do like the additional glazing or textures to build up those areas. And like, again, it's not, if it's just being an academic piece, I can see where you're like, whatever. You know, I don't need to really care about that as a layer. And I know Kelsey had pointed out in the judging, the underneath the chin, like the lighting was really sharp for the shadow. It was just very stark. But yeah, I love this piece. Kelsey?
It's really well done. I know that I've seen you work on this at the Forge for Paint Nights. I just kind of wish that the blending underneath her chin would be a little bit softer rather than being so harsh. And then there was a couple of spots on the cowl that just kind of stopped with the blending as well. If you just go back and forth a little bit more to get that blend just a little bit more blended together, and I think it would sell it even more.
Yep. Her eyes as well. Eyes are dead on. Also, her eye shadow, which I thought was a really nice touch. It matches well with the rest of the composition, and I think if it wasn't there, it would feel like it was missing without understanding why something felt like it was missing. So you having it there made the piece that much better. So yeah, I love it. I love this piece. This is one of my favorites. So well done, super well done. What is something that you would change on the piece if you had the chance?
Okay, so one, for the Halo crown, I'm not really that happy with the process it took to get there. I would have done it completely different in terms of process, because I did a couple things and I got to a place where it's fine. There's actually a problem with this. It's very hard. But there's a lot of artifacts from the previous attempts of playing around with it, because I was playing around trying to do different things, different types of washes, and not quite happy with how any of them came. I'm happy with how I did the ring of highlights on the edges.
Yeah.
But mainly it's one of those places of my past attempts I never started over from zero.
Yeah.
I also probably would have gone a little lighter on the eyes themselves, the eye whites. They're a little dark, mainly because I had worked up a bit brighter than I originally planned, because I just wanted to push that, and I was liking where it was going, but it ended up leaving the eyes behind a little bit.
Got it. Okay.
I think, where else? Okay.
So absolutely fantastic.
So I think the shadow behind the halo is a little too far back. So having that a bit farther forward would be another thing I would want to do. Like you said, inside the cowl was done, but not perfectly done. The back of the head has some support bumps still. This one hairpiece has like a flat plate left over. That would have changed. I did fill in one hole that was in the hair and just very obvious.
Oh, okay.
I probably would have maybe done so the face is a little not super smooth when you look closely, but part of that's because the printing texture is a little there. So I might have done like either a thicker like face layer just to try and smooth that over a bit, or a little bit of sanding.
Well, and like you said, with it being just an academic piece too, you don't necessarily feel like it's gonna, like you need to do those things too.
Yeah.
Where if you have a demo piece or a test piece, it's like, whatever. No one's gonna see it. No one's gonna care. What does it matter? You know? It just tells you that you have to do it for everything. Yay! But honestly,
Jeff says, great job, Logan. It was fun to watch the progress.
yeah. See, there you go.
Thank you.
There goes David.
I'm happy with.
Brandon also said this is awesome.
I'm happy how the chainmail came out. I think originally I tried like non-metallic on that, but I don't like that, so I just put down the bust for a few months because I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna non-metallic this. Then I decided I'm just gonna trim metallic it.
That's fair.
It works better, I think. I think I would have used a slightly different varnish on the metallics because I did a spray matte varnish on everything.
Oh, okay.
And then I did a gloss varnish over it, but I found in my collection a Vallejo metal color airbrush metal gloss varnish.
It's got to be a long thing on there.
Yep. So that I think that might have been a little bit better because you can kind of tell it's not quite as perfect as just plain metallic.
Yeah.
You can see the gloss over it.
It's just kind of wet almost in a way.
Yeah.
So. No.
So that's all.
Yeah. The laundry list of things, but I mean overall though it doesn't necessarily detract from the piece entirely. So I think all those things it's a good learning experience for the next one.
There's something to be said, I think. The difference between making the piece as impactful as it can be versus as good for competition as it can be.
Yes.
Those are two different things.
Yes, they are.
Like in competition, you still want as much impact as you can, but you also want to do that while eliminating all the flaws, while having a piece be as impactful as it can be. You don't necessarily hide all the teeny tiny flaws because the impact's going to hit them first, and you're not going to notice the tiny flaws.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, thank you again for entering the piece. Thank you for participating. Any closing thoughts?
I think I said all my thoughts already. I've been yapping for a while.
That's all right. I mean, that's. Listen, we're here to interview all the people that are. We interviewed David. We interviewed. We got some David.
So many Davids.
Eric, yeah. We've had a number of people come in and Tom been able to come in and interview and ask him questions, and so it's nice. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. So awesome. Well, sadly the next one is not you. I don't know who the next one is. Who is the next one?
We have Chaos Player invited us to Broadway. Or did we talk to him?
Yeah, I'm just
kind of talking to him outside.
Yeah, we did. We talked to Luke a little bit. Yeah, thanks for coming. Thanks for having us. What's up? Oh, all right. You're good. I'm holding it.
Recyclable. How much trouble is it to clean it, to sort it?
Are you from Atlas Games?
I am from Atlas Games.
Love Dice Miner. It's one of the mainstays in our house.
We have
So.
two expansions that are going to be crowdfunding this summer.
Oh, I need to tell several people about that.
When exactly? I'm not sure.
Nairi won the most creative award.
They've gone through
Yeah.
years of playtesting.
Awesome.
Quotes are being sought for.
I will be day one grabbing those. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right.
I really was happy that you didn't take
Yeah, I think she's had a pretty hard weekend, sounds like. So.
I could not find it. No, I recognize.
All right. We got Luke Conway.
Yeah.
Right. Right, exactly.
It's coming home.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, we got
All right, we have the Chaos Cleric.
Chaos Cleric, and Luke swung by earlier. We were talking to him about stuff.
Stuff and things.
Stuff and things and things and stuff. And this model was. He said it was just speed paints, and you can tell it was just basic.
There was also a bit kit bash with it too.
Yeah, there's a
it
little
should
bit
be
of
in
kit
the
bash.
base.
Like it's a cool model.
Yeah.
Like you know, him saying, "Hey, it's speed paints," and what.
Really, we don't.
Matter.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Like if you can get a good result as quickly as possible, just because you use a technique, like fantastic. Have at it.
Exactly.
I really thought this was a fun piece, especially for a tabletop. You know, in an army, it's gonna look cool.
Hi, Nairi.
Is Nairi?
I'm right here, guys. I can hear you talking about me and my crying.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
I had nothing to do with this, Nairi.
The trophy is going home, okay?
Yeah.
It's okay.
I had no part in talking about your crying. I'm sorry.
To be fair, he wasn't present in the moment, so.
Anyway,
to be fair.
But this, to be fair, this piece was really cool. There's not much more to say to it. As we pointed out to him, like there's more that you could do with it. You could add highlights, you could add lowlights, you could do so much with it. But at the end of the day, it's a great tabletop piece.
Yeah, it's ready to be on the tabletop and played with and enjoyed. There's nothing more to say about that.
Yeah, and like he said, he saw that we had a competition, so he entered it in. I'm hoping that he'll be back in the future for another one, because I really do think that if he
you're welcome. Thanks,
Take
Eric.
it easy. Enjoy the rest of the con.
Yeah, you as well.
I really do think that if he he has a good head on his shoulders for composition for pieces, and I really like the cloak is really cool.
Yeah, the cloak is cool. I think the shield is really well painted. Hard to tell from here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, here. I'll pop it up bigger. We don't have it on the big screen.
The big screen. I do like the fluffiness of the cloak, the top of the cloak too.
It's fluffy.
Floofy. A great way to accentuate a little bit more would be to get those chipping effects, like that are in the model itself, especially on the shield. Just highlight some of those, so really the edge highlighting on those would pop that a little bit more.
Yep. Yeah, and cleaning up some of the blending so that it's more of a cohesive blend on the cloak would be really cool. But like he said, it's just a speed paint, slap it down. So he's just wet blending those speed paints as he's going, and honestly, it's a cool effect. But if he wanted to have a little more of that blending, it could work well.
For sure.
So, but like small details that he's got, really awesome.
Yeah.
Really awesome. So
it just shows that you don't have to spend a lot of time to make a really nice model.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to spend, hundreds of hours, especially for a good tabletop.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
Good job, Luke.
Thank you, Luke. Next up,
we have Mage Lady by Amber. We saw one of our models earlier
Amber.
today.
We got Amber's. All right. So, Amber's model. Amber. I know that she tossed this in as like, hey, I just finished this and I want to get some critiques on it.
For sure.
And so here we are.
Here we are.
A fun model.
Yeah.
It's a fun sculpt. It's a fun model. She did great on the basing. The leather shoes. Very cute.
The cloak is nice.
Cloak is really nice. I like the colors overall. I think it's just having additional highlights and pushing those contrasts between the highlights and the low lights.
Right.
That would help.
Get those light blends in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the most beneficial thing that you can do in this case is like just adding in those extra, like she has her dress, and there's like a couple layers on her dress, and having some differentiation between the layers would be really beneficial, rather than just being kind of like
grays.
Yeah, just grays.
Or even getting an edge highlight on the satchel to pop that out a little bit more.
Yeah. Giving a little more pop would be great. Cleaning up the skin tones a little more. Adding some, again, spicy tan for the hair, because it is a difficult color to capture and actually paint. So
I kind of like the orange personally.
Yeah, I do too. I just know that like if you wanted to add a highlight to it, it's difficult to do.
Right.
So
spicy tan.
Spicy tan.
Basing looks great. No complaints there from me on that, other than maybe painting the rim black.
Yeah.
You have a little bit over grass on the edge of the base.
Yep. Yeah.
But other than that, I think it looks great.
It's a fun tabletop model.
Great tabletop model.
Great tabletop. Yeah. Doing the D and Dizzles.
Brandon also likes the color choices on this one too.
Yep.
All right. We would be going to Logan, but we already did Logan.
We already did Logan's.
So we are on to number 35.
Oh, yep. I gotta change it up. And again, thank you, Amber, for entering in that amazing model.
Yes, thank you, Amber.
So we're jumping 35, you say?
Yep.
There's a list here. 35. There you are.
The Athena.
Athena.
So we're going to be seeing a lot of Paul here over the next few minutes. Paul entered a model in every category.
What a guy. What a guy. Before we do, I need to hit up the bathroom. I don't
Maybe
know
we
about
want
you.
to take a quick 5 or
let's
10.
take a quick 5 or 10. We'll be back at 1:30 Central Standard Time. So thank you all for. We'll be back with that cool model.
Yep. We'll see you here very shortly.
We'll see you then. Oh, it's Shinzei starting soon. No. All right. Well. Oh well. Anyway.
It'll be
Bye now.
starting soon again, anyways.
Yeah.
know that I miss you.
And we're back.
No, we're not.
We're not? Shoot. Dang it. All right, well, we got Chris here. Say hi, Chris.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
You asked for it.
I did ask for it. All right, so we lied.
So
we're not.
We will get to Paul's.
Yeah, we will get to Paul's.
But currently we will talk about Chris since he's here and he is wanting to leave.
Yeah, he's got a long drive home. So, Chris.
Yeah.
We're looking at your assassin here.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us a little bit about it.
As far as thought process.
Yeah. Give me
give me a actually
thoughts.
knocked that one out during the last 24-hour painting marathon.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right.
I just needed something that did all the more intricate parts while it was still kind of more awake. But I figured it's a model that if I got a little too tired, the color scheme's simple enough. I could just kind of go full unga bunga with it.
Monk. Muddle your way through it.
Yep.
The highlighting on it was really nice.
Yeah, I did like the hair. I love the hair. The hair was really cool.
I didn't want to go standard box art exactly, but I did like the shiny black.
Well, and I know that you didn't want to do blonde again because
Nope.
you had worked with blonde before.
Blonde's a pain.
It's a good shine. It's a good example of painting black well without it being just black.
Yeah.
So
turning it to gray.
Or turning it to just gray. Yeah. I think you could have, in my opinion, you could have done like a couple of glazes on it to kind of tie everything more closely together. But overall, this fits with your scheme and your style, and it's not necessarily a bad thing either. So the non-metallics are really solid. So I would say, but yeah, like her hair is really cool. It has good tone, good color to it. It's good lighting as well.
Well, and having that pop-up iron scene with the
actually a lot of fun.
was really nice. It contrasts really well with the tufts that you have on the base as well.
Speaking of the base, I really appreciate that you didn't do just straight black or like just straight gray on the concrete. There's a little bit of green to it.
Oh yeah, I put I think green, blue, brown.
Yeah.
I don't know if it shows, but there's like a lot of colors in it.
But it helps differentiate between the assassin herself being more gray, more cold. So it nicely differentiates that. So very cool. Is there anything that you'd want to change on this piece?
Like you said, working some other colors for visual interest would be kind of cool. I wasn't super happy with the gemstone in the pistol, but I kind of hit the point where I'm just like, I'm tired of messing with this, and I think it kind of shows.
I mean, we all hit that point at some point.
Especially at a 24-hour.
Oh,
yeah,
24 hour. It's like,
woof.
Good enough, man.
Yeah, if anybody has done the 24-hour at the Forge or has done a 24-hour event for painting, it is a marathon. And by the time you're done, oof. Yeah, Brandon, the 24 hours is tough. Yeah, but with coffee, we all prevail.
I actually was doing all right. I actually think I got 3 miles done that night.
Nice.
So actually, that was.
I ended up taking like a 2 or 3 hour nap last time, but the 24 hours.
Yeah, you were
a cheater.
I made it through. I made it through a 24-hour or 2 without sleeping, so I've been there.
We've all made it through our 24 hours. We've done the time. I did 12 years of it in Azkaban. All right, next up we got your Minka Lesk.
Yeah.
Minka Lesk. Minka.
One of 2 poses. I bought it twice, so I can have both poses.
You liked it so much that you bought it twice. What is it? Like it's so nice you bought it twice. Yeah.
Not being able to do the 24-hour, but you can always come and just participate for a little bit of that time.
Yeah. Come on out and hang out for like an hour, if that. Just come and say hi, hang out.
No,
Yeah.
we'll trap you there. You have to stay 24.
Yeah. Plop down, do some paintings. You know.
It's an event where we want people to just come and go and have fun. So.
Yeah, some of us that are a little more you'd be surprised.
You're surprised it flies until about 5
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's about when the wall hits and you're like, whoa. No, if anyone that's on channel come out and hang because it's a good time. The first one that we're doing is the first weekend in April.
You should watch
at Forge.
movies.
Yeah, watching. Hey, we watched Lord of the Rings.
We did.
We watched The Princess Bride.
Watched The Room.
We watched Inferno. I was meaning this last time. We didn't torture anyone that badly. I thought we had a
watched a couple Halloween movies.
That's true, we did. That was fun. Oh, Deadstream.
Deadstream rules.
Deadstream rule.
Or the babysitter.
Did we watch OG Halloween?
I might have left early.
I think we watched OG Halloween.
Oh man, OG Halloween's fun. But anyway.
Yeah, Babysitter was good.
Okay.
I like that more than I expected.
All right, so this piece.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Green
We don't
Inferno.
talk about
We
Green
don't talk about 40 minutes
Right.
exposition.
Velocipaster.
Velocipaster was fun.
Yeah.
That was Starship Troopers. Yep. Classics. All right, so this piece. Speaking of Starship Troopers, speaking of this piece, talk to me, Goose.
Actually, that one it's actually the first one I've done of the new Sculpt Acadians, and I kind of wanted to use it as sort of it's got enough detail to do some funky stuff, but I was actually kind of just playing with a slight tweak on my normal color scheme.
Okay.
Don't know if it shows, but it's I went a little harder on the highlights on a lot of it than I normally would. Actually, the squad I entered too. This was the test model for that.
Got it. I think that in comparing the two between the test squad and this one, the squad feels more cohesive.
Yeah.
And then this one feels like it's a little bit outside, but it's a character, so that's okay. It can be kind of outside of it. When I was looking at it, I know that I was coming at it of an angle of, it is in your style, in the realm of what we normally see coming from you.
Yeah.
And there were some small things that I was like, I wish that he would have highlighted, like the knee pad needs a little highlighting. The scabbard was nice, like you have differentiation of grade of tones, but I think that you could have expanded on that more than just kind of a lighting. See, that's all. Things that you would like to change on this model. But like, it's a good model. It's the difference between painting for an army versus painting for a competition or display piece. So.
Realistically, we've been dealing with extreme painting burnout, and it's like I just kind of did what I'd been working on just as I needed to just do something random.
Yeah, that's fair. So, I would say in those cases too, like taking a break. I've learned.
Well, these were my break.
Yeah. Well, I've learned. Yeah, I've learned from experience now that stepping back and not doing some painting and letting it sit is just as important and part of the process as much as putting paint on the brush and putting it on the model. I'm now coming to realize that is just as important as so it's not a bad thing. I don't need you over here making commentary about it. Whatever.
Sit down, paint it one shot.
Yeah, here we go. All right. Calm down there, old man.
Darn you, loud.
Old man yells at Clinton. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, anything that you're seeing on this that you're
Like you said,
other than the spot.
I noticed a spot and I forgot to paint gold on that scabbard.
Gets you every time. But still,
Well, now you know.
Yeah, now you know. But it's a fun model.
I've also now realized since I did that squad that I don't like the brown base room, and I'm going back on all of them eventually and doing them black. And I
That's
hate that it
easy.
took me this long. It's still I bought bases.
That's fair.
It's gonna take me probably
from the new box or has.
Yeah, well.
Put the gas mask.
But still,
gas
looks cool. Anyway, all right. So next up, lastly.
I only entered 3. Yeah.
Oh, you only entered 3. Goodness.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. 49.
49.
Almost dropped it.
If we had cats here, they'd be batting it like crazy. I'm sure Oliver would have liked that. Oliver's my cat. Or one of my cats.
Ooh, what is going on? What's happening?
He's a little fuzzy bud.
All right, 49. 49 coming up.
All the way down.
Yeah, I'm close to the end.
There we go. All right, and transitioning over. So we got ourselves. That's the wrong model. Oh. Some people can't be trusted to run things. All right.
The ones that are left. Everybody else is
There we go. That's a squad.
There's the squad.
There's a squad.
So Alex, get it together is what Brandon said.
Brandon, thanks.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
Thanks for that. I appreciate it. This is the first time that we've streamed from a convention, so you're welcome.
Cthulhu blessed it.
Cthulhu blessed it. Praise be. Okay, so this squad, you mentioned early on that you weren't terribly thrilled with something on it. You weren't happy with something that came out of it.
I think it was you mentioned to me that it was the face.
The face on the sergeant.
The face on the sergeant. I love her hair.
Her hair
just
was fun.
pops so nicely.
And I think the plasma should have gone harder on.
I actually really like how it is right now, but that's just.
If it was for table ready, hell yeah, perfect. But like I said, for a contest, I should have gone harder on it.
Yeah, maybe so.
Sergeant's hair rules, Brandon says.
I think that this is a great example of a solid quality squad, a high level quality squad on going for guard. So it picks out everything that's really well on it. You have all the details that are nicely shaded, picked out, touched on. Like there's nothing that I look at and I go, oh man, if you had only done XYZ thing. I don't get that from this. Could you have done additional highlights and shading? Sure. But it's not like I feel like I'm missing something when I look at it. And her face is fine. I think it's fine, personally.
Yeah, I said it was fine. It's mostly, I think what I tried to do is make it a little paler, and then I went almost too high in a couple spots, and I should have just brought it back down.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Also, her lipstick wasn't the cleanest, but trying to do black lipstick on a character that small kind of hard.
Yeah, that would be difficult. That would be difficult to do. And
Reason two, in case anyone is supposed to be an OCI recycle for a lot of D&D and etc. Because figured I'd make her into a Warhammer mini too.
Yeah, for sure. I like it. What's Brandon saying?
No, it's not Brandon. It's someone is selling plush cat build dice.
Oh yeah.
Telling me, letting me know.
Yep.
So I might have to look into that.
What's that?
I might have to look into getting
Yeah, it's two down.
down the way.
Yeah.
I'm sure that they would love that.
Like with everything that you typically put out for your stuff for guard specifically too, I think that this is a good example of just good quality coming out of your work, of your workflow. I have nothing to comment on it past that, where it's like, yeah, we've been over this tread before, we've walked this path. I don't see anything wrong with that. So, do you have any plans for like what you would, being that you said that it's kind of a new style, are you trying to expand upon what you already have and go back and touch it up?
No,
Is it
Those
kind of
are
how you're doing
slowly
it?
getting phased up with the new sculpts.
Got it. So it's
I'm
more like
keeping
this
them,
is
but, like,
this is
just,
moving
like,
forward what it's getting
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Okay.
The new sculpt Cadians, I figured a chance to paint them up a little nicer.
That's fair. Well, and you get more detail,
Yeah.
a bit more bits to play with, all that kind of jazz. So.
The faces are a little less the exact same on everybody.
Yep, and that makes sense. So, cool, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Awesome job, Chris.
yeah. Thanks for heading down and taking the time to enter in. Thanks for participating, being on camera.
Yeah.
Being that guy. All right. Where are we moving back to?
We had to go back to Paul.
Paul, a trade.
Number number 35.
35. We're jumping back in time. All right. Well, I'll get that switched up. We might want to announce while I'm getting that switched up. Do you want to tell people about the Duluth quarter 3?
Yes. So quarter 3, we used to have quarter 3 at the Forge, but we have been poking around, and we got accepted to actually have quarter 3 Dwarven acts up at ExcaliburCon up in Duluth, Minnesota.
Yeah.
So put it in your calendars, do some research. We'd love to see everybody come up to Duluth and enjoy some time up there at ExcaliburCon.
Yeah. So we'll have a booth. North Star Open is happening up there. So it's a 40K tournament. There's a King's Award tournament going on, but then they also have a bunch of pop culture stuff too. So,
yeah.
A bunch of artists and actors that stop in and do meet and greets. Tons of cosplay, as well as just the miniature painting community is really exploding up there, and they're wanting to. They have some classes being taught. So exciting stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, do some research. Take some time to schedule in some of those classes for the convention.
Yep.
Come hang out with us and talk paint, talk shop.
Yep.
We'll have the whole booth set up for that.
Yep, and we'll definitely keep you guys apprised as to any new information. But something else to note is that we'll have space for.
It'll be in August.
Yep, August. It's August. Oh boy. I have a computer here with a thing.
Q2, quarter 2 will be at the Forge. That'll be in 3 months.
Yep. August 16th and 17th is ExcaliburCon. So it will be. It's at the DECC, and they have a hotel block at the Radisson Inn, which is attached to the DECC. So, yeah, that should be fun. They have a bunch of stuff for kids too. They have RPG stuff, Magic the Gathering. They're having a couple of the game shops that are up in the area. So it should be good. Really excited to participate and be a part of that, but also hopefully we can have a bunch of us jump up there and participate with the hobby. So.
Well, and even just grow the Dwarven Axe as painting competition. We'd love to get more traction there too.
Yeah, they were really excited to hear from us that they weren't sure about what a painting competition looked like or what we did, and so as soon as we got to talking to them and describing what we did and what we like to do, they were all on board. So it was very exciting to see.
Good time.
Good times. Looking forward to it. So Q3. August 16th and 17th. More information to come. We'll definitely be posting up stuff here soon.
And more information to come on the day for quarter 2. We will be sure to announce that on our Discord and on our website.
Yep. So be ready for that. All right. So talking about Paul Munson's fantasy single Athena. So Athena. I hear she's a god.
I heard she's a goddess.
Yeah, she's a goddess. I'm sorry.
That looks, and Brandon says, looks absolutely incredible, which I would agree.
Yeah, like just the amount of wives of miniature painters. David, too real. This model was really impressive. I love the sheer fabric and how the fabric falls on her. Skin tones are great. The shield's really solid. Like there's not a lot about this model that I come back to and I'm like, you could have done this better or that better. I think it needs to go to a next level, but I'm trying to
describe what the next level is.
Describe what the next level is. Let me get the next thing going here, and I'll pull up the video.
I think there was an attempt of trying to get that see-through. Fabrics are awesome. Yes, the fabrics are great. I think there was an attempt to do. We'll get to that one eventually, but
there it is.
The see-through fabric on the breasts and the face, which I think did a pretty good job on.
It did a pretty good job. I do think it could have been. It definitely feels like this is a first attempt. I'm trying it out, seeing how it works, and it did pretty well. But I think it needed to do more. It needed to push more of that sheer fabric vibe.
Right.
So,
It's so good.
It is really good. I feel like the shield is, for those that have seen Owl House, it feels like it's Hootie on the shield. But yeah, it's Hootie. But yeah, I think the main things that this model excels at, or that it wants you to look at, is the skin color, or skin tone and skin color, and then the
Hootie.
Hootie, hoot hoot, and the sheer fabric, and he really nailed the feeling of the skin, especially the knee.
Right.
Like the thigh and knee are really well done. But
I think a little bit more highlighting in the hair
Yeah.
would be really nice.
Yep.
The headdress is nice. Trying to, and it's a white, so it's hard to decipher. Like maybe going into a little bit more the gray to cream to white on the top probably would have helped with that a little bit too.
I think having a gradient on it rather than just kind of a washed white would be a better option, especially building up that kind of brush texture. So I do like the gold on it though.
Yeah, the gold is awesome.
Yeah, you have your gold.
It's washed just right.
Yep.
Like it's all consistent.
Yeah, it's a consistent kind of tone. So
the base is simple, but it's nice.
Yep.
And plus, it doesn't detract from what the actual focus of the model is.
Yeah, something more on it would be great though.
Yeah.
Something more on the base than just a couple tufts and sand, I think would work really well. He has an opportunity to really tell a story with this model, so
yeah,
being able to expand on that would be great.
For sure.
But yeah, very cool model. Very cool. All right, moving on up.
We are on the number 36, One Sad Termy.
Oh, poor Termy be sad.
This little Termy has a little soft spot in my heart.
Yeah. Kelsey,
I liked the look of it.
she cried. She held it
So
close.
cried.
Tell us about it. All right, I want to. What's your opinions on it? You got a soft spot?
I almost like the look of the cell shading of it, kind of giving it more of a comic book vibe. Just like how tiny it is. Like
it's so tiny.
It's so tiny. And I just think that the base coats of it are really well done. It stands out from most other models, mostly because of its age.
Yeah. You heading out later, man.
Safe travels, Chris.
Bye.
Let me
drive
know when you
safe.
get back, okay? Awesome. Chris is leaving, everyone.
I don't want to hear you.
I think the freehand cross is also really nice.
Yep.
A nice touch. The thing that I would say, the critique that I have, other than I understand it's on a small base, but some base work, and then there's a line on top of his hammer that just needs to get sanded down a bit. I understand it's pewter, but
it is a pewter model. It's very classic.
Yeah.
The freehand really sets this one apart, and then the
it's not Brandon Tiny, no.
It's not Brandon Tiny, no. It's not that small. I like it. It's just very classic.
Mm-hmm.
You can go back to it's a little bit of nostalgia, a little bit of a touch of that. So, which I think is really fun.
I think the big thing for me is just like it's nostalgia, but it's reminding me like I also have to paint Nagash. My tiny Nagash.
Tiny Nagash,
My
yeah.
fantasy Nagash, and it's
Yeah.
reminding me of that. And it's
Yeah.
like I should do that at some point.
All right. Yeah.
So-
The colors are really good. I mean, it's classic Black Templars. Not much more you can say about it. It's great.
Yeah.
It's just fun.
It's a solid 7.
It's a solid 7. I just think it's a fun model. I agree with you. Where it's nothing. It's this is gonna sound weird. I was gonna say it's nothing special, but it's one of those like it's nothing special, but it's all special.
Yeah.
I don't know how to explain it other than that. I don't know.
The nostalgia trip.
The nostalgia trip. Speaking of nostalgia trip,
This is another nostalgia
We're
trip.
about to go on a ride.
Yeah. So these models, they're called bugbears.
Whoops.
Nope. No, we're not doing bugbears.
I don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to talk about
I
bugbears?
don't want to talk about bugbears.
The next one is bugbears, though.
No, I'm getting there. All right, let's see.
Bugbears.
Bugbears.
Number 37.
37. I got to go through a list, and I got to click on the right thing, and I got to hit the OK button. Okay, there we go.
So these bugbears.
So these bugbears.
They were made by a company who actually went through the Monster Manual way back in the day when it first came out, when D&D first came out, and sculpted all these models. Paul had these models and painted them up. Sadly, the company who made these models no longer exists.
Yeah.
So Paul has a piece of history here.
Yeah. Yeah, those are some old minis, yeah. You look at them, but they're well painted. That's the thing that gets me. They're awesome. These in person, the pictures do no justice to it for how they look.
They're so fun.
In person. They're so fun. Trying to get the next one spun up. Again, with these old models, it's hard to be like, oh, you could do this or that with them. You could change these colors and whatever, because you're rather limited by the medium that you're working on to try and paint it. And Paul brought these in, and it's just something special. I don't know.
So Nairi says they remind me of a boy band where each has its own personality. Brandon said no easy task to get them to look so good though.
Right.
Those are the minis I grew up with.
Oh
DF.
man. Yep. I love it.
Back to bugbears.
Back to bugbears. I would agree. Like with all points, like it really does feel a good unit should feel like a good boy band.
Right.
They all look the same.
They all have their own personality too.
Yeah, they all have their own personality.
Some of them have hoods. Some of them have chest pieces. Some of them have extra satchels or padded armor versus leather armor versus full heavy metal armor. Pikes, spears, axes, they're just fun.
Yeah, they're just a good fun thing. Like some things I would love to see. The halves on the weapons, I think could use some extra browns or extra greens to differentiate that they are wood. Some additional shine and edge highlighting on the metals for the blades, like the axe in the center has that, but the rest of them don't as much. And I'd love to see some more of that. But like the faces are. You're limited to what the pewter has to give you, and I think working around that as a medium is actually really impressive and really fun. So,
I'd love to see some more storytelling with the base.
Yeah. Yep. The bases are where this falls flat.
Yeah. I honestly think if the bases were made them look like they were on a road. A roadway, I think.
Ooh, that would be fun.
It would have been a lot of fun, but don't get me wrong, the base looks good now, but it would have leapt it forward into the competition.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree. The going off of the roadway kind of idea too is you could put like dirt alongside of like a grass and such, or flowers or weeds or something like that to give you some variation. And so yeah, I think all of that is a good idea. So. Well, thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Paul, on that one.
Next up, we got another Paul.
The Lindworm, number 38.
Lindworm.
This is also just a really cool model.
Oh, broken wagon wheel. I like that too. That's a good choice.
Yeah, that would be a really nice choice too.
So this one.
This is just a really creative sculpt.
It is. It's really cool. Also, we apologize for any of the background noise. It's getting out of hand.
We have a couple hours till vendor hall closed, so there's a lot of people that are doing some last minute shopping.
Yeah, if anyone's really interested, you got 2 hours to get down here and buy from some very unique vendors. So, all right. So this model, it's a cool D&D model.
I love the color choice. I'm a big fan of blues, so it's hits all my markers there on blues.
All your blue
blues.
markers. I do really enjoy this model. When it came in, I got to put it in the case, and I was really happy with it. I think that the thing that sets it apart for me is actually the basing.
Mm-hmm.
So the gray pillar has a lot of character to it, and it doesn't feel like he just focused on dry brushing it. He actually put some effort into picking out spots, highlighting areas, making sure that like the runic symbols on it are actually picked out, painting some of those runic symbols. I think he could have done more glow with it, but having them painted at all in certain areas is really, it draws the eye to whatever that is.
Right.
So I enjoy it.
Well, having the one eye glow more than the other one and two is a really cool artistic choice.
Having like that area of where the light is shining on it.
Right.
He wants to play it.
That's fantastic.
I was part of that.
Love the notion of this model.
Yeah. Did you mean motion or notion?
Motion potion or notion motion?
Because I actually do think to that point, the notion of this model is really cool. It's a really cool model for that. The motion of this model is actually really cool as well. You can really feel the movement happening.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I like that he didn't stop the continuation of the light blue when the spines ran out.
Yeah.
Like he kept going with it all the way to the tail.
Yeah, so it feels like it's a cohesive beast rather than it just being. What I want to see more of is like highlighting on the teeth and the claws. It needs more highlighting.
Mm-hmm.
Right now it feels really dark. When you could really highlight and bring it out more. The blues are really well done. Maybe a contrasting belly scale color that would have helped with blues pop more. Yeah, I think that tan is a safe choice in this one.
Mm-hmm.
But having something that contrasts with blue, maybe a brown or an orange, something on that red spectrum, so it's on the opposite side of things, would be really fun as well.
Yeah, I think that even if they really wanted to try something extreme, which, you know me, trying something extreme is always not off the table.
Yeah.
Making it look like it could be a sunken ship, or a sunken area, and you could have it have water effect, looking like it's just underneath the water's surface.
Yeah.
It would be challenging to do, especially on a scaled beast like this, but it would be interesting nonetheless.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yellow. Yellow's a good one too.
Yeah.
As Brandon pointed out. Sorry.
Well, you're all good. But I do agree with the highlighting, especially if you were wanting to do the top of the creature and then the top of the head or near the head.
Yeah. Also, some additional plants would be really nice.
Yeah, sea plants or land plants, depending on what you're wanting to do.
Yeah. So, well, thank you.
Thank you for that one, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Then now we're historical.
Oh my goodness, we're going again. Another Paul.
Another Paul. Another Paul. Another Paul.
So I couldn't fit all of the models that he had
on the turntable.
On the turntable, there were so many.
So we got a nice selection.
Yeah. This has it all. It has beasts. It has freehand. It has modifications because all those spears are like wire, like string wire. Like it has everything. It's got great basing. It's got it all. The faces need a little bit of love, but
yeah,
that's just pewter.
Yeah, pewter models. What do you do?
Yeah, pewter models. You know,
those shields look awesome, is what Brandon said.
Yeah, the shields do look awesome. That's what he did a good job actually painting some white where it's not just flat white either. He took the models, or
he already took
the models. So I can't look and see, but if I remember correctly too, and you can kind of see it in the picture, it's not like straight white with some shading. It actually has some highlights and low lights to it. It's gray up to white rather than just being flat white.
Well, and I also like that he didn't go with just straight brown horses, straight black horses, straight gray horses. There's a plethora of different breed and style of horse that are on here.
Yeah.
He did not stray from trying something new.
Yeah, even having like some dots on that one, some markings.
Yeah.
There's
The speckled.
Yeah, the speckled. So.
Right.
This is the before shot, gallantly approaching the Trask. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, exactly.
This is the second squad that was summoned to go after the Trask.
They had high hopes. High hopes.
Majority of my weekend has been sitting here and building.
But yeah, I really do believe that this is a fantastic set of models.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I know that he said that this is for gaming, and you can tell it's well loved.
Those poor bastards.
Running to the Trask.
They're running to their doom.
Doom. All right. Next up, we got number 40.
Number 40, we have the Orc Truck.
Oh yeah, what?
Love it.
Dope as hell.
A water canteen?
or a water canteen or a flask.
It's a canteen. I mean, you can fill it with whatever you want.
I'm doing my part.
I'm doing my part. All right.
Alright,
Nope.
number
nope,
40.
Nope.
Work truck.
I'm doing the bad wrong thing. Number 40.
Number 40.
I got distracted by someone.
Got a canteen, Forte.
Canteen. He's buying it all. Transition. Truck it up.
We got an Orc Truck.
Orc Truck. As someone said, this is the McDonald's vehicle.
I'd like to order a Happy Meal.
Yeah. There's nothing happy about this meal. I went out. At first I was like, oh man, it's just, maybe it's heavily washed or whatever like that, but he's got non-metallics on the piping, which is just, what a flex.
Well, red makes it go faster, right?
Yep, the red ones do go faster. That is 100% true in real life and in game. So.
And then what does yellow do?
I don't remember what yellow does. Purple makes him stealthy.
Yeah. There's nothing stealthy about an Orc Truck.
There's nothing stealthy about that. It would be really funny though.
Well, then you would just have the round base, and then it'd be stealthy.
It would be stealthy. That is true. It's the stealthiest Orc Truck. So I think it's a fantastic piece. It's such a big model. It is loud and proud, and
right.
That's for sure. I do feel that it should be. It does have that overwashed feel, and that's really difficult with orcs because it's really easy to overwash orcs.
Yeah.
So you can get them. You can kind of get them lost in that overwashingness.
Lost in the sauce of the overwashing sauce.
Yeah. So I wish that he would clean that up a bit. Especially on I believe that this is contrast paint over smooth surfaces, which makes it really difficult because they don't do well over smooth surfaces. So if he went back and cleaned it up a bit with more of a he could even dry brush an initial color on top of it, like Everland Sunset or something similar to.
Or even an orange.
Yeah, or even an orange to kind of tie everything together and kind of pull back on that. Wow, words are hard today. It would help pull back on that feeling of it being washed and just muddy. So.
Brandon mentioned if only Happy Meal toys were this cool.
Right? Seriously.
Something that I would love to see is more dirt and mud in the tracks and the wheels.
Yep.
Just because it is going over some dirty, dusty trail.
Yep.
Kind of cool to see.
It screams like Mortal Engines. So yeah, if it was just kicking up mud and muck.
I need to read that series.
So,
Engines.
Well, thank you, Paul, for an awesome Orc Truck.
Orc Truck. We have one more from Paul.
One more from Paul.
I
feel like we've been with Paul for a while here. We have
Paul did enter in all 7 categories.
He's swinging for the fences. Paul with the tiger, as you said.
Yep, Paul with the tiger.
Paul with the tiger.
You're great.
Jim had come around, Jim Spur, and he was very excited to see a tiger in the case.
He was wondering where he got it from.
Yeah, he was wondering where he got it from. So that's always fun. I mean, it's a
nice tiger.
Yeah, it is. Actually, it feels like it belongs with the Athena. Yeah, I look at it from like the basing perspective.
It's the eye of the tiger is what Brandon said.
Oh.
Said the thing.
Get out. No, I don't need to. I need to pull up number 42. Honestly, this is. I want more from the black.
I would love to see texture.
Yes. I feel like it's rather flat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thrill of the fight. And now they're singing
Oh boy.
Eye of the Tiger.
Thanks, Chad.
Well done, Chad.
In all honesty, a lot of this is I want more texture. I want more. I want more from the black. I want more of the fur to pop because right now it feels very smooth. And so the other elements for the tiger are there, but the fur needs more to it.
Right, and I like the eyes. The eyes were very nice. Basing's good. It fits where a tiger would probably be.
Oh God.
Yeah, they're definitely singing it now.
Just singing it now.
So I overall just think texture is really what you need here. And start like you can have your dark orange base coat and then just add in some yellows to that base coat orange and just keep getting those highlights. You don't need to put lines on every single part of the model. I would just only do it on the highest points of like the shoulder blades, the back of the spine, the legs, the top, and the top of the model.
Yeah.
Just to give that texture.
Yeah, see where you can differentiate and have it be like pop in those areas. And again, you don't have to do it in all spots.
Right.
Just small spots.
Right.
Just enough.
Just to give that illusion that it is all textured. And then all your muscular parts of the tiger are also in shadow.
Yeah.
Sergio Calvo fur tutorial. Brandon's like, that's not the next lyric.
It's not. He's absolutely
You are correct on that one.
You are absolutely correct. You are technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
So thank you, Paul, for submitting your models, and they were a pleasure to look at, especially the little Terminator and the Bugbears, and all of them are, but those were the ones that really stood up to us.
They were super fun.
Yeah. Athena was also really good, too.
I thought it was a nice smattering of new and old.
Yeah.
You know, some nostalgia, but not.
So we're gonna hop 42 because we already talked about.
Yeah,
42.
I don't want to talk about David anymore.
We talked with David.
Bored. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. Thicker black stripes at the top that get thinner as it approaches the white belly. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
So we have our winner in the unit category.
Yeah.
It's New Hope Silverhawks by Ryan Hansen.
These are cool. These are just really cool.
Some really good battle tech.
Yeah. Yeah, it almost feels Transformer-ish at some points. So, which I thought was really fun. But like I look at anytime I look at BattleTech, it's always scale that gets me really weird. I always feel like they should be bigger. But this is a good example of like painting black where it actually has highlights.
Right.
It's edge highlighting in the best way. It captures like something that's glass and it makes it feel like glass. It accentuates the weapons. It has all those cool things that you want to see from robots or from any sort of highlighting that won't. You don't lose anything. It doesn't have a lot of shadow, but you're cell shading everything. So.
Right. At that point, you don't really need a lot of shadow.
Yeah, exactly. You're not looking to build in like a bunch of washes and whatever.
Your shadows are your lines. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. But even in the flat areas, like on the plain wings,
right.
They're picking out the reflective surfaces from like it being super shiny, which I think is really cool.
I agree.
So I don't. I don't have a lot to say on this other than it's really cool. The scale's really fun. They actually played with scale items on the bases so that they feel like they're in universe and at that size. So
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, Ryan did a very good job on these.
A bang up job. All right. So, thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. Now we're gonna hop back to Jimmy. We talked about one of his models earlier with him on stream. But we're going to talk about his fantasy single here. He painted Cloud from Final Fantasy.
Cue the music. They said the thing. Oh yeah. Sephiroth. Yeah.
Sephiroth.
So I have never played all the way through a Final Fantasy game.
Neither have I.
You would think after so many years they would finally find the Final Fantasy.
You would think, yeah.
Yeah, you would think.
After how many attempts?
I don't know. There's so many attempts to find the Final Fantasy, and maybe we found it with Jimmy's right here.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. So we're all going slightly mad.
We're getting there.
Yep. All right. So Jimmy's. This model's really cool. The non-metallics are really solid. The highlighting's really good. I wanted more from the basing, but other than that, like, this model's really cool.
Well, and for its scale too.
Yeah,
it's really well done.
Yeah, he picked out the eyes nicely. It was the wing. I said the wing needed more highlighting on it. But yeah, like, super cool model. That.
It's a fun character to paint.
The picture. What do we
pull out the picture?
The picture. Yeah. Yeah, like all the armor is non-metallic. The claws are non-metallic. He's got good shoes.
Skin tone's really nice.
Skin tone's really nice. Yep. I feel like the cloth wrapping his weapon needs a little more to it.
Not much more. Not much more.
No, not much more, but just enough. Oh, it was around the hand too. The hand.
Oh, the handle for the sword.
Yeah, the handle for the sword and his hand are not differentiated enough, so they kind of blend too much together. And I wasn't really. It needed that, like a simple wash around it, just to black out the section where his hand would meet it. So.
Right. But the hair is really nicely highlighted, especially it's blonde. Like blonde is not an easy.
Spicy tan.
Spicy tan.
Spicy tan.
Spicy tan color. It's not an easy color to work with.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yeah,
so.
Just those few things, and
yeah,
it really did stand out when he brought all of his models in. So
it did. People pointed it out.
Another fan favorite.
Another fan favorite. A bunch of nerds looking at a nerd thing. Ugh. Okay, so 44.
Our last Jimmy entry.
What are we skipping?
We're gonna be skipping 45. We need 40.
45.
Or no, we need 46. We're skipping 46.
We're skipping 46, so we're going 45.
Yep, we're on number 45, the Avatar Kane. And this is also done by Jimmy.
The Avatar.
The Avatar.
The Avatar.
I'm hunting the Avatar.
All right, so we're going 45.
Avatar who? Avatar you.
Avatar of Kane. It's a spicy boy.
It's a very spicy boy.
He's a spicy boy.
So, Jimmy we had a nice chat with him as he was submitting these models, and just the amount of work that he's done on these for what the amount of, I wouldn't say hate. The amount of flack that he got from other people was not justified, in my opinion.
In my opinion either, yeah. He's got really good uses of non-metallic metals on here. It feels like there's like almost an iron aspect to the areas that are not on fire or glowing. His glow effects feel like they're coming from underneath, as well as permeating through whatever metal it is, so it's illuminating everything. I feel that this is a really well done, well executed Avatar of Kane.
I agree.
So it's This what's this? That color is amazing. Go Jimmy. And then this one caught my eye when he brought it in. Yeah. It's hard, in my opinion. It's hard to do the metal feel when it's molten or when it's hot.
Right. And I feel like he pretty dang near nailed it.
Yeah, he nailed it really well. So a lot of my praise goes to the actual model itself. A lot of my critique goes to the basing.
Right. I can see that. I can understand what he was trying to go for. Like the avatar is melting the snow away.
Yeah. But I think he needs to be on a bigger base to get that effect.
I agree with that. And then even I can understand. You would have moisture ring. I wouldn't put it right next to the avatar, but I would put it near what the snow is, because that snow would be melting very quickly, and you'd have a very small ring of water before it gets to even closer to the avatar, where it's going to be steaming and vaporizing.
Yeah. So a bit of this is more critique on placement of things on the base. So the fire's good. The fire's really good. So.
DF said need lava effect melting the ice. Water ring for sure.
Water ring for sure. Yeah. I think a lot of that goes into just honestly, in a way, I would say get rid of the flame that's on the ground in front of the avatar and replace it with steam or lava or something like that, where it feels like it's more molten or something. Because I think the fire there is kind of detracting from the overall feeling of hey, it's melting or it's melting snow. I need something more to it,
Right.
So, but a minor complaint for an amazing thing.
Yeah, it's a very light dusting of snow.
Yeah. So, but thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you, Jimmy, for submitting all these models. That was fantastic.
Love it.
All right, we're actually going to be jumping quite a bit here. We're jumping all the way to 50.
Man.
Because we talked with Jimmy's last model that he entered already, and then we just talked with Chris. So we'll jump all the way.
We're in the home stretch.
Yep, we have 8 more to go, everybody.
Let's go.
Let's do this.
All right, I got to pull it up.
Jimmy does some excellent work.
Yeah. Hey, I'm doing good. How are you? The Forge is next door, and we're good friends.
I'm not.
I don't know if you're in camera.
I don't think you are. I don't think you are. So we have the Flash Get Captain by Luke Kua.
Mon Capitan. It's just fun. I think I mentioned that when it came in. It's just fun.
Yeah, it's a fun model. Ooh, Pirate Orc.
Pirate Orc.
With a big, huge gun.
Who doesn't love Pirate Orcs with big, huge guns?
Yeah.
I would say nay to them. Nay. This additionally feels like something. Actually, hold on. I'm trying to set
You're
up.
doing lots of things.
Doing lots of things. I feel like I'm all over the place. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Y'all good.
I'm all good. Thanks.
Y'all good.
All right. Jumping back over to here so we can look at the thing. Numero 50. I had some thoughts on this one. I love the pink and the red. And it almost there's enough of a difference between the color tones too, where it doesn't feel like it's rust. It feels like it's intentionally pink, and then some dry brushing for metals. I would say I'm a little. I wish that the exhaust was drilled, out. I like that there's highlighting, and washes, or not necessarily washes, but low lights where they need to be. I do want that bottom barrel drilled. And I feel like there was a bit more of this is more of a speed paint, contrast paint application with a bit of dry brushing on top. Just a touch.
I would love a little bit more highlighting with the skin tones.
Yep.
It kind of gets lost, especially underneath the pirate hat and everything. I just wish that there was a little bit more attention drawn to the face.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like it gets lost against like the pink. There's a lot of abrasiveness with the different colors, and so having something to focus on, especially for the face, would be really nice. Because there's a lot of contrasting and clashing colors. It's very orcish, but yeah.
And then even bringing up the getting the little tiny squig, getting some highlights on that, get the attention to go like zigzag up to the top. Because when I first look at it in the front, I see the big gun, and then I kind of get lost in the face, and then I go straight up to the back banner.
Yep.
Which I would love to be able to see, like the front of the gun to the front of the face to the squig on his shoulder, then to the banner.
And I actually think the banner is one of the best things that it's painted on here.
I agree.
It's really well defined. It feels
that in the back of his jacket.
Yeah, the back of his jacket for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love it. It's a fun model, and for tabletop play, this is really cool. Yeah, very orc.
Very orc.
Very orc. Like you look at an orc and you're like, that's an orc. That's an orc.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think some takeaways from this are just, making sure that your focus point is somewhere that you want it to be, and then making sure that you're working towards that. Also drilling out your barrels. It's a thing. So.
Okay.
But thank you, Luke.
We have one more
for
from
that.
Luke.
Oh yeah, we got a demon.
We have a demon.
I like someone pointed out on this model. They said, I don't necessarily want to paint it, but it makes me uncomfortable. And I'm like,
and that's pretty much exactly what it is.
Yep. It makes you uncomfortable. Same thing here. It's a great exercise in initial color placement and getting things going.
Yeah, not a problem. We love giving people advice on these things.
Yeah. Hopefully we're not. Hopefully we're making some sense.
And if you have inputs, please do type them in chat. We'd love to hear from it and kind of talk to you about it.
Yeah, yell at us, please. The peanut galleries are there for a reason. So, this model is, again, clashing of colors and really playing opposites and contrasts. It's abrasive with that, and I think that's part of the
It really pops in the black background too.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Let me pop it up on our screen because it's aggressive. Nope, that's not right.
51.
51, got it. Yeah, here we go.
There we go. Now the model really pops on the black background.
Yeah. I think in a lot of ways you've captured like the mid-tones, and some of the low lights, but getting some of the highlights would be better. Like the wings on the top definitely have a nice highlight set, and you can see some of the wash pooling, but getting the horns and the horns and the horns and the horns and the claws up a level or two would be really nice, so that you can definitely differentiate some of those layers that horns and claws have.
It also looks like it wasn't washed on the back side of the horns either.
Yeah.
On the head at least.
Yes.
So just hitting that, even with it being hidden from sight, just putting a quick wash underneath there and bringing up those highlights again, like Alice was suggesting, it'll make those horns pop even more.
The inside, like the green liquid, or I think it's a liquid. It feels a little weird that on one of the walls it's painted green, but the other side doesn't have anything on it other than the stonework. And I feel like it should be kind of universal. Does it stick? What kind of liquid is it? Those kind of questions. I'd want answers to in the piece itself. Like, should this be splashing out? Is there like a splatter across like some of the surfaces so that it feels like he's getting out and it's sloshing? Yeah. I wish there was more on him as well, if that makes sense. Like around his horns or where it would pool. Having some additional like fluorescent, paint up there for it would be really nice. So.
The OSL on the sconce that he's holding is also really well done.
Yeah, the scone.
Scone.
Yeah.
Scone.
The scone. I think in a lot of ways this is a good place to be with this model, where you can expand upon it without too much effort. And in addition, you have a lot of things going for you where the highlights are like on the wings, really that are well defined, especially on the like the skeletal areas around it. But just expanding that to the rest of the model would really be cool. It's cool on the shelf too. It stares at us, and
it's even staring at me right now.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. It kind of turned on its own. Ugh. Anyway,
who did that? Or did it do it itself?
It did it itself. It's Poulter. All right. Well, thank you, Luke, and thank you for popping in.
Yeah,
I appreciate
thank you.
being here. So thank you very much for your entry.
It's awesome.
Your 2 entries. So.
All right. We
All right.
are popping up to number 52, Guy with a Sword.
Guy with a sword. So Rob Seeley. Seeley. You gotta take some time.
1 second. I was honestly not sure what the pool even is. I was going for some kind of weird warp energy. I like that.
That's fair. And it's all in like, how do you get that? How do you convey that to someone that is looking at the model itself? That's a lot of, I think, where I got lost in it is I'm not sure as the viewer what it is as well. So if you're able to take a, take something for warp energy and make it something like that, or have it. I'm trying to think of what I would do to like make something feel like a warp energy field.
Probably a little bit of a little glow effect OSL.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. Have it like splashing up on him as he's coming out of the liquid.
That green glow would probably need to be added a little bit more.
And it needs to be subtle.
Yeah, very subtle.
Very subtle. But yeah, I think that there's some ways that you can add to it. So I hope that helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like Brandon said, echoing that, nice job. It looks awesome.
It's awesome.
Thank you very much. All right.
Guy with sword.
Yeah. Seeley's good at a lot of things with painting. Naming models is not one of them. So this is Guy with Sword. Anyway.
Yeah. Guy with sword.
Guy with sword. All right. So, Seeley did a good job with the non-metallics on here. I would say. The filigree work is on.
The glow effect on the incense.
Yep. The glow effects, the decal work. Though his decal on his backpack was off-centered, and then like divoted in the backpack. So that was kind of a little. I wasn't.
Look, Guy with a Sword is an awesome name. Brandon.
Agree to disagree, Brandon. You also brought in the smallest model I've ever seen, so you know.
Guy with sword and also gun.
Mm-hmm. He missed a whole descriptive factor. But yeah, I think this guy's really cool. Also, he's a weird smattering of different things because he's got like.
Speaking of Mr. Seeley.
Speak of the devil himself.
Have a seat.
Yeah, come on, sit down. You got a second? You want to talk shop? We're talking about your model right here. Guy with sword.
Guy with sword.
Guy with sword. Also gun. Also gun. It was pointed out in chat that he also has a gun.
Yeah, but the other one doesn't. Guy with sword and girl with sword.
Guy with sword and girl with sword.
No
All right.
gun on the other one.
You want to talk about your stuff?
Sure.
Your models.
I loved your glow effect on your armband for holding the gun or holding the sword. The hat on his arm.
Thank you. Yeah. I've been trying to do more kind of like glow effects and stuff to kind of put more color and kind of more interesting stuff into it, I guess. And I think, a lot of my older stuff maybe was a lot more kind of darker, movie kind of colors, which is fine. But I think for like competition and stuff, when you kind of get into it and look into stuff more, it's kind of more interesting to have more colors and stuff mixed in. So.
You got to make it kind of just jump out so that the person looks where you want them to, kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Plus, it's kind of fun.
I actually believe that's a decal. It's a decal on the cloak.
it's a lot of times what I'll do is I'll do like a decal and then like paint over it.
Yes,
like,
I love doing that.
A good way to kind of get the basic shape down and just paint it over. You want to paint it.
Yep. Yeah, I love doing like.
After complaining about my grass drain, it seems like a weird thing to focus on, but I like the grass on this one.
Guy with a sword with a good lawn.
So that is so it's like some of my favorite basic stuff. There's a company called Miniature and Scale. It comes all the way from the UK. It takes a long time, and they put it in some really suspicious packaging. in terms of quality, it's just like super thin plastic. So I order like twice as much as I want because I know how it's gonna break. But they have some really good, just like glue down mixtures of stuff. And it's,
Okay.
I think it's really good for like scale too. It's not like huge chunks of grass, and it's like sticks and rocks and dirt and stuff like that.
Can you post a link of that to the Discord? Because I'm actually I'd be interested. All right. So I'm gonna ask you a question for each of your models because it's fun to do. What is one thing that you would change? Yeah, you're good. You're good. I think. Kind of registers. Anyway, what is one thing that you would change on this model?
This model. I guess I don't typically have like regrets or things or changes I would change. If I were to do it again or I want to add things to it, I'd like to add a little bit more of like the reflections on his helmet, like towards like the back and stuff. Just because the top of the helmet there's like a big flat space with the little spikes and stuff, but there's I have like the main highlight on the top, and having like more of a reflection behind it. Maybe some kind of like environmental reflection, like kind of on the bottom sort of like the browns and oranges and stuff on it, so having like maybe something more of that, or even just like adding a different color to the highlights, so like to add like violets or purples or blues or stuff like that into the highlight a little bit, just to add a little bit more kind of interest and color and stuff into the model. But
makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty happy with it. There's always, if I wanted to spend another 50 hours painting it, there's things I could add, right? But I think, for the time that I had put into it and the time that I wanted to, I'm happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question that we've been asking anyone that sits down.
Sure.
It's like, all right, what would you change? Because I think,
just picking it.
Yeah. Well, I feel that it's a good question to ask because a lot of times you sit down with that. Okay, with infinite time, sure. But with normal time, it's like, well, I would change this or that, or I wish that I could go back and like modify how I did this. So
I guess maybe while going into it, I always think I'm going to do like some crazy big freehand project on the cloak, and it still could be cool. I kind of decided not to because I actually really liked just kind of how smooth and plain and how it looks as it is. And I think if you put a bunch of freehand, it would cover a lot of that up. And again, do I want to put 15 hours into painting
the cloak,
something on there? If I had like a fun idea going into it, like my intent was to paint this cool thing on it, it'd be different. But I'm happy with how it turned out.
Yeah, for sure. Guy with sword.
Yeah.
It's a fun. I think the biggest takeaway that I had. The biggest takeaway that I had was critique is like everything else has a ton of detail, and then you have the cloak.
Yeah, sometimes I don't know. I think I've been more in that phase. I like to just feel like the sharper highlights and like the gradient and stuff like that. I mean, obviously it takes a long time to like sit there and blend it over and over. And by the time you're done, you're like, man, I'm happy with that. I'm not gonna touch it anymore. And I mean, I could paint over it and be okay. And like the decal thing I was doing, like I thought I would put like a decal on it and painting over it and stuff like that. I don't know.
That's fair.
Once I put that much time.
Well, and again, the cloak is like, that was the one thing where I'm like, but you got all the details, and then you have the cloak, and the cloak is just very, very plain. But if you're like, hey, that's what I wanted, that's what you do. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
I don't care what Alex thinks.
I don't care.
We'll pop up to 53, which will be your Archon, which won in the Titanic category.
Woo!
Congratulations.
That guy. Oh, we've got thoughts.
Okay.
We've got thoughts. Opinions.
What?
Not you.
You want me to have a bit? I can have it.
You have. I can't. Jacob, I cannot
Jake
stop
can share his
you.
opinions, but they have to turn off the audio for this stream.
Yeah, that's true.
Taking a picture of this was also very interesting.
God.
I've been very creative about figuring out ways to state my opinion
the light booth.
really hard.
Turning over a new leaf over there.
I'm trying, okay?
I like it.
What number is this?
Number 53.
53. All right. So, this one, this might break the stream. We'll see. Cthulhu broke the stream, yeah.
By the size of
It did, yeah. Hold on. Hold on to your butts, kids.
Because it's got a.
Oh boy. What we got?
Look behind the scenes
There we
here.
go. I got
Nice.
this freaking dude. There. That's
like
what I
it.
got for you.
This is what we have, everybody.
This is what I got.
All right.
So,
Please.
first off, David, painting the Tarrasque, he had to hold the top of the light box open so that I could put Archaon inside.
I saw you messing with it yesterday. I don't know what your choice is going to be.
Yeah, 53 turns.
Just
So,
hold the flashlight in one hand.
yeah, basically, I was holding the light ring too up so that we could get the recording because it was a whole thing. So
I think you did a good job.
I think you did okay.
Barely noticed. You can't notice the box is open now that you pointed out, but
Yeah.
nobody knows.
It's all good.
It's all in post anyway, you know.
I'm sure you'll clean it up in editing.
So I'll start with the critiques.
All right.
Small little things.
Hit me.
There are seam lines all over this.
All over that model. That model's terrible.
It is. It's
that model is
horrific.
terrible. I spent probably 10 hours trying to gap fill. I just gave up at a certain point. I'm like, Alex can rip it apart. I don't care.
After assembling one myself,
Dude, the arms,
miserable.
the arms,
Yeah, you
it's a gap line down all of the arms on both sides.
Yep.
The legs,
Yep.
the
The
tail
legs.
doesn't line
Yep.
up.
The tail doesn't line. The wings.
The wings don't line up. I found
Nope.
out after because obviously I painted them separately, and yeah.
No,
so
they don't line
so
up
I
at
actually
all.
put the wings on and then had to go back over and use, if you ever sprue glue or whatever they call
Yep.
it, you just take plastic and put it over, and so it's all over, and I like repaint half the wings after just trying to gap fill, and there was still the gaps. It's like, again, it's like. Alex is gonna say this gap lines. That's one. They're all over and it's fine.
You already know.
It's
Yeah.
such a miserable model to work on for that too.
Oh my God, those
It is.
Tarrasques
Archaon.
are absolutely
That big boy.
fantastic.
Yeah, the
dog. It's a new. A what?
A Barkaon.
If it's a dog, it's a bark.
Yeah. Well, he's got three heads. One's kind of like a dog. The Nervo one's kind of like it's kind of like a little pit bull head.
Hug.
Still my chick.
Honestly, this is. You said that like you've been playing with lighting and all that kind of stuff, and this is one that really does show, and it shines at needing lighting too, because just being able to play with like, oh, it's a bunch of chaos gods. Like, just illuminate everything with glow from weird glow effects. So I really like that you took that on with the sword as well as like the chest, the back. Yeah, the OSL from the sword. I think it's bright enough where it glows out, but it's subtle enough where you're hitting the right points on where light would fall, without it just blasting it with like an airbrush.
Yeah, I kind of backed into that. It was that's what my plan originally when I started, but it's such a big model, and like Archaon should, I wanted to be the focus of it, but it's like the dragon or dog or whatever he's riding that is so big and has like so much focus and stuff on it. It's like if you want the focus to be on the guy riding it, it's like I kind of wanted a way to make it bright and stand out and whatever, and then it worked out. It was brave, I guess, maybe a little bit to praise myself because it was obviously you kind of have to do it towards the end, so I'm kind of like I'm pretty happy with it, but
Yeah,
it works.
You got to take a dive and just try.
Yeah, no, obviously everything's fixable.
David says, love this model, love the glow effects.
So thank you.
Don't love the assembly. It's miserable.
Yeah,
as
it
pointed
is.
out.
Yeah. You can probably guess why there's different chains on the back too. We'll talk about that.
Yep.
That was actually kind of fun. I enjoyed doing that.
I also loved your interpretation with the basing on this.
Yes.
That was one of the hardest things for me because he's got such like a weird dancing pose. He's kind of like doing the hot potato dance, like the floor is lava dance, where he's like,
because he's also sitting on his tail.
Yeah.
And it's like they want you to assemble it on his tail.
Yeah. So yeah, it was, I don't know. I spent a lot of time like looking at what other people have done and stuff like that, and not like blatantly trying to copy people, but I pretty much just copied people and kind of added my own kind of idea to it. A lot of people have done like he's standing on something with the back foot. But yeah, I actually bought the little pillars. I got on Amazon for like $10. They're actually wedding cake tier stands. It's like if you have a tiered wedding cake, you put it in between. And this is a box of them for like $10 or whatever, and I just took a solder them and carved them up until they're the right size. And
Wait,
something
that was labeled wedding for $10. That doesn't match up.
Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky. It's not.
Yeah.
So, well, you know, if anybody needs some, let me know. I've got, I think a pack, I think it's going to be like a 24 pack of different size wedding.
Goodness.
Materials.
Wow.
So if you need pillars.
I do like the subtlety of the pillar with like the blood splatter on it. I think that's a good touch. It's the small details that always impress me too. Of the like on the wings, she pointed out the lines that you did for all the veins. Yeah, the blood vessel veins. Yeah, that
It's kind of fun. The wings too, especially being so big, is like I didn't want to do a freehand thing across all of them because there's too many like little lines in between and stuff. And it's like there's such a big part of it that if they're just really boring, they just kind of feels like a miss because it's like you have this huge part of the model that's not like the focus point, but it's going to be noticed.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like you have if it's not good.
Someone was doing like dragon wings or something like that, and on a video, and someone's like, "Oh my God, how do you do that?" And he's like, "All right, I'm gonna make a video on it." And he's like, "This is how stupid easy it is to do this." And he's like, "Thin the paint, run it down, and then like you connect at this point, and you connect down here, and then just have at it. Don't
I
here are the
looked
rules
at
that you
so
don't
many
do."
Pictures of bat wings and all this kind of stuff.
How to draw an owl.
How to draw an owl.
Yep. It was
Draw a circle, then draw the owl.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. But this guy was like, "This is how you break it down. It's really easy. Everybody else do it because this is like."
Honestly, though, having easy ways to do wings, I think is because it's a huge surface area, and if you don't have a fast way to paint it, you just get burnt out.
Exactly.
Painting wings. So yeah, I got
dry brush
or airbrush.
Yeah.
Mostly.
It's your answer to everything. Dry brush.
It really is.
It's fair.
Does the same thing that you want with an airbrush.
Whoa.
And a tri-light.
That's hot takes from Jacob over there.
Yeah.
It's not wrong.
Yeah, it's Jake's toolbox. Yeah, I mean, this was just, I did the wings black and then I used Tamiya white through my airbrush because that's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Did all the kind of highlights in between and then used a thinned, whatever color. It was a scale paint, but like a super thin wash kind of over the whole thing and just, you just build it up really thin layers so you're not getting like pools and stuff in it, but you just kind of build up the color. And then
It's just tedious. It takes a lot of time to dry between two.
David's one criticism with it is that with such bright light source with the sword, my eyes were wanting to fill in the darker shadows. My eyes were wanting to fill in the darker shadows.
Looking at the model itself, that's an interesting critique. How do you mean, David? I'm actually curious.
Explain that one a little bit to us.
I think the fluorescents come through pictures a little bit different than they do in real life. I think they look a lot brighter in pictures than they do in real
That's true. So you use fluorescent paints for all the like glow effects?
Some of it. But yeah, for like a lot of it I start with the fluorescent paints and then dull it down with inks or matte paints and stuff like that around the outside of things just to kind of control how over the top it can be. But
cool.
You
All right. So we got, I think, one more model for you. One more.
Girl with sword.
Girl with sword. I said you're good at a lot of things. Naming models is not one of them.
That's fair.
I say it with all the love. All right.
I have a person on Etsy I order those little brass stamps from, and I always think she must think I'm the weirdest person in the world.
Oh yeah.
What's that? No.
I mean, they probably get a lot of weird ones.
I kind of
running
figure,
through,
so
you know.
hopefully I'm not too.
I'm just a nerd.
Just a baby.
I'm just a baby.
Just a baby.
Check the spelling on R-K-I.
Can you spell that? Can you use that in a sentence?
I don't know. Not in a way that's gonna help.
Girl with sword. 54. We're almost done.
I know, we have 4 more after this.
I know.
Oh, I made it in the nick of time.
Mm-hmm. You really did, honestly. Girl with sword. She's a girl. She's got a sword. Girl with sword. Wow. All right.
Girl with sword.
I should have named R-K guy with sword.
Guy with wings.
Guy with wings.
Guy with wings.
Guy with sword, girl with sword, guy with wings.
Guy with a winged beast.
So, the base. The base.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the base.
Yep.
Talked about the fact that you didn't like the base.
Mm-hmm.
You ripped it off the base. Hated the base.
Yep.
Why just stick it on a pin?
So it was on a pin, obviously for painting.
Yep.
I honestly it's been sitting on my desk like that for like a month, and I kept thinking about what I wanted to build for a base, and there was nothing. Either I wanted to use something that was like the base that it came with had like a monster's head on it, and it had a whole bunch of like detail and crazy stuff on it, but the model itself doesn't really have any detail on it. I mean, over the top detail. I mean, there's a sword and a cloak and a thing. But if you put it on like this big crazy base with all this detail, then it's like the base is almost more interesting than the model. So I ended up not liking it once I started kind of looking at it. So it's like, well, that's fine. I'll just make it a base. And then I either ended up with something like the base they came with, which was kind of too over the top and in your face, and I didn't like it with the model, or it looks like I'm just sticking it on a grass tuft and calling it a day. And it just looked out of place. I kind of got used to it. It's like I kind of like it because I don't know. You can kind of put in your own blank and whatever. And I didn't feel like at any point any of the bases I thought about adding really added anything to the model.
That's fair.
Like, you know what? If it's not going to add anything, don't just add it to add it.
Well, and you can always pull it off the plinth and stick it on a base whenever you come into the future. we all you know yourself well enough to be like, nah, it's never gonna happen.
Nah, never.
No, it's kind of fun. I mean, I liked a lot of like the subtle like details of the model, like the gold trim for the sculpt of the model. You know,
all the
crazy
filigree.
myself. But yeah, there's like a lot of cool stuff on her, and I just felt like anything I put on a base, I wasn't adding anything to it, and I didn't really like it. So I was like, you know what?
Yeah,
I'm just gonna leave
that's
it.
fair.
I'm gonna leave it on here and let her be the focus of it.
Yeah. I think you did a good job with that. So the filigree is really excellent, all over the model, and was it tedious to do like all the little things, all the little lines, or did you just like do like dry brushing all the way down?
I started a lot of it with dry brushing and then came back and kind of added kind of more careful highlighting and stuff after it. You know, obviously you can tell like the cloak, a lot of it was dry brushed originally, and so I kind of like focused my time on things that I cared about more.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't want to go through like every single shadow like deep inside her cloak and make sure that was just I mean, you know, the dry brushing adds texture and kind of interest to it, and it doesn't necessarily detract from anything there. I think if the whole thing is like obviously dry brushed, it kind of looks that way, so I kind of come through and try to add like some detail, like you said, to the filigree and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And try to darken things down.
Oh, for sure. The pants. I love the pants. The coloring of the pants is really good.
Yeah, I was happy with that too. It's hard again when she has such a limited color palette. I was like, ooh, do I do brown pants? No, because you're kind of limited on like what colors you choose, because whatever you pick is gonna, like, if you just put like a little bit of red in there, I think stands out a lot, because everything's black and white and brown and really needed.
Well, with the red in her hair, it just complements it.
Yeah, it complements it nicely.
I was to Discord. Her hair used to be black.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. That's right. I think
It's kind of a
Zoe
funny.
or Logan said that, wasn't it? Someone did.
Wandered very far.
Somebody in our wonderful Discord did it. So.
Yep.
Yeah, it was kind of hard playing with the hair, because originally I like way over highlighted it and made it like shiny, but the rest of the model isn't really that way, and it kind of looked weird and standoutish. So I just went back and forth a bunch and then clipped it down.
As you do.
I always think it'd be fun if you could like slowly strip a model away and watch as you painted it through it. And you're like, man, I went through a lot of iterations.
Yeah, right.
Is there a blue hair phase?
Yeah. It's not a phase, Mom.
She went through E.
Yeah. I'd be terrified in some cases of models. I'd be terrified of going through that. Yep. Oh man. One thing that you change on this model. I didn't ask you an RKon, but
I would gap fill the tiny little hole in her sash.
yes,
That
I
bothered
noticed
me,
that,
and
'cause
of
it's
course
like-
that's one of those things I found afterwards. And I was just like, he's got a hole in his stash.
Oh.
David. It might just be looking at it on video, but mainly talking about the gradation from the light into darkness with the sword as the starting point and brightest spot. The glow fades, but not the overall lighting.
Okay. I kind of see what he's talking about.
I'll tell you, that sword has about 850 layers of paint on it. That probably has something to do with it.
Kind of hit a point where it's like, well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because honestly.
No, that was I didn't hit that point. I just kept doing it over. That's one. If you were to just strip it away, it would just be like a wash of different yellows going. More and then less, and then more and then less, and then more and then less, and then eventually.
And running 6.
It's kind of one of those.
Be 6 inches smaller. And
yeah, one of those. The person that has the paint stick that they've been using for years on painting houses, and it's like this thick, and they cut it in half. Yeah, that's kind of how you feel at times.
I mean, you have fun over what?
Yep. That's how it
How
goes.
to add a base.
We've solved the problem.
Chris is starting up a half the glory group, so.
No, but the hole in her sash, I could tell that was one of those like.
ALS. Yep.
It's a 3D print. I didn't notice it. Shit.
Not until I'm like halfway through painting it. I'm like, this is. I think I noticed it pretty early on. It's like, well, that's fine. I'll just work it in as like a burn mark or something. And it doesn't go all the way through. It's like, hey, it'll be a burn mark, and it doesn't make any sense to be anything other than a hole in the sash. So it's a hole in the sash now.
Yep. This is what it is.
It is what
The
it
other thing I
is.
think we wanted to point out was just like the touch up on the boot. From when you pulled it off the original base. The orange still left on it.
That's because I actually originally thought I was going to pin it twice, and then it turned out with her feet spread, it was too big to pin onto the block I was holding her on. So that actually never had anything in it. No.
Okay.
Again, when it was going to go on a base, that wasn't a problem. So.
Understandable. We figured that was the case. We figured that was the case.
Yep. Yep. Well, as always, fantastic job. Love seeing all the stuff.
Thank you.
They're fun. So.
Congratulations on winning your card. Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you for giving us your time.
Of course.
To do a little interview.
Thank you for letting me defend myself. And my creative choices that you choose to
Abuse.
Yeah.
Ridicule's such a strong word. Ridicule's such a strong word.
Be sure to look at your tent. If you have a spot on yours, then you have to go. You can go visit Dallas next door. Get some goodies.
Ooh. Stole one, huh?
I got a capybara and a crab sitting in a bed on my desk.
Nice.
I did like you posting about the crab pointing out. That would
So
just
cute.
kill me.
One from Daedalus. He has a 3D printed crabs. Yeah, my kid came with me last time she got one. It sits in a little doll that she has and just travels the house now. This is crab just living his absolute best life.
Hey, man.
Top of your Roomba.
Honestly.
Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that.
But you gotta then also get the Roomba that screams when it runs into the walls. that's how you really double down.
I don't think I need that.
I think you do. I think everybody does.
Everybody kind of does,
That
yeah.
should just be a standard.
It should be. Screaming in pain and misery. I'm stuck.
I know that Bryn was not keen on wanting to get some critiques, but I think it's good to at least say them in case whenever she or they are ready for. Ready for them.
So my take on this model is it's fun. Yeah. It's such a the gem dragon.
It was here.
It was here, but now it's not. I looked at it and it instantly popped out to me being like cotton candy, whimsical and full of life for like D&D, and I love it. Yeah, it has like a rock candy-esque. Yeah.
When you get the reds and the blue ones.
Yeah.
From the same stick.
Which honestly, she captured it well.
Yeah.
As a gem dragon.
That's a vibe. I like
Yeah, I love it. Sure, you can comment a lot of things on like how to paint or like smoothness of texture or whatever like that. But at the end of the day, if it's capturing exactly what you want, meh.
Yeah, and all of this is really just our opinions, and you can take them how you will. You're the artist. You get to take what you want.
My opinion is definitely wrong. Why not on that side? And I'm staying over here.
But yeah, I honestly really do feel that it's just fun. When I saw it come in, it was fun, and
It still is fun.
Yeah, I still stand by it. It's fun. It's whimsical.
Magical.
So yeah, Bryn, thank you so much for entering in your piece so that others could enjoy it as well, because I know that several other people came by and stopped and looked at it. Kids
adored it.
Loved it.
They absolutely loved your model.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Bye, Rob.
Bye, Rob. Have a good time.
I'll see you hopefully sometime.
Don't make me text Jen.
Quarter-
I will make
quarter
you
two.
come out of your house.
Yeah, we need to do lunch, so I'll get you out of your house at some point. There you go. Quit your job. Done.
Wow, what
Done.
a wild and mysterious way
Easy.
to
I've
do
already
it.
got my work already, so I
There you
You
go.
don't need to sell anything.
Drive
right
safe,
now.
man. Take it easy.
See you, Rob.
All right.
Tell Jen I said hi.
Yeah.
But yeah, Bryn,
Bryn.
excellent.
Awesome job.
Excellent work.
Never have I seen a sorrier sight.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy. Hey, sir, we're on stream right now.
Representing somebody. Okay.
Oh, you're official.
All right.
All right, we have
All right.
Duplo Lass.
Duplo
Lass. Chandra.
Yeah, this thing's awesome. We loved seeing this one too. There's such good texture and color choices on this model.
Given your history,
especially on
Yeah,
the.
really should.
I really like the orange cloak,
Yes.
especially on it.
It was really well done.
So
The blonde hair was okay. It was really good too.
the spicy tan.
Spicy,
The
yeah.
spicy tan. She did a good job in like taking purples and pinks and making them work together, but not and feeling unique against each other. So I took some good looks at this one. I really enjoyed it.
It's a fun character.
Yeah. Which number is this? 50?
Number 55.
55.
Oh, 56. Sorry. 56.
Oh, yeah. Because there's the gem dragon.
Yep, you already did the
Just
gem
having fun
dragon.
with it.
And everything I see, like.
Let me see here, 56. Yeah, yeah. I really enjoy it. It's got good texture. It's a good D&D model. It tells it tells me exactly who the character is, and I love it. Yeah.
You see just all these kids that are playing.
That ochre color is great contrast with the
Agreed.
purples.
And I think ochre and like a burnt orange is often overlooked as not a fun color to work with, but I think it works really well as kind of a warm neutral color. So
The texturing that she did on the mauve
yeah.
on the bottle is also really nice.
Yep.
And the pattern on the back part of it.
They look a lot more subtle
Yep.
like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
love it.
It's great.
The moment that you
So thank you very much to
Chandra
for entering in your model. I really loved it. Loved looking at it. Thank
It
you.
was great.
All right.
Commander Titus.
So my ship.
By Verse.
Hold 1 second, guys. All right, sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah, I unmuted you. Sorry,
I
guys.
just want to make sure.
So,
Somebody once told me the world was gonna rule me.
oh yeah, Commander Titus,
Commander Titus.
living his best life. Slay Queen.
In purple.
In purple. Slay Queen, slay. This is just fun.
Yeah.
It's just,
Another
a
fun
good
model.
time. I just,
Thanks, baby.
again,
See you later.
like you can go into all the little details on it. If I remember correctly, too, Verse came over and was like, yeah, they said that I could do better painting and I could do, this or that. But at the end of the day, I'm just having fun. And I'm like, heck yeah, man.
That's how it goes.
Do it up. It
That's
looks
exactly how it
awesome.
goes.
Yeah.
I like
so.
when we're just knobbing on these mints.
Yeah, man. I gotta have something. But yeah, I really like this Commander Titus. I think that you could go back and really reinforce some of the purplish pink, the lavender, and like make it a little bit tighter, brighten it up a bit. But even an entire army on the table like this is gonna look cool.
Oh yeah.
So
for sure.
You can reinforce some of the highlights.
Seriously, you are not centered on the camera at all.
We're never centered on the camera.
You're like completely off. You need to be like.
Oh,
over
it's because
here.
someone bumped it. It's all about Kelsey these days.
Yep. I just noticed that. Sorry,
Someone bumped it. Yeah. Listen, this is a professional channel.
There we go. Much better.
So.
I bumped it.
Someone bumped it. It wasn't you. It probably was Rob.
Gave me.
Comes in, takes
Anyway,
words,
The
says
purple
nothing.
Commander Titus was very cool.
Yep. I love it. Yeah, that's my problem. Rob's my problem. I heard that. All right.
A critique that I would have is just add some texturing to the base.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't have to be much. It could be anything really.
It could be texture.
It could be texture.
But yeah, I think just some basing, make it pop.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah.
Nothing too serious.
No.
Especially if you're just having fun.
You know what? Here, I want to take a look at it closer.
Bring up the Commander
Bring up the
Titus.
Commander. silver, lavender. Some blood effects.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's subtle. Cool. Nice. Yeah, I think I really do go back to some texture on the base, some highlighting, just making sure that you're putting a full coat or full 2 thin coats on things, and then picking out some details.
Yep.
This is a good battle-ready, tabletop quality mini, but you can always come back and refine more and add more details, especially for like the holster or I guess the butt flap.
Yep.
Tunic thing. But in addition, like there's some front like doodads and little medals that I think would pop really well if you went back and just added like a silver or a gold and tighten it up. So
Yeah, for sure.
I think
Thank
you got
you,
a good start
Verse.
here. Thank you, Verse. Appreciate it.
And last, but certainly not least,
is Brooks.
We have Brooks with Harriet Ford and the Kessel Run.
This is like supposed to be some Indiana Jones jam,
Yeah.
Which is super fun. I definitely could see it.
It's a gender swap Harrison Ford, gender swap Harrison Ford with doing Star Wars stuff.
I love it. That's so goofy. I love it.
You would hate that so much.
What?
Harrison Ford doing any kind of Star Wars stuff.
Yeah, he's Indiana Jones only.
Well, and now he's the Red Hulk, but they didn't actually have to CGI anything. They just asked him a bunch of Star Wars questions until he did it himself.
There you go.
There you have it. Critiques on this? I think just adding in some highlights and depth, more to it. This is good mid-tones.
Yeah.
Good initial quality.
It's definitely a good start.
Yeah, excellent start. I really like the model. I think it's a dynamic model.
Mm-hmm.
Is what gets me. It's really, really cool. It is not spicy tan. It is definitely red hair.
Yeah, red hair.
So, but I like the stripe down the leg. As soon as I saw that stripe down the leg, I was like, oh, it's Han Solo.
Yep.
Han Solo pants. So.
Han Solo acting as Indiana Jones.
Love it. Gender swap.
Gender swap.
It's beautiful.
Perfect.
Yep, love it. No, I think just some additional detail work would really make this thing sing. And then the white shirt would be difficult. I would say you're going to want to add in some additional colors like grays, base coat it with gray or cream, and then work it up from there to more of a white as a highlight color. So it's one of those. As we've said in the previous parts for white, it's a difficult color to paint. So, but
Yeah.
don't be afraid of it.
For sure. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. And that concludes all of
That's
our
it.
submissions
That's all of
for
them.
quarter one
Oh my God.
at Con of the North
We did
here.
it.
Thank you all so much for sticking with us through thick and thin, especially with Cthulhu blessing us.
Cthulhu blessing us, yeah. Woof. Oof.
But yeah, we will be sure to post a link to the video of the critiques and also the turntable on our YouTube channel.
Yep. All of the YouTube or all the. I've started transitioning where all of the shots are now in video form and they're uploaded to YouTube. So
Yeah.
They'll be up there eventually. But
So you can all take a gander up close and personal of all the models, and also just rewatch the stream and listen to the critiques on what you'd like to do for next time.
yeah, and if you have any other comments or concerns, please toss them in Discord. Let us know if there's any feedback that you loved it or you hated it. You'd love to see more of something. Let us know. I'd love to hear. We'd love to hear feedback about it. And then quarter two
At the Forge.
At the Forge, sometime in May.
Yes, we haven't
Sometime in
quite picked out a date yet, but we will let you know in the Discord and on our website as soon as we know.
Hopefully, it won't be -2 degrees out. Maybe. And then August, of course, we're heading up to Duluth, going up to Duluth area. So please, hopefully, please plan on that because it'll be a fun time.
It'll be a glorious time up in Duluth, especially like late summer, early fall. It'll be gorgeous.
It's August. It'll be hot.
Oh, you have the lake effect.
You do have the lake effect, so you get that. So, anyway, from all of us at Dwarven X. David said we need to take a bow. Yeah. You're welcome for running it. We're happy to do so. But
Make sure you give the con some love. And thanks to our sponsors, Dallas, The Source, and The Forge. They're good friends. We wouldn't really be able to do much without them. So
actually, here.
Forge.
The Forge. Say hi, Forge.
Hi, guys.
There they are. They've been gracious enough to put up with us throughout the weekend. I know. It's been fun. Nobody's surprised. Anyway, from all of us at Dwarven X.
And Con of the North.
See you next time.
See ya.